Douluo, starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Grand Duke Amon. At night, the breeze blows and the branches sway, leaving jagged tree shadows all over the place. Under the moonlight point in the darkness, a half-human half-spider figure quietly emerged. Beside her, a man in white clothes with a chrysanthemum martial spirit and a vague figure followed each other. The half-human half-spider figure waved its sickle-shaped hands. Zao. Woo. Run. Run quickly. A hurried female voice sounded. Don't look back, Mom. Zao Wu suddenly woke up from her sleep, sat up, and shouted in shock. What came into view was a burning bonfire, the flames burning the firewood, making a crackling sound, and small sparks bursting out, while burning. After taking a deep breath, and wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she realized that it was just a dream. I also dreamed about the scene, when my mother was killed by Bibidong. You're awake, eh? Low and powerful voice sounded. Tang Heo, wearing tattered clothes, revealing bronze skin, and a sallow complexion, sat aside, holding a wine bottle in his hand, looking a little drunk. Zao Wu looked around, but couldn't find the familiar figure, so she asked, where is the third brother? He went to Shrek Academy, and said he wanted to see his friends for the last time. From the perspective of a soul master, I should keep you in captivity. When Zao-san needs it, let him kill you, and get the soul ring and soul bones. Tang Heo calmly spoke cold and ruthless words. Zao Wu looked gloomy and depressed. She didn't speak. She just lowered her head, and stared at the fire with no sparkle in her eyes. Tang Heo didn't care whether Zao Wu was listening or not. He just continued to speak calmly. But, from another perspective, there will be different choices. In the past, I always thought that he was more like his mother, kind, careful and persistent, but when I saw him with you, I suddenly realized that he was actually more like me, just as stupid as me. Did you know? Tang-san's mother is 100,000-year spirit beast just like you. The difference is that she has reached the mature stage, while you are still in the infancy stage. What? Third brother's mother is also a spirit beast. Zao Wu finally had a different expression on her face, and said with a hint of surprise. Tang Heo nodded silently, and then said, you should leave. Staying with Zao-san now will only do him harm. Uncle, do you object to us being together? Zao Wu whispered. Tang Heo smiled, shook his head and said, no, it's just not the time yet. You are really brave. If it weren't for the first titled Douluo who saw you, I would be the one, and if it wasn't for that flower covering up your breath, you may have become someone else's soul bone. You all need time to grow up. Zao-san said that he would make a 5-year agreement with his classmates, so just wait for 5 years. I will ask him to find you after 5 years. I see. Zao Wu left, leaving Tang Heo drinking alone, looking even more depressed. Two lines of tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and he murmured, brother, I'm sorry. In Wuhan City, there is a splendid restaurant. Zhu King has reserved the right to use the entire restaurant, prepared sumptuous dishes, and is waiting for the arrival of distinguished guests. Wow, it smells so good. A head with fiery red hair poked his head in from outside the door. His dark red eyes glanced at the big table in the center, and his eyes fell on the table full of delicacies. As for the Prince Zuking, as well as Ning Fengzi, the master of the 7 treasures glazed sect, and Shenzin, the sword Douluo sitting next to him, they were all ignored by her. Zhu King did not neglect. He was also a genius, even compared to herself. She did not show off. Has Amon Mayan come down? Zhu King asked gently with a smile on his face. Amon. He'll be there soon. He's walking too slowly. I'll come in first to explore the way for him. Yan Jin walked onto the dining table naturally, picked up a pig knuckle, and started to chew on it. None of the 3 people present were angry at her rude behavior. They just smiled. I've kept you waiting, your highness. A figure wearing a black robe and a pointed hat came in through the window. The expression on Zhu King's face was slightly stiff, and then he smiled and said, good night, your majesty. Amen. You really don't take the ordinary path. Sometimes, you can try another path. Maybe it will go more smoothly. Amon chuckled and sat across from Zuking River Point. When he saw Ning Fengzi and Yan Jin, Amon was slightly surprised. After thinking about it, he felt that this was normal. Qian Ringsu stayed as the crown prince of Xiandao, and Ning Fengzi and Yan Jin were her companions for this trip. The guardian will naturally stay with her. After eating some food and exchanging pleasantries, Zuking cleared his throat and said, "Does your majesty Amon have any ideas about the future?" Amon raised his right hand and touched the bottom of his glasses. He was silent for 2 seconds, as if in deep thought, and then slowly said, "Martial Soul Palace is very good. Xiandao Empire is not bad either, and Star Luo Empire looks okay. In addition, I have been admiring the Seven Treasures glazed sect for a long time. Isn't this just a complete lack of position?" Zuking complained in her heart and organized her words. "Then do you want to accept the employment of the Xiandao royal family? I can promise that I will give you the title of honorary marquis. The royal library will be open to you. If you have any needs, you can put them forward, and we will try our best to meet them. You don't need to accept the dispatch. Just declare to the outside world that you are the royal family's tribute, and occasionally help us when we are in trouble. Of course, we will also give corresponding rewards when you help." When in Xiandao City, Qian Ringsu wanted to recruit Amon as her subordinate, but now she has no such idea at all. A Xiandao prince is not qualified to ask a titled Douluo level strongman to be loyal. Amon chuckled. "Very generous conditions, but I have a question. I don't know whether these conditions are given by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to gain personal friendship with me, or by the Xiandao Empire to let me serve the empire. Of course it is the first one." Zuking glanced at Ning Fengzi and didn't say it out loud. Ning Fengzi just stood on her side vaguely. The object he supported has always been the Xiandao Empire, not just a certain person. The interests of the two of them are not completely consistent. If Zuking and Emperor Zuyi have a conflict, then there is no need to think too much. Ning Fengzi will definitely stand on the side of Emperor Zuyi. King pondered for a moment and said against his will, "Of course it's the second one." In front of Ning Fengzi, she couldn't show too much ambition. She had to maintain the image of the gentle prince and be a modest gentleman who cared about the empire. "It's the empire. Then can the conditions be changed? I want the title of duke, the kind with actual fiefdom, not just a title." Amon leaned back slightly, leaned back on the chair, and said softly, "This." Zuking showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. "Your Majesty Amon, this is not very practical. The Xiandao Empire can no longer give out such a large land to Infiaf, a real duke. For the Xiandao Empire, in addition to the two external enemies of the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire, the biggest destabilizing factor is the 5 principalities and kingdoms that were in Fiaft. So as long as Emperor Zuyi's brain is not cramped, he will not agree to such outrageous conditions, even if it is to recruit a titled Douluo. Amon stroked his monocle and smiled. "I only accept this condition. But there is one thing, Your Highness, you misunderstood. Although I also want a fiefdom that matches the status of a duke, I also know that the Xiandao Empire will not give out such a large piece of land. So, my request for the fiefdom is this." Amon's fingers moved slightly, and he took out a map from the space ring. After spreading it out, he took out a pen and casually drew a circle on it that was as big as 2 or 3 duchies. Only a small area, including the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family residence on the circle, belongs to the Xiandao Empire, which is only equivalent to a slightly larger baronial territory. The rest is the land of the Xingluo Empire. "Your Majesty Amon, you are." Zuking was also slightly stunned by this strange request. How could the land of other countries be divided to vassals? "I only need the official recognition of the Xiandao Empire that I own this land. As for whether the Xingluo Empire gives it or not, that's my business. They won't refuse." King understood what he meant. This is to bite off a piece of the Xingluo Empire's territory directly. This is no loss to the Xiandao Empire. Anyway, it is the Xingluo Empire that is worried. But after all, it is to confer a real duke, and the Emperor Zuyi must agree. King smiled. "Personally, I really want to agree to your request, but I don't have that much power. This requires the consent of my father." he will most likely agree, and I will try my best to fight for you. If it is to confer a real duke, you must publicly swear allegiance to the emperor. Can you accept this? Of course, believe me, I have always been loyal to the empire and his majesty, but I just suffer from the lack of opportunities to serve. Amon said with a smile. Zhu King raised his glass and saluted Amon, saying, then let us wish that the Xiandao Empire will have another Grand Duke Amon. Cheers, Ning. Fengzi also raised his glass and said with a smile, Grand Duke Amon, please. Cheers. Yan Jin grabbed a glass of juice and joined in. Cheers. Next, Zhu King talked to Amon about many details and finalized the cooperation intention between His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Grand Duke Amon. Finally, Zhu King reminded, Your Majesty Amon, if you want to take action against the Xingluo Empire, our Xiandao royal family can only support you and provide some material support. As long as they don't attack other territories of Xiandao, the royal family will not take direct action. No. I don't want others to interfere either. This is my own business. Amon nodded. After eating and drinking, the few people parted ways. Amon walked out of the restaurant, blowing the slightly cold night breeze, with a smile on his lips. Grand Duke Amon. Interesting. Chapter 152 Tang San, My Immortal Grass. When Tang San returned to the edge of the Stardao Great Forest and looked for Xiao Wu, but couldn't find her, he asked worriedly, Dad, where is Xiao Wu? Sit down. Tang Heo sat cross-legged on the grass, pointed to his side, and said solemnly. Tang San sat down, but his eyes kept looking around. No need to look for her, she's gone back to the depths of the Stardao Great Forest. Don't worry, she's safer there. Tang Heo said lightly. Gone. Why did Xiao Wu leave? Tang San couldn't help asking. I asked her to leave. Why? Dad, do you object to us being together? Tang San said excitedly. Tang Heo shook his head. I don't object, but she has to go. Can you protect her now? Tang San was silent. Recalling the experience in Wuhan City, Yan Jin, who was the same age as himself but more powerful, Amon, whose aura was so terrifying that he could not resist, and Bibidong, Yu Guan, Gui Mei and other titled Douluo. Yes, I'm just better among the young people, not the best, and the power I have is not worth mentioning in front of the real strong. Tang San adjusted his mentality and said softly, I understand, Dad. I will work hard to practice until I can protect myself and my lover. Tang Heo nodded with satisfaction. Very good. A real man should be able to take it and let it go. When one day you can shelter her from the wind and rain, you are qualified to find her. After a pause, he continued, Xiao-san, I didn't want to put so much pressure on you. I just hope you can be an ordinary person and live peacefully until you are old. But now, you have to work hard, because the situation you are facing now is very serious. The Wuhan Palace will definitely not give up if they know your girlfriend. A 100,000-year-old soul beast is enough to arouse their greed. Besides, because of me, when your talent is known to the Spirit Hall, they will definitely find ways to kill you. To prevent you from becoming a threat to the Spirit Hall when you grow up, there is one more thing you must remember. Your current life is given to you by your uncle regardless of his own life. This revenge must be avenged. Speaking of this, Tang San's mood became even heavier. Uncle, your uncle was originally the leader of the contemporary Haoshan sect, but even he could not survive under such circumstances. Tang Heo said with red eyes. I'm sorry for him and the sect. Tang San looked solemn and said in a deep voice, I know, Dad, I will definitely go to the Spirit Hall one day in the future and make them pay for this. Tang Heo said, there are many things you don't need to know now. Just remember that the Spirit Hall is our enemy. The hatred between our family and them is far more than that. You are still too weak now. From now on, you have to practice according to my arrangement until you meet my requirements. I will tell you everything. Speaking of this, he coughed twice, as if because of excitement, and coughed out a mouthful of dark red blood. Dad, are you injured? Tang San wanted to get up, but was held down by Tang Heo. Nothing, just a little old injury caused by the previous action. Tang Heo's face returned to calm. After a moment of silence, he said, I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. Among the questions you want to know, I can answer you 3 first. First, no one else in Shrek Academy will be in trouble. The spirit hall will not go to trouble them because of these things. Of course, you can't contact them again, otherwise they may really be implicated. It's time for you to separate. The master leads you into the door, and the practice is up to you. The master is undoubtedly a very good teacher, but you haven't made enough progress by following him all the time. Second, it's about Xiao Wu. This should be what you want to know most. Are you wondering why Xiao Wu is not strong as a 100,000-year soul beast? Tang Sun nodded immediately. This has always been a puzzle in his heart. Even Yu Xiao Gang knows very little about it. Tang Heo said softly. Soul beasts start practicing from birth and are divided into 5 levels. 10 years, 100 years, or 1000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. The span of each level is a qualitative change for soul beasts. When the soul beast's cultivation breaks through 10,000 years, its wisdom will grow rapidly. When it reaches a certain level, it will not be inferior to humans. When the soul beast cultivates to the realm of 100,000 years, it will reach a wonderful level. At this time, their strengths are almost the same, and they will also face a choice. Their strength has reached the peak, and their status among soul beasts is like that of titled Douluo among soul masters. They are no different from humans in wisdom, and there are 2 ways to go. One is to maintain their own strength and continue to live and face death after 1,000 years. The other is the road of adventure, that is, transformation. Transformation? Tang Sun looked at Tang Heo in surprise. Tang Heo nodded and said, yes, transforming into humans. Humans transformed by soul beasts must also have the best cultivation talent. If nothing goes wrong, they can successfully cultivate to the level of title Douluo, and then take a glimpse of the realm above the title, break through the 100th level, and become gods with infinite lifespan and immortality. Infinite lifespan, immortality. These 2 words made Tang Sun lose his mind for a while, which is the goal pursued by any intelligent creature. Xiao Wu is a soul beast that chose the second path. That's right, Tang Heo affirmed, and he explained to Tang Sun the difficulties, dangers, and challenges that soul beasts need to face when taking the path of transformation. These were all told to him by Yin. Finally, for the 3rd question, you must be curious whether the guy named Amon has really reached the realm of title Douluo. Mentioning this, Tang San's expression became much more serious. This was the first time that he felt such great pressure from his peers. The gap like a chasm was almost despairing. Yes, that person gave me a very dangerous feeling. When I returned to Shrek Academy, I learned that Douluo had been killed. Although the teacher guessed that the person responsible was Wuhan Hall, I always felt that Amon was suspected. It's very big. He has conflicts with Douluo. What? Douluo was killed? Tang Heo's expression changed slightly, and his face became more solemn. The only thing I'm sure of is that the aura he exuded at that time was not that powerful in himself, but the effect of some kind of soul skill. Piecing together a lot of scattered auras creates a massive illusion. If you reach the contra level, you should be able to tell if you look closely, and titled Douluo can easily distinguish. But even if it can be seen that it is very difficult for an ordinary title Douluo to overcome the huge pressure and attack him, and people below the title Douluo level are almost unable to resist him. Even contra-soul Douluo people have difficulty moving under that kind of power. So, even if you don't consider anything else, he is equal to title Douluo. If he becomes your enemy, he will be your biggest enemy in the future, even more terrifying than the spirit hall. Tang Heo was not by Tang San's side all the time. He didn't know some things about him, and he didn't know that the conflict between Tang San and Amon was already deep. Hearing such comments, Tang San was shocked and couldn't help but feel ridiculous and regretful about some of his previous actions. If I hadn't provoked Douluo and intensified their conflict, if I hadn't wanted to get rid of him because I was greedy for immortal grass, if I hadn't shown my hostility to him and done something that seemed smart but was actually ridiculous, it would have been wrong. Wouldn't there be such a big enemy? But there were no ifs in reality, so Tang San could only secretly warn himself to become stronger as soon as possible, work harder, and use the fastest speed to catch up with his opponent. Seeing that Tang Sun looked wrong, Tang Heo had a bad premonition in his heart. You shouldn't be enmity with him, right? Tang Sun nodded and admitted honestly, and explained the dispute between himself and Amon. Tang Heo's face twitched, and he couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought that the monster who might be the most talented monster in history would become his son's future opponent. He held his chin and pondered for a long time, seeming to have made a decision. Tang Sun suddenly thought of something. After Douluo died, the Eye of Ice and Fire became an ownerless place, and the fairy grass there also became an ownerless thing. Dad, let's go to the Sunset Forest quickly. There are many precious fairy grasses there. I can use them to make some highly poisonous things. I will also have more methods when facing strong enemies. Tang Heo didn't think much of this, but he didn't deny it directly, and said in a deep voice, I've told you what you want to know. After you choose the path of a soul master and appear in front of Wuhan Hall with a high profile, there is no way out. You can only keep getting stronger, otherwise, you will always live like a mouse in the gloom. As for the poisonous path you mentioned, I don't object to your research, but don't be too obsessed. This is just a trail after all. Now, have a good rest, and we will go to Sunset Forest tomorrow. Dad, if it was our men who killed Douluo, if we were late, the fairy grass might be gone. Tang Sun said somewhat eagerly. Tang Heo didn't take it too seriously and said lightly, if it's gone, it's gone. If it's really him, then he must have passed away long ago. There's no point in hurrying. Although there are conflicts between you and him, it's not to the point where we have to separate life and death. If you can, try to reconcile. Tang San wanted to argue again, but Tang Heo had lost the interest in talking anymore, and said without any doubt, I said, go and rest in the canyon where the ice and fire eyes are located. Amon picked off the last herb and put it into the ring-shaped space soul guide that he had just obtained in the past 2 days. That can store living creatures. With a faint smile on his face, the harvest is good, but it's not of much use. Amon was sitting on a stone, playing with a soul bone in his hand. It was one of the championship rewards of this Soul Master competition, the Skull of Spiritually Condensed Wisdom, TSK. Tell me, how should we hand this thing over to Tang Sun naturally? Chapter 153 Amon, Tang San, let 039s cooperate. As for how to send the soul bone to Tang San, Amon decided to take the simplest and most direct approach. Send it to him. There was no need for too many reasons. No need to arrange any opportunities. Just throw it directly in front of him. It was impossible for Tang Sun to refuse to use the soul bone that was sent to him, because he suspected Amon of some conspiracy. At most, he would be more cautious, but Amon didn't care whether the other party was wary of him. Without knowing his specific abilities, no matter how vigilant he was, it would be useless. When Tang Heo and Tang Sun came to the canyon outside the Yin Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, they saw Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat, sitting on a rock, and looking over with a smile. Tang San's face was gloomy. Amon's appearance here meant that he had been beaten to it, and he would return empty-handed this time. Good day, Your Majesty Heoshan. Amon greeted. After meeting the people from Shrek Academy, Tang Sun had learned what happened after they left that day, and knew that Tang Xiao died in Amon's hands in the end. Tang Heo had heard Tang San's retelling. Compared to others, he understood the characteristics of the Clear Sky Hammer better. He also guessed what Tang Xiao did in the end, and knew the real cause of Tang Xiao's death. His hatred was more focused on the Spirit Hall, on the two priests Yan Jin and Jiangmo. He was a little angry at Amon, who just blocked Tang Xiao's last attack, but not too much. Tang Heo nodded in response to Amon's greeting. Amon, you are here. Does it mean that you killed Douluo? Tang Sun asked. Amon stroked his monocle, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Douluo? Just a fool who has a way to die. What, you have a good relationship with him, and you want to avenge him? Before Tang Sun spoke, Tang Heo had already spoken. No, Xiao-san's relationship with him is not that good. Then, Tang Sun echoed, yes, I'm not familiar with him. Really? In this case, the biggest contradiction between us is gone. Do you want to cooperate? Amon smiled. Cooperation? Tang Heo raised his eyebrows, which was exactly what he wanted. He considered that, even if he took action now, he might not be able to keep Amon. To avoid Amon becoming Tang San's enemy in the future, the best way was for both parties to reconcile. Amon nodded, looked at Tang San and said, yes, cooperation. There is no deep hatred between us, right? I can ignore the fact that you reported Shinan to the spirit hall. Anyway, it didn't hurt me. It's not a bad thing for young people to have a sense of justice, but when doing justice, you should first think about what impact it will have on yourself. Tang San was stunned for a while, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be right. Although he had a lot of hostility towards Amon before, he didn't know it. The only thing he did was to report Shinan to the spirit hall, but that could also be explained as reporting the murderer out of justice and justice, and in the end it was still himself who was unlucky, and he didn't let the other party lose a bit. Amon paused, and then continued, as for Tang Zero, I just took his last move, and he died from the backlash of his soul skills. Burning his body was a last resort. In the situation at that time, even if I didn't let people burn it, his body would not be treated well by the spirit hall, and it might be worse, being hung up for public display or something. I did this to prevent his soul bones from falling into the hands of the spirit hall. In the previous matter, I helped you stop Bibidan for some time. To show my sincerity in cooperation, I can return 2 of Tang Zero's 3 soul bones to you. Soul bones. Tang San's breathing became a little faster. With the 8 spider lances, he naturally knew how precious soul bones were, and how much they added to combat power. Why did you do this? How do you want to cooperate? Tang Heo said in a deep voice. Amon said softly, in fact, you don't need to pay anything, just Tang San continues to grow. The power of the spirit hall is too strong. If we continue to let them grow, I'm afraid we will all have to live under the shadow of this behemoth in the future. Since you have a grudge against the spirit hall, your growth is a kind of restraint on the spirit hall, which is enough. I'm optimistic about Tang San's talent, and believe that he will definitely bring a lot of trouble to the spirit hall. Tang San felt a little ironic when he was praised for his talent by Amon, who was not much older than him, but was much stronger than him. Tang Heo asked, do you have a grudge against the spirit hall? Amon replied, no, it's just that it's not in my interest to let them dominate. Your identity means that you not only represent yourself, but the Haitian sect will also be involved. This can restrain a large part of the power of the spirit hall. Tang San thought for a while and said, since we are joining forces to deal with the spirit hall, you also need to do something to attract the attention of the spirit hall, instead of only us being hunted down. Heh. Amon sneered, if I need to confront this behemoth head on, why would I cooperate with you? I don't have any grudges with them. I'm just happy to cause them some trouble and hinder the development of the spirit hall. Whether you agree to cooperate with me or not has no effect on me, because as long as you are alive and continue to become stronger, you can involve part of the power of the spirit hall, and I can benefit from it. Unless you want to die, or don't consider continuing to become stronger. Tang San was silent. The initiative was completely in Amon's hands. They had no ability to refuse, but they also had no reason to refuse. However, he still wanted to gain more benefits for himself. Why not return all 3 soul bones? Amon shrugged, I've been busy so much, I must have some gains. Tang Heo nodded and agreed. Okay, that's it. Amon threw the right arm bone left by Tang Zio and the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration overtaking the soul bone. Tang Heo took a look at the head soul bone in his hand and asked, isn't this the soul bone left by my eldest brother? It's more suitable for Tang San. Amon responded. He did not stay in the canyon any longer and turned to leave. Watching Amon disappear in the poisonous miasma left by Douluo, Tang San looked puzzled. That is what he said just now true? Tang Heo shook his head. I don't know how much truth and how much falsehood in his words. Normally, no one would easily hand over soul bones for such a reason. Tang San suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, is it possible that he is concerned about the Haitian sect and does not want to be our enemy? The intention of handing over to soul bones is actually to make us recognize his ownership of the other soul bone. Tang Heo nodded slightly. This possibility is not ruled out. He handed the soul bones in his hand to Tang San. I have checked them. There is no problem with these two soul bones. The quality is very good. They are more than 50,000 years old. No matter what he plans, you can only face it better if you strengthen yourself. It's not safe here. Don't absorb it for the time being. Dad. Tang San suddenly called out. Tang San gritted his teeth and asked the doubts in his heart. Was my mother killed by the spirit hall? Tang Heo's whole body trembled. His eyes suddenly opened, and his sharp eyes were like two lightning bolts appearing at night. The violent emotional fluctuations flashed across his body. I said, there are many things you don't need to know now. If you want to know everything, make yourself stronger as soon as possible and make yourself meet my requirements. Now, follow me. Tang Heo returned to his previous taciturn self and did not speak, but walked in front with big strides. Tang San followed behind him and had to concentrate his soul power to barely keep up point along the way. He did not take the main road, but looked for complex terrain to move forward. In the first few days, Tang Heo's speed was not too fast point, but later, the speed continued to increase, and Tang San had to do his best to barely keep up point, because he was moving too fast. Tang San did not care about distinguishing the direction. On the 7th day, he had no idea where he was. Tang Heo had little time to rest every day, only 2 hours, and the rest of the time was spent on traveling, which made Tang San's body reach an extreme state point. This walk took half a month. Tang San followed his father, stopped, and looked forward. In front of him was a rolling mountain range, and even the outermost peaks. The peaks went straight into the clouds, and the whole picture could not be seen clearly. Use your 8 spider lance and keep up with me. After Tang Heo said this, he jumped up and ran straight to the mountain wall in front of him, climbing up along the nearly vertical mountain wall and quickly flew upward. Tang San took a deep breath, condensed his soul power, and the 8 spider lance behind him broke through his outer clothes and pierced out, suddenly stretching out. He was like a spider, barely keeping up with Tang Heo. Tang Heo was like a tireless machine, taking Tang San over one mountain after another quickly, and it took nearly half a day to go deep into the mountains. Half a day's journey made Tang San, who had been using the 8 spider lance to travel, dizzy. Just when he was about to give up, Tang Heo finally stopped. They came to a pool of water. The water was clear and deep, like a huge big sapphire. On one side of the pool, a waterfall about 20 meters wide was like a jade belt across the 200-meter high mountain wall, making a deafening noise. The waterfall poured down and hit the pool, splashing countless water. Under the sunlight, a colorful rainbow spanned the pool, which was indescribably gorgeous. Tang Heo stood there quietly, his eyes always on the waterfall that was like the Milky Way pouring down. His cold expression changed, and a trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes. The father and son stood by the pool like this. After a long time, Tang San turned his head and looked at his side. Tang Heo finally moved his eyes away, looked at Tang San and said, in the next 2 years, this will be your place to live and practice. You should have the ability to eat and drink by yourself. Now, recover your body and absorb the 2 soul bones. I know. Tang San nodded heavily. Although Amon expressed his intention to cooperate and gave him 2 soul bones, Tang San was always wary of him. While he was longing for the 2 soul bones, he secretly thought, no matter what conspiracy he has, as long as I become stronger, I can face it, and then I will make him empty-handed. Chapter 154. On a ceremony, Zhu King left Wuhan City and returned to Xiandao Palace, where he mentioned Amon to Emperor Zhu Yi. When he heard that a genius like Amon was willing to get close to the Xiandao royal family, Emperor Zhu Yi couldn't help but show some joy, but the subsequent request made him hesitate. The 5 principalities and kingdoms in the empire were already enough headaches for him, and the impact of adding a duke who was not under the control of the royal family was difficult to predict. So, he put the matter on the court for discussion and brainstorming. Prince Zuxing was the first to stand up and express his opposition. Brother, this is absolutely not possible. It is obvious that Amon will not be under our control, and how loyal he is to the royal family is also unknown. By then, I'm afraid it will be another principality. Although he said it with great righteousness, he actually didn't want Zhu King to help more. Zhu King retorted, all we need to pay is a barony. Even if he can swallow up so many territories of the Xingluo Empire and establish a principality, it is not a bad thing for us. A principality that nominally obeys Xiandao is always better than a powerful Xingluo Empire, Your Majesty. If Amon is in fee after a duke, when he expands outward, will the Xingluo Empire think that it is Your Majesty's intention and counterattack and start a war? This must be prevented. An experienced official said, yes, it must be prevented. Under your rule, the national strength of Xiandao is steadily improving. We can't fall into the quagmire of war at this time. Zhu Crossing said loudly. Zhu King argued, I have explained this to Amon. He said that he does not need our military support. We only need to be prepared in other directions. In addition, he also promised that he would not start a war within 3 years and would try to solve the problem through other means. Also, the most important point is that we are not the only one he has chosen. If we refuse, he might accept the recruitment of the Xingluo Empire. As long as Xingluo can offer similar conditions, he dares. An official shouted angrily. Is he still a member of our Xiandao Empire? He actually wants to join Xingluo. Traitor, traitor, emperor. Zhu Yu pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. Agree to his request. We cannot let such a strong man be won over by the Xingluo Empire. Amon created an image of a strong man comparable to Super Douluo in the Soul Master competition, which made no one ignore his opinion. Even Emperor Zhu Yi had to fully consider his attitude point. The next day, Zhu King told Amon, who also came to Xiandao City, the news. 4. Your title. I have put a lot of effort. In a pavilion in a lake, Zhu King looked at the wide lake and stood with his hands behind his back. Thank you for the help of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Between Zhu Beng and you, I will stand firmly on your side. Amon promised. Zhu King smiled and suddenly asked, what about me and the Spirit Hall? Amon smiled and did not answer directly. I'm the Duke of the Empire. The awarding ceremony was held together with other Soul Masters who were canonized by Emperor Zhu Yi. At the main entrance of the palace, 2 rows of knights wearing gold and red armor were on both sides. Emperor Zhu Yi stood quietly at the top of the steps. There was also a group of nobles watching the ceremony around him. Amon, Romil and some others walked through the guard of honor on the red carpet. There were many familiar faces among the canonized people, all of whom were contestants in this Soul Master competition. Amon also saw Bing Lan and Gong Chenggan. Both parties nodded, as if to say hello. The canonized Soul Masters stopped in front of Emperor Zhu Yi and stood in a row. Zhu Yi took medals from the brocade plate held by the attendant beside him and put them on the chests of the Soul Masters. Every time a medal is given to a person, the MC will loudly announce the name, title, and fief of the Soul Master. The Soul Masters who were awarded the title showed excitement on their faces. For many people, this is a lifetime honor. In the preliminaries, the general players of the top 5 teams were awarded the title of Baron, and the captain and vice captain were awarded the title of Viscount. Binglan and Gong Chenggan were also awarded the title of Viscount, because the Northland Academy finally won the Soul Master competition. Rommel, as the vice captain of the Northland Academy, was awarded the title of Earl. The other Soul Masters who participated in the awarding ceremony looked at him with envy. This time, due to the special circumstances, they were able to obtain the title more easily. But there will be no such good opportunities in the future, and many people will stay in their current titles for life. Finally, when it was Amon's turn, Emperor Zhu Yi's attitude was obviously different. When he was wearing the medal for others, he was looking down from a high position, but when he was wearing the medal for Amon, he deliberately walked down a step and stood on the same level with Amon. When Amon saluted him, he returned the salute in the same posture. This made the others dumbfounded. When the MC shouted that Amon was awarded the title of Duke, there was an uproar. Even Binglan and Gong Chenggan were slightly surprised. This was a real Duke. Emperor Zhu Yi returned to the highest point and said in a deep voice, in the past, you were outstanding students. Now, you have transformed into nobles of the empire and become my subjects. I hope that in the days to come, you can guard against arrogance and impetuosity, continue to improve yourself, and serve the imperial family as you did in the past. Serve and contribute to the prosperity of the Xiandao Empire. Your will is our mission. Amon wore a black gilt dress and a golden medal inlaid with gems on his chest. He put his hand on his chest and bowed slightly point after the investiture ceremony. It happened to be noon, and Emperor Zui ordered people to prepare a banquet point. The splendid hall, crystal chandeliers, colorful paintings, ornate windows, and well-made tables and chairs that looked like they were expensive at first glance made Rommel's eyes widen. It's so luxurious, much more luxurious than the nobles in the north. Rommel sighed, tore off a duck leg from the roast duck on the table, and started chewing it. Binglan was a little absent-minded, looking frequently at Zuking. Gongchengan was holding a 3-foot-long lobster, clumsily cutting it with the pliers with a table knife. What happened to the ice cube? Rommel's mouth was full of oil. It seems like she's in love, Gongchengan said thiefly. Who did she fall in love with? Rommel raised his eyebrows and asked in a gossipy tone. It should be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Amon and Emperor Zui were sitting at the same table, and there were only two of them here. Emperor Zui picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip, and asked, Duke Amon, I remember you are 20 years old this year. Yes, in fact, I'm also surprised. It is a great honor for me to be able to sit here and talk to your majesty at this age. Amon leaned back on the chair with a smile. Haha, I'm honored to be able to see a future ultimate Douluo rise in my lifetime. Emperor Zui said with a smile. Suddenly, he changed the topic and asked, I already have a wife at your age. Do you have a girl you like? Do you want me to help introduce one? There are also princesses of the right age to be married in the royal family. This old man is worried about their marriage. Amon raised his right hand, stroked his monocle, and said softly, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of getting a wife for the time being. A woman will only affect the speed of my cultivation. Emperor Zui looked slightly disappointed and said, no wonder you have achieved such success as a soul master. Talent is important, but hard work is also inseparable. He sighed, shook his head and said, it's a pity that I didn't understand it at the beginning and wasted the best time. Otherwise I would have had a glimpse of the possibility of being banned. Amon shook his head and said half complimentally, you just spent your training time on governing the country. The Xiandao Empire can change its previous decline and gradually reverse the situation. From being weaker than Xingluo to now being able to compete with it, it is inseparable from your efforts. Emperor Zui felt a little happy in his heart. This was the greatest achievement in his life. However, the joy on his face did not last long before it turned into a sad look. The threat from the Star Luo Empire is gradually decreasing, but another behemoth is beginning to show its fangs. Duke, have you been to Wuhan City too? Do you have any ideas? Amon sat up straight and said in a slightly solemn tone, the Wuhan Palace has deviated from its original intention of existence and has become a factor affecting the stability of the empire. It cannot be allowed to develop. As far as I know, the Wuhan Palace there are also several factions within. Maybe your majesty can try to win over and divide them. Emperor Zui nodded. Some people have proposed such a plan in recent years, but it has achieved little success so far. King is working hard on this, but there are many difficulties. King has connections with some people in Wuhan Palace. Emperor Zui cannot be unaware of this, but she made these connections obvious in a reasonable way to cover up her relationship with Wuhan Palace. A real relationship point after all. No one would have thought that the dignified prince of a country would actually be from Wuhan Palace. Your Majesty, don't worry. We have the same point of view on this issue. I don't hope that there will be a behemoth that can monopolize the development of soul masters. Amon smiled. On the matter of containing the spirit palace, maybe the Star Luo Empire will also be our help. Xingluo Empire. Zui pondered slightly, his eyes dark compared to the Xiandao Empire. The Xingluo Empire hates the Wuhan Palace even more. If the Wuhan Palace had not intervened in the previous years, when the Xiandao national power was weak and Xingluo was strong, they would have sent troops to destroy the Xiandao Empire, fight and unify the continent. Although Zuking was talking to others, her attention was always on Emperor Zui and Amon. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, it was very clear to her she couldn't help but feel amused as she listened to the two of them plotting loudly about how to deal with Wuhan Palace. Chapter 155, City of Slaughter. Amon's fiefdom, as he requested, is at the border between the Xiandao Empire and the Xingluo Empire. As for the Xingluo territory that Amon circled, it only exists in their secret agreement, and has not been announced to the public. In fact, even the territory that Zhu Yi gave him, the ownership is still controversial. It has always been a disputed area between the Xiandao Empire and the Xingluo Empire. In addition, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is also rooted here, making the situation here more complicated. This also makes the outside world have a little doubt about the actual status of Amon, the newly promoted duke, because the fiefdom given by Zhu Yi is really not good, even worse than an ordinary viscount territory. The Xingluo Empire expressed its dissatisfaction at the first time, believing that the Blue Dragon territory belongs to its own country, and is an inseparable part of the Xingluo Empire since ancient times. If the Xiandao Empire insists on its own way, they don't mind using war to take it back. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was quite quiet, and did not make a statement. As one of the top 3 sects, they were confident that no matter who ruled this territory, they must meet their demands and consider their interests, otherwise they would use corresponding force to make them understand what the top 3 sects meant. As the person involved, Amon didn't care about this at all. He didn't even go to his own territory. After asking Emperor Zhu Yi for the right to govern, he left it behind. For him, this is not important. Although it is not completely a whim, just for fun, it ranks very low in his planning priority. In Douluo continent, there is not only one way to become a god, but also to become a god through faith. In the original work, the sea god before Tangsun relied on this method to collect faith for 1,000 years before successfully ascending to the throne. If Amon fails to steal the throne, he will look for a throne and try to take the assessment himself to inherit it. If it still doesn't work, there is only one last way: to conquer the continent by himself and collect faith. And this dukedom is the starting point of his conquest. However, this method is too troublesome, and it is a helpless move that cannot be successful in stealing or inheritance. Therefore, Amon will only go to clean up the territory when he is free. Now, for him, the value of the entire territory may not be as good as the news of the location of a soul beast. A small town in the north of the empire welcomed 2 outsiders, a young man with a crow on his shoulder and an old man in a white robe. The young man asked the old man beside him, "Mr. Walter, how many people in the spirit hall know about the killing city?" Walter shook his head. "Not many, but not a few. Due to the rule that the place is allowed to enter, but not to leave, it can be regarded as a large prison. For thousands of years, it has been attracting those desperate degenerates. If you only look at the surface, the existence of the killing city has a positive effect on maintaining social stability, because those scum and villains can't get out after they go in. We have never blocked the news about the killing city, and we even actively spread it in some places where criminals gather. In addition, as far as I know, the Spirit Hall will regularly give the killing city a batch of daily supplies. Of course, this should be just the surface. As for the deeper reasons, I have no way of knowing. I used to suspect that the killing city was actually the place where the Spirit Hall secretly cultivated Deadpool, but later found that it was not the case. When I wanted to investigate in depth, the Great Worshipper dissuaded me. Now you ask me about this place again, which makes me more sure that there are very important secrets hidden in the killing city. Amon teased the crow and said with a smile, "There are indeed very important secrets, but for most people, this secret is dispensable. Only those who stand at the top will use it. The secret that only the top strong can use." Walter pondered for a moment and did not continue the topic. The town is not large, but the atmosphere is very strange. The people around give people a faint chill. Everyone's eyes are full of vigilance and keep a certain distance from others. They came to a tavern, and Walter showed the taverner's Spirit Hall token. The tavern said wait a moment and left through the small door behind him. When he appeared again, a sturdy man with a scar on his forehead was following him. "A person from the Spirit Hall? What's the matter?" asked the scarred sturdy man. "I want to enter the killing city. What kind of process should I follow?" Amon asked gently. "Enter the killing city?" The scarred sturdy man looked strange. "You don't look like a fallen person. Even if you are a person from the Spirit Hall, you have to abide by the rules. I have my goal. Amon nodded gently. Okay. The sturdy man with a scar on his forehead didn't say more. He clapped his hands and said, okay, everyone, listen to me. I'm the Terror Knight Wilson, the guide of the Killing City. Now, those who want to enter the Killing City, please stay, and those who have nothing to do with it, leave. Have you thought it through? I have never seen anyone leave the Killing City. Walter asked. No, you have seen it. Bibi Dong is one, and Tang Heo is also one. Amon smiled. Walter's pupils shrank slightly. He nodded and walked out of the tavern. Amon looked at the crowd around him who were excited by Wilson's words and stroked his monocle. Is it finally starting? I've been waiting for many days. Hurry up and tell me. I can't wait to see the legendary paradise for criminals. Wilson looked around the tavern, counted the number of people, and said lightly, kill them. Only 3 people can enter. After saying this, the tavern fell into silence. When the first person pointed his weapon at someone else, the fight began. Amon stole his sense of existence and made everyone ignore him. He sat quietly aside, drinking a glass of Bloody Mary, a specialty of the Killing City. Bloody Mary is human blood with some seasonings, which tastes very bad and does not suit Amon's taste. Not all soul masters want to enter the Killing City. There are ordinary people, at least among the guests in the tavern, except Amon. There is only one soul master. The level of this soul master is not high, with only one soul ring, but it is this soul ring that makes people around him stay away from him. More than a dozen people compete for the remaining 2 places at this moment. Suddenly a crossbow arrow passed through the crowd and shot into the throat of the soul master. The soul master's eyes were full of incredible colors. One hand covered his throat, and the other hand stretched forward, as if asking for help. He fell heavily to the ground and lost his voice. Ha. Bah. The man who attacked him spat on his body with disdain. He's just a soul master. Why are you pretending? After more than 10 minutes, there were only 3 guests left standing, including the one who killed the soul master with a crossbow. He asked, is this okay? Just then, a dagger pierced his heart. Amon used his soul power to block the bloodshot at him and gently pushed the body aside. Wilson's pupils contracted and his mind was shocked. Only then did he remember that there was such a person as Amon. Damn it. It was because of him that I opened this reception, and he was sitting over there, but I forgot about him. Even if I saw him, I subconsciously ignored him. What kind of terrifying ability is this? Wilson looked at Amon with fear, his heart filled with horror. The other 2 people who passed the test took a few steps to the side, silently distanced themselves from Amon, with puzzled eyes and surprised expressions. They had no idea where Amon came from. Ask yourself, what would happen if you were the one being attacked? There is only one answer. You will become a corpse without any resistance. Wilson took a deep breath, calmed down, and tried to speak in a calm tone. It seems that the result has come out. Congratulations to the 3 of you for qualifying to go to the City of Slaughter. Now, please follow me. He took the 3 people to the basement of the tavern, opened a secret door, and walked in. It was pitch black around, and nothing could be seen. A faint blue fire lit up, and Wilson said, don't make a sound, follow me quietly. Walking in the narrow and long downward corridor, the cold wind came from the front from time to time, and Amon strode forward without hesitation. Anyway, this is just a clone, and it will die. If it dies. The other 2 were a little uneasy, but they followed closely. They had already come here, and they could not retreat. When they walked more than 1,000 steps, a cold voice sounded from all directions and echoed in their ears. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world of killing and blood. Here you can get everything you want, and all you need to pay is your insignificant life. After passing through an open door, there was suddenly light in front. They came to an empty wilderness. In front of them was a black city. The thick city walls were extremely wide, and a purple moon hung in the sky. The moon was very low, as if you could reach it by raising your hand. The sky outside the moon was pitch black, like the deepest night, and looking at it for a long time would give people a sense of unknown fear. Amon's martial soul also has the characteristics of Starbug, which is most sensitive to changes in space. He understood that he was no longer in the original world, and the City of Slaughter was in another space. At the same time, he also realized that his soul skills had become silent and could no longer be used. This is different from his own stealing. The soul skill is still there, but it is sealed by a special force and cannot be used. But the soul power can still be used. The improvement of his control over his body and soul power attached to his first soul skill and the improvement of his insight attached to his third soul skill still exist and are not sealed together. In addition, he can still materialize the soul power and change its form at will. The skills attached to the soul bone are not suppressed by the rules of the Killing City. The Killing City suppresses Amon's combat power more severely than others. Because others can basically not use soul skills when facing Amon, but Amon can use them. The rules of the Killing City suppress the soul skills of both sides. In contrast, Amon has become weaker. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Parasitism. Wilson led Amon and others to a city gate, and he handed a black sign to each of the 3 people. Amon took the sign with a skull logo, which had a number on it. 5200. He glanced at the sign numbers of the 2 people beside him, which were 4789 and 9876. It seems that these signs are used, and the numbers have no practical meaning. Amon stared at the city gate in the distance with a faint smile on his face. Led by Wilson, the 3 of them walked to the city gate. 2 rows of black armored warriors stood there quietly, exuding a cold and murderous atmosphere. There were already many people waiting at the city gate. A girl in black veil walked out of the city. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure, and exuded a seductive and dangerous aura. She said in a cold and pleasant voice, "Welcome to the Killing City. Next, I will explain the rules of the Killing City to everyone. The Killing City is divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city is a place without rules. You can kill people at will and do whatever you want. Of course, you may be killed at any time. The outer city does not allow random killing, but at the same time, you will not get much enjoyment. Everyone needs to participate in the hell killing field once a year. As long as you pass a battle, you can live in the Killing City for another year, or you can continue to live in the Killing City by contributing 2 glasses of Bloody Mary every month. Compared with the first danger, this is much safer, but it is also a slow suicide. How to choose is up to you. Now, I will take you in to feel the atmosphere of the inner city and the outer city. As newcomers, you have a protection period of 12 hours. During this period, as long as you are no more than 5 meters away from me, no one will dare to attack you. After 12 hours, the protection period disappears, and you officially become residents of the Killing City. Amon didn't have a killing god behind him, and he didn't enjoy the one-on-one guidance of the black-veiled girl like Tangson in the original novel. He mixed in the crowd and followed the black-veiled girl silently. The outer city was very empty, and there were few people on both sides of the road. Almost everyone's face showed an unhealthy paleness, skinny and withered, not much better than a beggar. There were some simple black stone houses on both sides of the street. This was the food distribution station set up by the City of Slaughter, and those beggar-like people were queuing there waiting for food to be distributed. Such a scene made many people who came in with great expectations feel a chill in their hearts. Such a cold and dead place was completely different from the paradise of sin they imagined. As if she saw what they were thinking, the black-veiled girl said lightly, "Evil people are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. These are useless trash, and they dare not face death directly, so they naturally have no qualifications to enjoy." After walking for an hour, the black-veiled girl led the crowd to a city wall. This was the inner city wall, not very tall, with the gates wide open, and no guards. The girl's cold voice sounded, "The inner city does not need guards. You can enter at any time. Remember, don't leave me more than 5 meters, otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." The inner city is completely different from the outer city, as if you have come to another world. Here, people are extremely extravagant and indulge in luxury. But beyond this luxury, there is also extreme chaos and extreme distortion. Fights can be seen everywhere. Some people vent their primitive desires in the street. 2, 3, or even several people, their white bodies entangled together. A gorgeous woman screamed as she was stripped naked by a big man. A group of people applauded and then lined up to wait. A burly muscular black woman pressed a handsome boy under her. One of the team was attracted by the surrounding scenes and fell behind unconsciously, more than 5 meters away from the black veil girl. Then, he was dragged away by a group of people, leaving only a shrill howl. TSK. The paradise of beasts, a bit like a devil's ritual. Amon commented calmly. He left the crowd quietly. The black whistle girl noticed his departure and said nothing. She was just completing her mission and would not interfere with other people's choices walking on the road. Amon soon ran into trouble. 3 young men surrounded him with malicious smiles on their faces. Hey, is this a newcomer? Yes, I saw him leave the team led by the messenger with my own eyes. One person said, he looks pretty white, but I don't know what your blood tastes like. Another person smiled sinisterly. Amon raised his right hand, touched the bottom edge of his monocle, and chuckled. I just want to find a place to live. Is there a quiet place around? Hahaha. Quiet? Don't worry, you will feel quiet soon. After all, the dead will not be woken up again. As soon as the voice fell, the man's head exploded with a bang. The skull was opened, and red and white were scattered all over the ground. Yeah. Bullet. The rules of the killing city only suppress soul ring skills, and soul bone skills and self-created skills are not included. In this place, where soul skills cannot be used, this simple trick is particularly useful. This is not the answer I want. Amon said lightly. Soul Master, how is it possible? Why can you still use skills? One person was frightened. The other person slowly retreated and then ran away. Amon raised his right hand, stretched out his right index finger and thumb, and shot another air bullet and blew up the chest of the fleeing man. He asked the people who were still alive, now, can you tell me where there is a quiet place to live around? The remaining tall and thin man nodded hurriedly and said, please follow me. He walked and said, in this killing city, there is no absolutely safe place. No matter who you are, you may die at any time, but around those strong people who have won many games in the hell killing field, people will always be more restrained. It is relatively quiet, but you need to be careful not to anger those strong people. Amon followed him to a single family villa with a large area in front and backyards. This is where a person who has won more than 30 games lives. If you want to obtain the right to live nearby, it is best to get his approval. There are many people around here, all serving him. Okay, you can go. Amon walked directly into the villa. The guide did not leave immediately, as he was curious about the next result. His curiosity cost him his life. A cloaked man approached him silently from behind and stabbed his neck with a dagger. Amon entered the house and saw the owner of the house, who was taking off his pants and putting the legs of a pretty woman on his shoulders, ready to vent his desire. Seeing Amon, he said calmly, wait a moment, wait for me 3 minutes. As a strong man who has won many times in the killing field of hell, he is confident in his strength and seems particularly calm when meeting a strange visitor. Amon said politely, then I will come back in 3 minutes. He left the house, and several time worms flew out from his palm, forming a faint, old and mottled clock shadow. This does not have any extraordinary functions. Although the time worm does not have any time-related skills at present, the time-related characteristics it possesses can be used only for timing. As the pointer turned, time passed by minute. 3 minutes later, Amon pushed open the door and walked back in. The owner was already dressed and looked refreshed. He showed his martial spirit, which was a samurai sword. Tell me, what do you want to find me for? Amon smiled and said, I want to find a quieter place to live. I heard that this place is good. The owner looked at Amon and saw that he looked good. He liked beautiful women, but he could also accept beautiful men. So he smiled and said, okay, you can move in. You can sleep in my room tonight. The smile on Amon's face gradually disappeared, and he whispered, I also want to ask you to die. The owner of the house did not hesitate, and immediately drew his sword to chop. He felt the murderous aura from Amon. In the city of slaughter, killing and being killed do not require too many reasons. Even a glance, an unintentional word, or even because you stepped out of the door with your left foot first, may bring you a fatal disaster. If someone shows murderous intent to you, and you can beat him, then don't hesitate. Treat him as a brother and chop him. Amon raised his right hand and shot 2 air bullets. The owner of the house is worthy of being a strong man who has won more than 30 games in a row in the hell killing field. He cut the air bullets with 2 swords, then quickly stepped forward and rushed to Amon's neck with a sharp sword. Soul power materialized and formed. The spherical barrier was instantly cut open, sending the owner flying. Then, a continuous stream of air bullets blocked all his escape routes. With Amon's accurate prediction, an empty bullet shot through his eyeball and exploded in his head. Amon successfully became the new owner of the house. The change of ownership of the villa only caused a small turmoil in the surrounding area, which then calmed down. After all, this is the city of killing, and it would not be surprising if anyone died. After that, several groups of people boldly attacked Amon and were killed. Through several killings, Amon became famous in the surrounding area and won the respect of the surrounding residents. Amon stood on the roof, staring at the sky above. On his shoulders, a crow with a white circle on one eye stayed. He brought it in specially after parasitizing it to gather intelligence. Amon cannot parasitize others by force because he is at his most vulnerable when he is parasitic. Once the host is hostile to him, he can easily expel or kill the time worm in his body. In other words, if the host is not hostile and does not resist his parasitism, he can parasitize. Amon is best at finding various loopholes. Since he can't parasitize by force, he can find a way to make the host willing. His soul power is corrosive with the mental pollution of talking. He can use this mental pollution to destroy the selected. The spirit of a certain host is forced to make the other party not resist, thus achieving the condition of voluntary. Amon has only mastered this method recently because his level was too low before, and the pollution characteristics in his soul power were not strong, so it could not be realized. Until not long ago, Amon's level was raised again, and the pollution characteristics contained in his soul power were further enhanced, which made the past ideas possible. However, this method cannot be used on humans or other creatures with higher intelligence, because even if their spirits are destroyed, they will leave a stronger resistance instinct. Crows, baboons and other smart, but not very intelligent ordinary animals are the limit of what Amon can forcibly control at present. Chapter 157. You got the wrong person. After absorbing the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, Tang San's purple demon eye reached the peak of the 3rd level of the mustard seed, and his spiritual power was greatly improved. Not far from the general title Douluo. Another right arm bone left by Tang Zio, called the right arm bone of strength amplification, brought Tang San a simple and crude skill, amplification of strength. The soul power improvement brought by the 2 soul bones also brought Tang San's soul power level to level 50. These 250,000-year soul bones brought Tang San a great improvement, which was stronger than the 8 spider lance, which had growth potential, but the initial effect was not obvious. This also made Tang San have a stronger desire for soul bones. Tang Heo was very satisfied with his son's progress. A soul sect under the age of 15, and a soul sect who was about to be promoted to Soul King, was also the first in the history of Haoshan sect. He began to teach Tang San the chaotic cloak hammer method. After sealing Tang San's soul power, he asked him to take the iron hammer to practice on a round stone under the waterfall. The impact of the water flow and the smooth rock added a lot of difficulties to his hammer wielding action. With continuous training day after day, the time Tang San could hold on the stone increased. By the 5th day, he could hold on for more than 10 seconds due to the extra right arm bone and the stimulation brought by Amon. Tang San's progress was faster than in the original book. Tang Heo decided to let him get the 5th spirit ring and took him to the vicinity of the Blue Silver King. Release your blue silver grass and then feel it with your heart. Hearing this, Tang San sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, released the blue silver grass martial spirit, and his mental power quietly spread around. He felt that the blue silver grass around him was cheering and following the guidance. Passing through the forest full of towering ancient trees, Tang San came to a huge plant that looked like it was condensed by countless vines, with a clear body and a crystal surface around it. The blue silver grass grew particularly lush. You are here, my king, in The killing city, a crow with a white ring on its right eye, circled in the sky, its dark body blending into the deep eternal night, making it difficult to be detected. There are many entrances to the slaughter city, distributed all over the Douluo continent, but no matter which entrance you enter, you will eventually arrive at the city gate. The crow flapped its wings and landed on the top of the city wall. As the space rippled, a girl with long black hair walked towards the city gate under the guidance of the guide. At the city gate, the girl in black veil had been waiting for a long time. The newcomer was Bibi Dong's disciple, Fox Demon Hulina. At this moment, there was a trace of hesitation in her eyes, confusion about the unknown and a faint fear, but soon, these emotions disappeared, replaced by a face of determination. Amon, who was lying on the roof, suddenly sat up, raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower bottom edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb respectively, and smiled at the corners of his mouth, whispering to himself, "Finally, someone is here. TSK, interesting. Who?" Lina, led by the messenger of the King of Slaughter, walked through the dead silent outer city and walked towards the chaotic inner city. When she saw the violent, bloody, and lustful environment in the inner city, her eyes showed a strong discomfort. Everything here made her feel sick from the bottom of her heart. Did the teacher fight her way out of such a place? Since she can do it, then I must do it too. I can't embarrass her. With this idea in mind, Hulina took the initiative to leave the Black Veil girl and walk towards the last man outside the hell killing field. "Hey, give me your Bloody Mary," she said to the man. "Miss 9960, if you take the initiative to provoke, it will be assumed that the newcomer protection period is over." The Black Veil girl reminded. Hearing this, the man holding the Bloody Mary drank the blood in the cup in one gulp, licked his lips, and looked at Hulina with a grin. "Hey, girl, you look pretty good. I won't go to the hell killing field to watch the battle today. It would be more comfortable to fight with you for a few rounds." A cold light flashed in Hulina's eyes, and her figure flashed. The dagger in her hand cut the man's throat without hesitation. Seeing her decisive move, the black veiled girl showed a slight surprise in her eyes, and then returned to normal. Hulina picked up the wine glass on the ground, collected the blood spurting from her cut neck, and poured the blood into a container outside the door of the hell killing field like the people who entered before. After entering, she did not sign up directly, but planned to watch a few battles first, and then participate in the competition, after she understood the fighting mode in the hell killing field better. After all, courage and recklessness are not the same thing. When you come to an unfamiliar place, you naturally have to find out everything here before taking action. Walking into the hell killing field, a battle is going on. There are only 3 players left in the field. 2 seriously injured players teamed up to deal with another person who was only slightly injured. They held steel knives and kept slashing at their opponents. The use of weapons is not prohibited in the hell killing field. No matter what method is used, as long as you can kill the opponent and walk out alive, it will be fine. After watching several games and having a certain understanding of this 10-person deathmatch, Hulina felt more confident and signed up. She waited quietly in the contestant area, feeling a little nervous and excited. When the game really started, Hulina felt the horror of the hell killing field. Surrounded by the carnival audience, they were all fanatical, shouting wildly and waving their arms to cheer for the contestants on the field. In the arena, all around were opponents with murderous intent in their eyes, like the hungriest beasts. They were on guard against each other and kept a distance from each other. In such an atmosphere, she was tense and did not dare to be careless. The most burly man moved, and he swung his knife at the thin man. As he started, a melee broke out in the arena. A slightly fat man attacked Hulina with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Hulina held a dagger and responded cautiously. She found that the fat man's attack looked fierce, but his actual strength was not strong. She immediately understood the other party's idea. He was saving his strength. Hulina was not stupid. She knew that once she showed too much strength, it would easily cause others to besiege her. In the previous few games, the strongest people often did not survive to the end. She was not in a hurry to deal with the fat man, even though it was a very simple thing for her. When the number of participants dropped sharply to 4, the fat man began to exert his strength. Everyone wants to save energy, and the others are not stupid. If they don't decide the winner, they will probably face the siege of the other 4 people who have dealt with one opponent each. Lina suddenly dodged the fat man's long sword, grabbed the shield with one hand, pulled it hard, and flipped over, came behind the fat man, and stabbed him in the heart. Her sudden outburst surprised the other 4 people slightly, and then they looked at each other, and attacked her at the same time. The scene just now proved Lina's strength. None of them was sure to beat her, so joining forces to fight the enemy became their only choice. Even if she couldn't use the soul ring skills, her soul power was still there, and the physical enhancement brought by the soul power level in the past was also there. Lina was confident that she could deal with the remaining 4 opponents alone. Lina, who was besieged, looked calm. After a struggle, she found the right time and killed one person. The next battle was much simpler. Although the physical consumption was a bit large, she had already established the victory point. But just when the opponent was left with only the burly man, a corpse on the ground suddenly moved, and he grabbed Lina's ankle. Lina, who was rushing forward, lost her balance and fell to the ground. The burly man seized the opportunity and slashed her back with a knife, leaving a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. She was careless. The burly man's opponent was not dead at all. The 2 of them reached an agreement to join forces during the fight. One of them deliberately fell down and waited for an opportunity to attack. Lina groaned in pain, rolled over, dodged the attack of the thin man, and then made an unexpected move. She threw the dagger in her hand. The thin man did not expect that she would actually throw away her weapon and be pierced in the throat. She picked up a long sword on the ground, blocked the machete swung by the burly man, and kicked him sideways, breaking his neck. The large amount of blood loss caused by the wound on her back made Lina pale and felt a little dizzy. She realized that she had underestimated the hell-killing field. This time, her opponents were all ordinary people, not a single soul master, but this almost cost her life. A 100-win champion is really a very distant goal. I really don't know how the teacher managed to hold on at that time. Lina showed a trace of helplessness on her face. When she dragged her seriously injured body out of the hell-killing field, a group of men with lewd smiles surrounded her. Lina's heart sank, and a flash of enlightenment flashed through her mind. The greatest danger of this killing city is not in the hell-killing field, but when you are weak, you also need to face the harassment of others, and you need to face the malice from others all the time. Unfortunately, it was too late to realize it. Hehe, you were very impressive in the arena just now. I wonder if you can be so impressive after being stripped naked. Someone's eyes stayed on her chest and legs for a few seconds and laughed. Lina did not hesitate. After kicking one person from one side, she broke through the encirclement and ran away at full speed. Damn, you bastard. Seeing that she escaped from the encirclement so easily, one person cursed, "Chase, don't let her run away." The wound on her back expanded a little due to the intense activity, and the impact of blood loss became more serious. She knew very well that, if she fell into the hands of the group behind her, she might face a fate more terrible than death. She gritted her teeth and tried to calm herself down. She knew that there was no good person in the killing city. All of them were outright villains, and everyone here was her enemy. Therefore, she could only run to a place with fewer people, so that she would attract less covetousness. After running a street, she really reached her limit, turned a corner, and ran into a villa. The men chasing her stopped at the door of the villa, looked at the circle of skulls stuck on the fence, hesitated for a moment, and finally dispersed unwillingly. Among the dispersed crowd, several men wearing monocles pinched the lenses with a slightly evil smile on their faces. The sound of footsteps rang out, and Lina curled up in a corner, trying to hide herself. She couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Although it seemed that she had gotten rid of that group of people, it seemed that she had also entered the residence of a very dangerous person. At this moment, she was so weak that she could hardly beat an ordinary person, and she had no strength to resist at all. She didn't know if offering her body would make the other party let her go. If she catered to them well, she should be able to keep her life. But, could I give my first time to someone else in this situation? The teacher will definitely be disappointed. Thinking about it, Hulina was so sad that she shed tears. The man who walked down the stairs was a man wearing a black suit, black pants, and leather boots of the same color, with his hair combed back neatly, and a stern face. Seeing the man, Hulina was stunned. Although the other party was dressed differently, his face shape did not change. She was surprised and said, "Amon." The stern-faced and sharp-eyed Amon's clone corrected expressionlessly, "Madam, you recognize the wrong person. My name is German Sparrow." Chapter 158 The Auspicious Beast of Fear. On the outskirts of the Xingdao Great Forest, Amon took out the 4 soul bones obtained from Shinayan, Douluo, and Tangheo Point as he circulated his soul power. A translucent worm with 12 rings and star-like colors appeared and swam quickly in his palm, leaving one transparent shadow after another. Like a worm group point after the time worm swam a few circles, it flew to a soul bone and stopped on the skull left by Douluo, which was glowing with light green light. A light gray light emerged and continued to erode the soul bone until it was also dyed gray. With the erosion of the gray soul power, the skull gradually melted and turned into a gray gelatinous substance and finally merged into a certain ring of the time worm. Amon's external soul bone is attached to the martial soul, so it also carries some characteristics of the martial soul. It has the characteristic of polluting other soul bones, turning them into similar martial soul bones. Then, assimilate and absorb it to increase its own age. The disadvantage is that the soul bone abilities that are assimilated and absorbed will not be preserved. They will only become the nutrients of the original soul bones. The advantages are more. First, Amon's materialized soul power will become more tenacious, and the generated monocle will become more solid, and will not be frequently broken in some battles of low intensity as before. Second, the effect of absorbing soul bones on Amon's soul power improvement still exists, without the restriction of the soul bone position. After that, Amon can quickly improve the soul power level by absorbing soul bones, without the need for hard training, like before. Third, soul bones are mostly the product of soul beasts under extreme emotions. The soul bones contain the resentment of soul beasts. These resentments will become the nutrients of martial souls, making them humbling in the soul power more intense, and can more easily destroy the spirit of others. Just by absorbing Douluo's soul bone, Amon's soul power level directly reached level 60. Looking at the remaining soul bones, he absorbed them all without hesitation. Due to the lack of soul rings, Amon's level did not continue to improve. He knew that these soul powers were only restricted and still existed. As long as he obtained a soul ring, the improved level would be revealed, and there was no need to worry about it disappearing. Amon's soul bone was originally only 100 years old. It had been greatly improved with his own growth. Now, with 2 10,000-year soul bones and 2 50,000-year soul bones as nutrients, the quality was further enhanced, and it had crossed a certain limit and reached the level of 100,000-year soul bone. A special force descended on each of Amon's clones along the invisible connection, and they all felt that their soul power had ushered in a qualitative change. The Amons took off their original monocles at the same time, crushed them, and then recondensed them, put them on in different postures, and adjusted them to the most comfortable position for themselves. Hunting begins. As Amon's soul power level reached a limit again, he could absorb soul rings again. Although the main body could not absorb, because it had not found a suitable target yet, the clones could. Amon's clones, either alone or in groups, entered the forest where soul beasts lived and hunted all kinds of soul beasts. They didn't care about the type and age of soul beasts, because these soul rings were only used to fix bugs and improve soul power without side effects. This time, Amon had more clones than last time, and each clone needed more soul power to upgrade from level 41 or 2 to level 50. Therefore, the number of soul beasts he needed to hunt was much more than before. Except for some distant clones, these Amons went to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt at the request of the original body. Amon's original body stared into the depths of the forest, then turned around and slowly walked towards the direction of Wuhan City. A clone with a personality similar to the original body stole the 5th soul skill of the original body and stayed in the forest to preside over the overall situation. The corners of his mouth slowly curled back, revealing a smile. The animals with the ability to fly were mentally broken by the erosion of Amon's soul power, and then the time insects emitting starlight merged into their bodies. Crows, sparrows, butterflies, etc. with circles on their right eyes, formed a huge reconnaissance network, advancing from the edge of the Xingdao Great Forest to the depths. With a carpet search point, all the soul beasts in this reconnaissance network, without exception, became Amon's soul rings. With the actions of this large number of soul masters, a large number of soul beasts were slaughtered. Point on the Douluo continent, the number of soul masters has always been small, and all added up, it has never exceeded 1 million. Nearly 2,000 soul masters flocked to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt soul rings at one time, which is unprecedented. Amon's hunting behavior even caused turmoil among soul beasts in a small area. Soul beasts scattered in groups to other places, scrambling to escape from the dangerous humans on the outskirts of the forest. A tiger with a pure black body, blood red eyes, a body length of more than 8 meters, exuding a gloomy aura, and a scorpion-like tail erected upwards, sensed the danger, roared low in the direction where the Amons gathered, and then moved away. Deep in the Xingdao Great Forest, a huge head emerged from the water. It was a bull head, and connected to the back was a snake body that was tens of meters long. Azure bull python, one of the 2 great soul beast kings in the Xingdao Great Forest. A chimpanzee as big as a hill jumped out of the forest and jumped to its side. Titan giant ape, another 100,000-year soul beast. On the shoulder of the giant ape sits a girl in a white dress. She has delicate features and beautiful posture, just like a fairy in a painting, but has a faint sadness on her face. Ming, Sister Xiao Wu, do you know what happened over there? The spirit beasts are restless. The Azure bull python spoke human words. I don't know. That's why I came to you. There seems to be something that scares them. The Titan ape said. Xiao Wu stared at the direction in which the soul beasts were fleeing, with a hint of solemnity and hatred in her eyes. That is the direction of Wuhan City, Marshall. Spirit City? Is this where the human who killed your mother lives? The Azure bull python said in a deep voice. Yes. Would you like me to go over and take a look at the situation? The soul beasts that escaped couldn't express why they were escaping at all. They only knew that danger was approaching. The Titan giant ape said, don't. Xiao Wu dissuaded. I'm afraid they are humans. If they are really those people, even Erming will be in danger for you. If we wait a little longer, there should be soul beasts with higher years running over. Just ask them. At the same time, in the real center of the star forest, under the calm and beautiful lake, there was a creature with golden hair, a translucent body, full of strange textures, a body like a lion, 4 claws like a dragon, and golden flames on its feet. The little beast is shivering. The golden scales under its hair also stood up due to fear and uneasiness, and the third eye on its forehead revealed endless despair. Wow. It cried loudly. Dishan, I'm scared. I'm really scared. Beside it, a handsome man with black hair hanging down to his heels said softly, auspicious beast, what happened? You have been in a very bad state recently. A woman with long green hair, green eyes, wearing a green dress, and a pair of wings on her back said softly, yes, don't be afraid. I, Dishan, and the Red King, will protect you with all their strength. But, it's really scary. The auspicious beast still kept crying. It cried heartbreakingly, and tears flowed down. Even if the green-haired woman called Bridget tried to comfort it, it still had no effect. Dishan, the golden-eyed black dragon king, a peerless ferocious beast of 800,000 years, the true king of the Stardao forest, was helpless in the face of the crying auspicious beast. He only felt that his head was as big as the usual 2. He used various methods to make the auspicious beast happy by making faces and barking like a dog. Okay, Dishan, there's no need for this. I'm not a child. Rui Xiao gradually stopped crying and sobbed. Seeing that Rui Xiao's mood gradually calmed down, Dishan also showed a smile. You are just a child. He touched the little beast's head and whispered, can you tell me now what exactly happened? Rui Xiao said in an extremely heavy and frightened tone. I saw the fate of the soul beasts. They are dead. They are all dead. I'm dead. The Red King is dead. You are dead. The fate of the Stardao forest is ended. In the not too distant future, all soul beasts will be eaten clean by something. If Someone else said this, Dishan would just think he was talking nonsense, but since these words came from the mouth of an auspicious beast with the power of destiny, he couldn't help but ignore them. His face became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Auspicious beast, are you sure? How long will this near future be? Tens of thousands of years? Or thousands of years? I?" Xiao said hesitantly, I'm not sure. It seems like it's only 100 years. No, it's shorter. It seems like less than 50 years. A look of astonishment appeared on Dishan's face, and the solemnity in his eyes was replaced by suspicion. If it were said that for tens of thousands of years, the soul beasts have encountered survival crises under the oppression of humans, he would still believe it, but in 50 years, on the Douluo continent, the combined power of human beings is at most equal to, or even slightly inferior to, the soul beasts. How could the soul beasts be exterminated in 50 years? He said in a puzzled tone. Can you see clearly what is causing destruction? Human beings? Gods? Or a certain soul beast? Xiao was stunned for a moment, and said in a self-doubting tone, it seems to be a human being. At this point, it was confused. Although fate revealed its dark future, reason told it that humans really did not have the ability to destroy the Stardow forest within 50 years. I'm not sure. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe. Xiao's voice became smaller and smaller, appearing extremely unconfident. There was a smile in BG's eyes. Maybe it's because you are too tired, beast, but no matter what, we shouldn't be careless. We should pay more attention to the Stardow forest recently to see if there is anything unusual. Yeah. Dishan nodded. Chapter 159. This rabbit seems delicious. The azure bull python poked its head out of the water, its huge head intimidating. It stared at the handsome man with flowing long hair by the water with its eyes, and said with a hint of doubt, "Human, you little guy, now, don't you recognize me anymore?" Dishan had a smile on his face, and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The vast abyss of soul power fluctuations, carrying the power of the bloodline of the golden-eyed black dragon king, struck like a terrifying pressure from the sky. The azure bull python instantly broke out in cold sweat, and was too frightened to move. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, facing a terrifying predator. No, it was a bigger gap than that. The man in front of him gave him not only the pressure of his aura, but also the urge to worship him. "You, who are you?" The azure bull python vaguely knew that there was a group of terrifying soul beasts hidden in the real core area of the forest. They were the real kings of the Stardow forest. "My name is Dishan. You can also call me the Beast God." Beast God. These two simple words shocked the azure bull python. It prostrated its head on the soil to show respect to the soul beast king. The oppression from the depths of the bloodline and the terrifying soul pressure made it convinced of its identity. If it wasn't the beast god, how could it have such terrifying power and such terrifying bloodline? "Great Lord of soul beasts, what are your orders?" At this moment, a little golden beast with a body like a lion, 4 claws like a dragon, and flames on its feet, about 1.5 meters long, ran over Dishan. "Dishan, I can't feel that fate has not given me a more accurate revelation," it said in a childlike voice. Who is this?" The 3-eyed golden tiger looked at the azure bull python, with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. The emperor's auspicious beast. The moment he saw the 3-eyed golden python, the azure bull python understood the identity of the other party. It was a hint from the depths of his bloodline. As a result, azure bull python's attitude became even more respectful. Damning. Sensing the pressure and worrying about the azure bull python, the titan ape arrived. It was very aggressive when it came, but as soon as it saw Dishan and the auspicious beast, it braked suddenly and plowed 2 tracks on the ground with its feet. Gully point. A pair of small eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, "Auspicious beast." It suddenly remembered that in the past, their cultivation was extremely slow. Until about 5,000 years ago, the progress of cultivation suddenly accelerated a lot, which played an important role in it crossing the threshold of 100,000 years. Now, it understands the reason. The accelerated speed of cultivation is because of the birth of the auspicious beast. The 3-eyed golden beast turned his gaze to the girl in the white dress sitting on the shoulders of the titan ape, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Just now, it noticed a slight disturbance in fate. The soul beast's fate of extinction seemed to be related to the girl in front of it, but it was very vague, so it was not sure. It twitched its nose and said, "This rabbit looks delicious." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape immediately changed, while Xiao Wu looked frightened. "Run." The Azure Bull Python roared, facing auspicious beasts. They dare not show any resistance. Even if they are regarded as food, they will at most run away instead of attacking. What's more, Shine was watching from the side. At this moment, the Azure Bull Python was ready to wake up and planned to use his own life to buy Xiao Wu and the Titan Giant Ape time to escape. "If you like, just eat her," Shine said with a doting look on his face. The terrifying pressure held the Titan Giant Ape firmly in place. Under the double pressure of this soul power mixed with the power of blood, it was impossible for it to even move. Even though its life was threatened, even though its favorite sister Xiao Wu was about to become food, its body's instinct defied its will, and it could only watch in despair as the golden little beast approached step by step. Okay, don't be so nervous. I'm just joking. Under normal circumstances, I won't eat a soul beast with complete intelligence. RUI beast said with a smile. But why do you smell like fate? The huge disaster I perceive seems to have some intersection with you. RUI. Xiao's words attracted Dishan's attention, and he cast his gaze on Xiao Wu, making the latter's heart tremble. Just looking at her made her soul tremble. I don't know what you are talking about, Xiao Wu said tremblingly. Dishan explained. The auspicious beast saw a huge disaster approaching the Stardow forest, which may cause the destruction of the soul beasts. We are here to investigate the cause. Have you had contact with humans before? Xiao Wu quickly said, yes, because a soul beast transformed. If you want to continue practicing, you must feel the breath of human beings. So I blended into human society. Oh, what a bold move. Dishan shook his head. Then have you ever met anyone special? A very special kind. You mean it's humans who bring disaster? Not necessarily, but it's very possible for humans. Dishan nodded. A special person. Xiao Wu thought of Tang San immediately. To her, there was no one more special than Tang San. She didn't know how the third brother was doing now. She thought divergently. However, the auspicious beast was definitely not talking about the third brother. The third brother was so kind and gentle. How could he harm the soul beast? Xiao Wu immediately excluded Tang San, and then she began to seriously think about who might bring devastating disaster to the spirit beast. She thought of Bibidang, the contemporary pope of Wuhan Palace. Her mother died at the hands of Bibidang, and she herself was almost killed by him. Who was most likely to bring disaster to the soul beast? It was her. Then, a man wearing a black robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle on his right eye appeared in her mind. It was because of him that his heartbroken red left his body and revealed his identity as a soul beast. If there is any abnormality, there seems to be no bigger abnormality than that a young man in his 20s has the strength of a titled Douluo. Moreover, his outstanding talent shows that he may become an unparalleled powerhouse that dominates the world in the future. If he wants to harm the Stardow forest, it may indeed have a catastrophic impact. After Xiao Wu pondered briefly, she organized her words and said, there are two targets. One is the contemporary Pope Bibidang of Wuhan Palace. She has great malice towards soul beasts. My mother died at her hands. There is another one, a young soul master named Amon. He is only in his 20s, but he already has power comparable to a titled Douluo. Dishan didn't know much about human beings, but he also knew some basic things. A pope of the spirit hall who could kill a 100,000-year-old soul beast was not worth mentioning, but a young man in his 20s who could rival a titled Douluo was a bit eye-catching. This was not a talent that he thought humans could have. Tell me about that young man, Dishan said in a deep voice. I don't know much about him. I just met him at the Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition. Xiao Wu told everything she knew about Amon. Ah, you talking about me? A young man wearing a black robe and a pointed hat sat on the branch of a tree not far away and said with a smile, "This is the clone of Amon who followed the guidance of the lovesick red worm of time and went deep into the star forest." The moment he saw the auspicious beast, the time clones had already passed the news through each Amon in a relay style. Amon successfully confirmed one thing, that is, his large-scale hunting of soul beasts indeed attracted the attention of the ferocious beasts deep in the Stardow forest. After confirming this, his clones immediately shrank and evacuated quickly, leaving only the necessary few. He did not want to be targeted by Deshan and suffer unnecessary losses. The moment he saw the young man in black robe, the three-eyed golden man suddenly became furious. "It's him, it's him, it's him, our enemy, Amon's." Smile faded slightly. The performance of the three-eyed golden beast showed that it had the ability to feel the threat of the spirit beasts to a certain extent, and also proved that he, an outsider, was also under the shadow of fate. Deshan's eyes were slightly condensed. He looked at Amon with some doubts in his eyes. "Who are you? Why do you want to embarrass me in the Stardow forest?" "Embarrassed? No, I'm just hunting for soul rings like a normal soul master." Amon stroked his monocle and said with a smile. He looked at the three-eyed golden beast. "That's the legendary imperial beast, right? It's really an honor for me to see such an existence with my own eyes." Deshan, kill him quickly. This guy will destroy the Stardow forest." The three-eyed golden cat pawed at the soil with its front paws uneasily. Amon's glance made it feel full of malice. The inspiration from the power of fate keeps telling it that the other party is destruction, the end, and the culprit of the dark future. Deshan originally wanted to test some information through language. He didn't believe that the other party dared to appear in front of him without any preparation. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to speak, he wouldn't even have noticed that there was a human being hiding around him. All the signs made Deshan feel a little wary. The urging from the auspicious beast made Deshan decide to take action. With a wave of his hand, his powerful soul power condensed, and a dense darkness spread out, swallowing Amon in an instant. When the darkness retreats, leaving only a flat land, everything it touches disappears. Deshan's eyes showed doubts. "That's it? Isn't it too relaxed?" But the three-eyed golden beast shouted, "No, not yet. That guy is still alive. I don't know why, but I feel that the fate of destruction is suddenly getting closer. 30 years, no, not even 20 years. Deshan pondered for a moment and said, "I'm afraid this is not his true form. This guy is a bit weird, but saying that he can destroy the Stardow forest is a bit exaggerated, right?" The three-eyed Jinyang shook his head. "I don't know, but this is how fate shows itself." Deshan hesitated for a moment and said, "Auspicious beast, follow me to see the Lord in a moment." Then, he looked at Xiao Wu and the other 300,000-year soul beasts. "Originally, soul beasts like you who have never survived a single heavenly catastrophe are not qualified to meet the Lord, but this time it is a coincidence. Let's come together, little rabbit. When the time comes, tell the Lord exactly what you saw and heard. Do you understand?" "Yes." Xiao Wu nodded respectfully. She, the Azure Bull Python, and the Titan Giant Ape all had huge waves in their hearts. The beast god was already terrifying enough. Even they, who usually loomed large in the Stardow forest, could only look up at them, unable to resist at all. What kind of existence should he call the Lord? Chapter 160 Amon and -039's most terrifying ability. The core area of the star forest is surrounded by towering ancient trees, exuding an unspeakable aura. Faint silver light gathered, and great majesty enveloped the sky, like the arrival of a god. Deshan, the king of the star forest, slowly knelt down on one knee, lowered his noble head, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." The Titan ape fell to the ground, and the Azure Bull Python was crawling in the soil. At this moment, they felt that the starry forest they were familiar with was so unfamiliar. Xiao Wu's expression was tangled. The arrogance she developed in Shrek Academy made her a little reluctant to kneel to others. In the finals of the Soul Master competition, the Shrek 7 Devils did not kneel to the Pope. But under the increasing pressure, she finally had to give in, kneeling on her knees and touching her forehead to the soil. Only the three-eyed golden beast still stood aside, curiously looking at the faint silver light. Neither Deshan nor the Lord expressed dissatisfaction with its actions. Everyone loved this little princess of the Stardew Forest very much. Dishon, what's going on? A cool and majestic voice sounded, coming from all directions. Dishon explained the purpose of his visit. Auspicious Beast has seen some revelations of fate, which show that within 20 years, the Soul Beast will face a disaster. I have just met the human being who brought destruction in the prophecy. He is not as powerful as I imagined, but the Auspicious Beast is still uneasy. This little rabbit has traveled to human society and had contact with that person. Let me ask your lord, what should we do next? The cold and majestic voice said, do you want to start a wave of beasts and attack the human country? Yes, Lord. Dishon admitted. Don't do that. I told you, I'm seriously injured. Before I recover, the spirit beasts won't have the power to counterattack humans. Those guys have been watching. You first tell everything you know, and I say it again, little rabbit. Upon hearing this, Wu immediately told the lord everything she knew about Amon, and also told about the anomalies on the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Near the direction of Wuhan City Point, the mysterious lord did not answer immediately, and seemed to be thinking. After a moment, the cold and majestic voice finally sounded again. Dishon, always pay attention to the dynamics in the Stardew Forest, and ask all the spirit beasts to cooperate. Once you find this human named Amon appearing in the Stardew Forest, report it immediately, and go and kill him. Don't be too nervous. Don't worry, the fate of the Stardew Forest is not so fragile that it can be destroyed by just one human being. Lord seemed a little tired in her voice as she said, Dishon, I leave it to you. I need to sleep to recover from my injuries. Unless there are special circumstances, don't disturb me. After saying that, the silver light disappeared, and the great majesty shrouding the sky dissipated. The depression in the hearts of Wu, Azure Bull Python, and Titan Giant Ape gradually receded, and they dared to raise their heads. Dishon looked at Wu and said, little rabbit, since the Auspicious Beast said that you are involved in the fate of that human being, it is very likely that he is eyeing you and wants to hunt you for a soul ring. The time I shall mentioned is 20 years. During these 20 years, you will stay near the Lake of Life and don't go anywhere. We will ensure your safety. In 20 years, wouldn't it mean that I wouldn't be able to see my third brother again? Wu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Dishon's unquestionable expression, she swallowed everything back and nodded. Point to a soul beast. 20 years is not a long time, it is just a blink of an eye, but to a human being, 20 years is already a very long time. Point I don't know what will happen to my third brother in 20 years. Will he still remember me? Or already like someone else? Will he come to me? But the Stardew Forest is no longer what it used to be. What should we do if we encounter danger? Wu had a lot of thoughts and complicated emotions. Her complicated mood didn't last long before it was replaced by fear. She widened her beautiful eyes and slowly turned back mechanically. With just one glance, she collapsed on the ground. Point the extremely dense darkness rose and covered the sky. Dishon suddenly revealed his true form as a soul beast and turned into a huge black dragon. Point the surface of the slender body is covered with neat and orderly dragon scales, the backward curved horns, sharp claws, sharp fangs, and ferocious bone spurs, all of which demonstrate its power and terror. The giant dragon stretched its wings, its golden eyes exuding fierce power, and it let out a roar that spread throughout the Star Forest. Point from various forbidden places in the Stardew Forest, roars came one after another, echoing the call of the Soul Beast King, the King of 10,000 Demons, Lord Zion, and King Scarlet. Pass on my orders. An order was spread in all directions with a roar. Well, looking at the boiling forest, the dark demon evil god Tiger on the edge let out a small whimper. Even it was frightened by Dishon's roar, but in its eyes, besides fear, there is also unspeakable ferocity and ambition. Point near Wuhan City. After receiving the message from the clone, Amon raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. TSK, I got noticed, but this is exactly what I want. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to find the Auspicious Beast. Amon has decided to regard the three-eyed golden beast as the target of his 6th soul ring point, although it is more appropriate to obtain the power of destiny when you are about to be promoted to soul Douluo. The current three-eyed golden tiger only has 5,000 years of cultivation. Even if it is placed in the 8th soul ring, the ability it brings will not be as strong. Where to go point, and he couldn't find a soul beast related to destiny with a higher age, so he had to adjust the order and put it in the 6th ring point. Because of the special nature of auspicious beasts, 5,000 years of auspicious beasts can provide a soul ring equivalent to 50,000 years, so it is appropriate to place it in the 6th ring point. Amon did not intend to take action now. It would be too difficult to succeed with the auspicious beast under the care of Dishan and other ferocious beasts. He plans to wait 2 or 3 years before taking action. Point in the original work, Tangsun came out of the killing city about 4 years later. Now because of his intervention, there is a butterfly effect. There is an extra strength increasing right arm bone than in the original work. The progress may be ahead of schedule, but it won't be too much many point, because Jamon Sparrow and the killing city would intervene and control Tang San's progress. The number of Amon's clones basically increases at a finger speed. This is his most powerful and terrifying ability. The number of points increases very slowly in the early stages, but becomes faster in the later stages. At the beginning of the time travel, he split into 4 clones with half-formed souls. After that, almost every year, the souls of these half-soul clones will be repaired to about 10% soul, and they can split into 2 half-soul clones again. Point waiting for 5 years in Frostleaf City was not just for Okemba, but more importantly, he needed time to accumulate clones. Because the clones grow slowly in the early stage, the death of one will have a huge impact on the later stage. And there is no room for sloppiness. These 5 years were also the 5 years when he was the most peaceful. Even his clones lived an honest and peaceful life. Point there are 4 clones initially, 8 clones after 1 year, 16 clones after 2 years, 32 clones after 3 years, 64 clones after 4 years, and 128 clones after 5 years. For various reasons, the number of clones is slightly higher than this, but not by much. Point afterwards, he went to BD City to study at the BD Advanced Soul Master Academy. Because the number of clones increases, he can make slightly less dangerous arrangements. 2 years later, he got the immortal grass soul reinforcing flower from the Ice and Fire Eyes. After taking the soul guarding flower, the toughness of the soul is improved, and the soul share required to carry consciousness is only about half of the original. Amon's clone instantly doubled. Point and due to the special influence of the soul securing flower, the speed of Amon's soul replenishment has been further increased, but this range is not large. Point during the hunt for Heian, he lost more than 100 clones. In addition, there were also clones lost during the battle with Douluo and various accidents. However, under Amon's caution, the losses from these minor accidents were not significant. Point his current total number of clones is around 2,100. Point excluding the clones that are far away in the Northland, Sunset Forest, and the Killing City. There are currently about 2,000 clones that can be used around the main body. Point if he had all 2,000 clones, he could forcefully launch a less well-prepared hunt, but this would be too risky. If he failed, he would have to spend a lot of time accumulating clones again, which went against Amon's cautious style. 3 years. 3 years later, Amon will be able to use more than 15,000 clones to surround and kill the auspicious beasts. By then, even with the interference of Dishan and other ferocious beasts, Amon will be more confident. Point even if he still failed, he would still have enough clones as a basis to avoid complete defeat and start over. Destina's revelation to the three-eyed golden beast was correct. With Amon's growth rate, if no restrictions were imposed, in no more than 20 years, he would turn most of the soul beasts into materials for himself to enhance his strength, causing them to fall into a trap to the desperate situation of annihilation and genocide. Point moreover, this is based on the fact that Amon's strength has not increased much. The three-eyed golden beast can get inspiration from fate, and Amon himself naturally foresees this situation. Point in fact, summoning the clones and entering the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings this time is a test of the ferocious beasts and the auspicious beasts. See if they are aware of the hidden threat of themselves. If not, Amon would deliberately let them notice. Amon was more concerned about the whereabouts of the auspicious beasts than the danger of the ferocious beasts' counterattack. He had very strict requirements for the spirit rings, and generally would not change them easily. After choosing one point therefore, he was willing to use himself as bait, to fish out auspicious beasts, and because of this, he specially let a clone appear in front of Dishan Point. Only by letting the Stardow Forest become chaotic, and letting the ferocious beasts neglect protecting the auspicious beasts for other reasons, can Amon find an opportunity to attack. The Auspicious Beasts. Chapter 161. Hunting for Soul Rings. Due to the appearance of Dishan, Amon had previously ordered his clones to evacuate the Star Forest immediately out of caution. Although the effort was in vain, he was not upset. If you do useless work, you will do useless work. Anyway, it will not bring much loss. If you are lucky, you may be defeated in one go, and the accumulation of several years will be wasted. Only about 1/3 of Amon's clones have reached level 50. To raise them all to the limit, a lot of soul rings are needed. Although he decided to take action against the auspicious beast after 3 years, it did not mean that he would do nothing during these 3 years. Sending a large number of clones into the Stardow Forest is risky, and goes against Amon's principle of caution, but the loss of a small number of clones is still within his acceptable range. So he let the time insect clones who were less than level 50 enter the Stardow Forest in batches. One was to hunt for soul rings to increase their level. The other was to observe the Stardow Forest's reaction to him, and see how they would respond. The number of people who go each time is not large, so even if they encounter an irresistible danger, the loss will not be too great. An aggregated Amon with 5 time insects on his body was walking slowly outside the Great Star Forest. He did not carry the invincible golden body and teleport on him. Teleportation and invincible golden body are the core skills of Amon's combat power, and they are also important guarantees for his future hunting of the three-eyed golden beast. If they are lost, they have to be stolen back. But the original owner of the skill, Wu, is now deep in the Stardow Forest. It is difficult for Amon, who is wary and hostile by the ferocious beasts, to find an opportunity, so he must be careful not to lose it. Currently, these two skills are carried by the main body and the time insect attached to the main body. Amon, who entered the Great Star Forest, only brought eternal creation and soul power ejection with him. The latter was something he stole from Yan Jin not long ago. The original owners of these two skills are in Wuhan City. Even if the Amon clone with the skills is killed, and the skills are returned, Amon can easily steal them back. Bibidang's one might take some trouble, but as for Yan Jin's one, isn't it always on call? There were already a lot fewer soul beasts in the edge area near Wuhan City. The 3 crows who were conducting reconnaissance in the air searched for a long time before they found a century-old soul beast. In order to prevent his ability to control less intelligent creatures such as crows from being discovered, Amon did not let the insect of time in the crow's body attack directly. Instead, he passed the information through an invisible spiritual connection to the person who appeared and transformed into Amon, the worm of time that comes out of the body. This century-old spirit beast is a forest wolf, a close relative of the dire wolf. This adult male forest wolf has wounds all over his body, caused by bites from his own species. He was probably injured in the battle for the Wolf King. Amon guessed that, as soon as he saw it, he launched a deception on it. Even though the soul power carried by the clone was only the smallest amount, not even half of it, several insects of time exerted their power at the same time, and controlled it in an instant. An air bullet was shot from its eyeball, and exploded in its head. The timber wolf's body was shaken, and he fell to the ground. Countless yellow light spots slowly emerged from the corpse, converging into a yellow halo in the air. Amon reached out and made a move, and the soul ring merged into his body along with the soul power. With his current physical condition, he could absorb a 100-year-old soul ring without any pressure, and the absorption was completed in an instant. Feeling the increase in soul power in his body, Amon clicked his tongue and said to himself, the 100-year-old is still a bit low, and it hasn't even increased by 1 level. After slightly adapting to the increased soul power, he continued walking deeper. Not long after, another scouting crow saw a 1,000-year-old soul beast, a black funeral ape. This kind of soul beast has unique habits. They will put the newborn mortuary ape into a coffin and bury it underground. Point. If the newborn soul beast can break through the pipe and climb out, it means that it is healthy and qualified to live. If it doesn't climb out, it can only blame itself for its own weakness in extremely rare circumstances. A dead funeral ape buried in a coffin may undergo a corpse transformation and become a funeral ape. Each funeral ape is the king of the funeral ape group and has extremely powerful powers. Combat effectiveness. This funeral ape was left alone due to unknown circumstances, so Amon didn't have to worry about being besieged. He walked over with a smile on his face, ready to give it a try. This kind of soul beast with higher intelligence and full of emotions is the most suitable target. When it saw a human coming, the funeral ape immediately let out a warning howl, and its turbid eyes that exuded a strong and sinister aura stared at Amon. "You're so irritable. Please calm down." Amon snapped his fingers, and the funeral ape's eyes became dull. This sluggish state did not last long before it recovered. With a bit more fear in its eyes, Amon sensed its uneasiness through mind reading and smiled slightly. He kept walking forward, getting closer. The funeral ape finally couldn't hold back anymore and launched an attack. Its claws glowed with black light, exuding a faint coldness. A spherical barrier formed by the condensed soul power blocked its attack and bounced it away. After absorbing 4 soul bones that were more than 10,000 years old and whose quality exceeded 100,000 years, Amon's soul power became much tougher. After it materialized. It only takes a small amount of consumption to create a high strength defense. Instead of relying on insufficient quality and quantity to forcibly increase the defense power with the help of huge soul power output. The funeral ape's attack failed to break through the soul barrier for a long time, so he began to think about retreating. It stared at Amon while slowly retreating, but after taking a few steps, it turned back and continued to attack. Amon stole its idea of escaping. After attacking for a while, it found that it was ineffective, and the intention of retreating rose again. Amon stretched out his right hand, grabbed it, and stole its idea again. Just as it turned around and wanted to attack, Amon returned all the stolen ideas of escape. The return of a large number of ideas caused confusion in the mind of the funeral ape. The strong idea of escape almost destroyed its rationality, making it start to run away in a panic and hit a tree. The pain made it calm down a little and then turned around. Attack Amon. Amon stole its idea of escaping again. The funeral ape felt that its brain was almost not its own. It was so strange, and it was not in line with its normal behavior at all. After a short thought, it realized that the human in front of it was the initiator and the root of all its abnormal behavior. It looked at Amon with fear. Amon stole its fear and kept repeating the above behavior. After an hour of torture, the funeral ape was lying on the ground with weak limbs and a dull look. It was about to be driven crazy by this demon. Amon reached out and stole all its negative emotions. The funeral ape became lively and fierce again. Not long after, it fell to the ground again. This time, no matter how Amon tried to steal its thoughts, it would not get up. It seemed that its spirit was on the verge of collapse. Amon condensed a long sword with soul power and stabbed it at its heart. At the same time, he returned all the fear stolen from the funeral ape. At this moment, extreme fear overwhelmed the spirit of this poor soul beast. Its eyes were round, and it made a sharp cry. Then, its body twitched, and there was no sound. A purple soul ring emerged. Amon did not think much, and absorbed it directly. Then, he began to check the body of the soul beast, and cut it into pieces with the soul power sword. After a careful inspection, he finally found what he wanted in the body, a piece of bone with a shiny luster. This is a left leg bone. Because the soul beast is not old, it is badly damaged and only has a small section. But this made Amon more certain about his guess. The appearance of soul bones is related to the emotional state of the soul beast before death. If the soul beast is actively sacrificed, then soul bones will definitely appear. If the soul beast has strong mental fluctuations before death and dies in extreme fear and hatred, the probability of soul bones appearing will also be greatly increased. Under normal circumstances, the conditions for both are very difficult to achieve. Soul beasts will not take the initiative to die for humans. If humans forcibly kill soul beasts, it is also difficult for the other party's emotions to reach the threshold that can produce soul bones, but Amon can. He uses the ability of stealing thoughts to continuously steal the other party's fear and hatred, accumulate them, and return them at the moment of killing it. In this way, the emotions of the soul beast before death will be at a very intense level, and the probability of the birth of soul bones will be greatly increased. One example is not enough to prove it. Amon needs to try a few more times to be sure. He continued to search for prey in the forest. After killing dozens of soul beasts, the several time clones on his body all reached level 50. Amon also confirmed his guess that his method of accumulating fear and hatred by stealing thoughts is indeed feasible. The higher the target's intelligence, the more fear or hatred stolen, and the higher the explosion rate of soul bones, generally speaking, since the intelligence of a 100-year soul beast is too low. Even if Amon spends more time accumulating fear, it is difficult for the opponent to explode soul bones. The probability of a 1,000-year soul beast with higher intelligence is much higher. Amon killed more than 30,000-year soul beasts in total, and exploded 6 soul bones. In addition to the 2 pieces harvested from the 100-year soul beast, he got 8 soul bones in just a few days. Amon raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of his monocle with his index finger and thumb, and whispered to himself, "TSK, maybe I can take over the soul bone proxy business and kill on demand." The bright star light lit up, and 3 streams of light flew out of the aggregated Amon's body, transforming into a man in a black robe in front of him. He gave all the soul bones on his body to the separated time clone, and asked him to take them back to the original body. The original Amon continued to walk deeper into the Stardow Great Forest. He looked a little sad, but he was determined. With a tragic and heroic look of the hero will never return. He muttered as he walked, "The ruthless original body will squeeze the clone. I feel I'm dead." Chapter 162 3-year agreement. Outside Wuhan City, Amon's original body sat on the branch of a tall tree. He had been here for a long time. He didn't dare to enter the city, fearing that Bibi Dong and her men would besiege him. He also didn't dare to go too far away from Wuhan City, fearing that the 3-eyed golden lion would find him under the guidance of fate and kill him with Emperor Shan. Outside Wuhan City was the safest place for him now. As long as he hid his tracks, the probability of being besieged by the strong men of Wuhan Hall was very low. If Emperor Shan attacked, he could hide in Wuhan City and use the power of Kai and Douluo to repel him. It can be foreseen that he will have to live in this way for the next 3 years. Although it looks a little miserable and a little timid, safety comes first. As long as his life is safe, the rest can be tolerated. A temporary dormancy is for a better takeoff. The time clone came slowly with the soul bone, and the clone did not have the ability to absorb soul bones except for Amon's original special soul bone attached to the martial soul, which can be transferred to the clone. They can't absorb the rest of the soul bones. Amon didn't know what skills these 8 soul bones had, and he didn't care too much. Low-year soul bones rarely produce top quality skills, so he treated them all as nutrients for external soul bones. This external soul bone is very useful to Amon. The materialized soul power characteristics it brings can not only be used by the main body, but also benefit the clone. After absorbing the soul bone, the soul power characteristics were further strengthened. Amon was looking forward to how tough his materialized soul power would be if this external soul bone was upgraded to the level of millions or tens of millions of years. After absorbing the soul bone, Amon connected his spirit with the clone, walking deep into the Xingdao Great Forest through relay transmission. The surrounding trees are getting taller and older, and the frequency of soul beasts has not changed much, but the years are much higher than before. Amon can feel the malice of this forest towards him. Roar. A roar came from the front, and a lizard with double horns on its head that bent backwards, a row of spikes extending from the neck to the tail, and a dragon-like lizard jumped out of the grass. A black and yellow striped tiger jumped out of the bushes. The branches and leaves on the side rustled, and a giant python with a length of 20 meters slowly descended from the treetops. These are 3 10,000-year soul beasts. Under normal circumstances, 10,000-year soul beasts of different species rarely unite, but this time, the order from the Soul Beast King made them give up their opposition and face the enemy together. Amon stroked his monocle and smiled. Organization started from the 10,000-year soul beast. That's right, the 1,000-year level intelligence is too low, and it is difficult to command precisely. TSK and muttered, "This clone is only composed of 2 time worms, and it is a bit difficult to face 3 10,000-year-old beasts." The giant python opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of acid. The strong corrosive poison killed a large area of grass and trees in an instant. Amon jumped back and avoided the attack. The tiger pounced suddenly, and the spherical soul barrier opened to block it. Since the quality of the attached soul bone has exceeded 100,000 years, under the same soul power output, the hardness and toughness of his materialized soul power have even exceeded Rommel's barrier. Martial soul. The tiger hit the barrier head on and felt as he the time worm in his body saw the opportunity and threw a fraud over. Amon crossed his arms and swung a forked light wave emitting emerald green light. The delayed tiger-shaped soul beast failed to dodge, and his body was instantly cut into several pieces. Eternal creation, a single attack skill from the 100,000-year soul ring, finally showed its tyranny and domineering. When the foundations of both sides are not much different, it can almost kill the opponent directly. It didn't look very powerful in Amon's hands before, because he was facing Douluo, who was much higher than him. The death of the tiger-shaped soul beast made the other two feel uneasy, but their hesitation did not last long, and they attacked again. These soul beasts with lower age can hardly resist the orders issued by defy using blood. A lizard with some dragon-like features suddenly burrowed into the ground, then jumped out and attacked from underground. Amon jumped high, but was swallowed by the giant python that was perched on a tree and waiting for an opportunity. A spherical object slid down its throat and finally disappeared into the wider part of its body. The light faded away and darkness came. Amon could feel the giant python's wriggling stomach wall. He slowly changed the shape of the barrier, and spikes grew from the surface of the sphere. Under the pressure of the giant python's own muscles, the spikes pierced its body and emerged from the surface. The giant python vomited blood and twisted in pain. It wanted to spit Amon out, but the spikes were firmly stuck in its flesh and blood. After struggling for 5 or 6 minutes, it finally lost its life due to excessive blood loss. Amon changed the shape of the spikes again and turned them into long swords. The long sword turned and easily cut the giant python into 2 sections. He walked out of the corpse unscathed, without even a trace of blood on his body. Amon used his last chance to use the stolen soul skill on the lizard with some dragon characteristics, and ended its life with a move of eternal wound. After dealing with the 3 10,000-year soul beasts, a shadow was cast from the sky. Amon looked up and saw the huge monster quietly floating in the sky. It was a 15-meter tall giant bear covered with thick dark golden hair, with extremely long and strong arms, and the muscles on its shoulders were like small hills. The dark gold terror claw bear, who has cultivated for more than 400,000 years, is the second most powerful beast in the Douluo Great Forest. Seeing this terrifying beast, Amon did not panic at all, but greeted with a smile. "You are probably the Bear King." With the affinity brought by Amon's second soul skill, the Bear King unexpectedly did not find him annoying, and said in a muffled voice, "Human, although I don't understand why the auspicious beast said that you will destroy the luck of the Douluo Great Forest, but I must kill you." Seeing the appearance of the Bear King, Amon initially judged that in the Douluo Great Forest, soul beasts with more than 10,000 years of cultivation can pass messages to each other and contact the beasts in the forest. And the fact that the Bear King can come so quickly shows that it is not in the depths of the forest, but waiting in a more peripheral place. Is it specially arranged to deal with me? Amon shrugged and said helplessly, "I don't know either. I was just chasing that rabbit." Is a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit so important to your Douluo Great Forest? Any last words? Amon showed a slightly evil smile. "Last words? I'm afraid it's not necessary yet. Go back and tell that rabbit to wash her body and wait for me." The bear's claws slapped it down and turned it into a pool of meat paste. It didn't leave immediately, but waited there. Amon's body gradually became illusory and finally disappeared. Doppelganger. The bear's expression was slightly solemn. This kind of enemy with unknown identity was undoubtedly the most difficult existence. It rushed to the depths of the Douluo Great Forest, ready to convey Amon's words at the moment. When Amon's clone died, the soul skills stolen from him naturally returned to the original owner. Yan Jin, who was chewing chicken feet in a restaurant in Wuhan City, stopped and frowned. Soon, her worry about Amon only lasted for 3 seconds. and she was attracted by the delicious braised chicken feet again. She had confidence in Amon. Even if the world ended, he would probably be the last one to die. Bibi Dong, who was standing in the corridor and staring into the distance, changed her expression slightly, and a look of joy appeared on her face. She felt that her stolen sixth eternal creation was back. However, she was not happy for long. Her face sank again, and her 12 soul skills were silent again. Although 11 of them came back immediately, eternal creation did not come back. She looked up and saw Amon sitting on the roof and smiling at her, and gritted her teeth and said, "Duke Amon, what do you mean? Instead of going back to govern your fiefdom, you come here to play tricks on me. How dare I?" Amon shrugged. "This is an accident." At this moment, Yu Guan came over and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, there is trouble." "What's the matter?" Bibi Dong frowned slightly. "Recently, many people in Wuhan City have reported that their soul skills suddenly disappeared and could not be used, as if they were stolen." Bibi Dong's mouth twitched slightly, and she said softly, "I know, don't pay attention to it." Yu Guan hesitated. Seeing his expression, Bibi Dong asked, "Is there anything else?" Yu Guan said a little embarrassedly, "In fact, Lao Gui also lost a skill, and he was anxious to find the reason everywhere." Bibi Dong was silent for a long time before saying, "You go down first. I know he is very anxious. Tell him not to worry. I will explain to him later." "Yes." Before leaving, Yu Guan glanced at Amon. He kept a distance from this imperial duke, who had often appeared around the Pope recently. After Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan left, Bibi Dong stared at Amon and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do? Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Amon's strength in the Soul Master competition was amazing, but there were also many suspicious points, so there were different opinions in the Wuhan Hall about his strength. However, one thing that everyone agreed on was that he was guaranteed to be a titled Douluo, with a high probability of being a super Douluo, and there was a very small possibility that he had reached the level of Douluo and was an extreme Douluo. In the absence of too much conflict, Bibi Dong was unwilling to confront him head on, but she would not always tolerate it. If Amon went too far, she would definitely fight back. "I'm looking for a suitable soul skill. I just got the latest news that something happened inside the Xingdao Great Forest, and it became very dangerous." Amon said half truthfully. "Change?" Bibi Dong looked puzzled, and then asked, "When are you going to take me to hunt those soul beasts?" 3 years later, I need to make some preparations." Amon chuckled and said, "What? 3 years?" Bibi Dong's face was filled with a hint of anger. "That's not too long, right? At our level, it's hard to find a top quality spirit ring that meets our requirements." Amon responded. Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Then it'll be 3 years. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Elders Meeting. Spirit Hall, Meeting Room. The huge 6-winged angel statue, with mercy and compassion on its face. Behind her, the sun shines through the colored glass, leaving mottled shadows on the ground. The door to the outside world is closed, and 2 Soul Emperor level Pope warriors guard the door. Under the angel statue is a long mahogany table, with intricate patterns carved on the thick legs. On both sides of the table, there are rows of red gilded chairs. All the strong men in the spirit hall gathered together. This is an elders meeting. Pope Bibi Dong sat in the first seat. Below her, on one side, there were 6 worshippers headed by Douluo, and on the other side, there were ordinary titled Douluo elders headed by Yu Guan. Walter, who had just reached level 90, was at the bottom point. After everyone was present, Yan Jin, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and asked, "Bibi Dong, what's the matter with you suddenly calling us together to hold a meeting of elders?" Bibi Dong looked at Yu Guan, who nodded and stood up and said, "Maybe the worshippers don't know much. Recently, there have been thousands of thefts in Wuhan City, with victims ranging from soul masters to titled Douluo." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Mo interrupted him and said, "Titled Douluo? Which idiot was stolen? GUI. Medi was wrapped in a shadow, and his whole body was as black as charcoal, and his expression could not be seen. Bibi Dong's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "Let Elder Ju finish his words." You. Guan continued, "The things lost in these thefts are very unusual. They are not substantial items, but soul skills of soul masters." What? Yan Jin looked surprised. Can soul skills be stolen? Soul stealing. Ghost. Yan Douluo also showed some interest in his eyes, and faintly spit out the name of a soul beast. Soul stealing ghost. No way. Walter's face twitched, and he drank a sip of tea silently, pretending that he didn't hear anything. A few days ago, even Ghost Douluo, the fourth soul skill of Ghost Elder, was stolen. Because it was a serious matter, and had affected the entire Wuhan city, His Majesty the Pope summoned everyone to discuss how to deal with it. Yu Guan said, and then sat down. Bibi Dong took over. If you want to catch the thief, I'm afraid you need the worshippers to take action. Of course, I haven't decided whether to tear my face with him yet. Have you locked the suspect? Who is it? Jiang Mo asked. Everyone has seen this person, the new Duke of Xiandao Empire, Duke Amon. Bibi Dong said lightly. Bibi Dong has always been wary of Amon. Although the two are now in a cooperative relationship, this cooperation is not so solid. Amon stole her soul skill first, and then sought cooperation, with a hint of threat. Although this point was not stated explicitly, both of them knew it. Bibi Dong couldn't accept someone threatening her. Since this happened for the first time, there might not be a second or third time in the future. She wanted to get rid of this threat that could steal her soul skills at any time, but she was afraid of the other party's strength and didn't want to confront him head on. If only she was stolen, the worshippers would not take action. Now Amon has expanded the scope of the theft and affected nearly half of the soul masters in Wuhan city. It's not just a personal grudge. So she took the opportunity to convene an elders meeting. If possible, she would use the power of the worshippers to get rid of Amon. Is it him? Yu Guan looked at Walter, who was at the bottom of the table, in surprise. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo also set their eyes on him. Walter said with some embarrassment, I took him to hunt the soul stealing ghost. It was a soul stealing ghost leader of about 30,000 years old. It shouldn't have such a strong ability. The soul stealing ghost has a limited time to steal soul skills. Generally, it will return in one day, but the skills of that duke seem to be a little different. I don't know how long it can last, but it will be at least more than 2 months. Bibi Dong said in a cold tone. 2 months ago, wasn't that the final of the Soul Master competition? Walter suddenly remembered that Bibi Dong and Amon had some conflicts at that time, and even fought each other personally. Could it be? He looked at Bibi Dong with a bit of strangeness in his eyes. Jiang Mo also thought of this, and couldn't help laughing. No wonder you, ahem. Yan Jin pretended to cough, and interrupted Jiang Mo's words, leaving a little face for the Pope. A very interesting young man. Why did he do this? Jin Crocodile also became interested. He was very interested in the young man who overwhelmed himself, and the 4 people of Qingluan, Xiangxi, and Guangling in momentum with his own strength. Why don't I explain this question to you? A voice came from above. Amon's illusory body penetrated the window and fell on the angel statue. The shadow on the ghost suddenly fluctuated because Amon just used his stolen 4th soul skill. Glancing at Amon standing on the shoulder of the angel statue, Yan Douluo frowned and said in a calm but unquestionable tone, "Get down." Feeling the fleeting pressure, Amon TSKM jumped off the statue. He took off his hat and saluted everyone, because there is a need. Do you remember the 100,000-year soul beast that appeared in the Soul Master competition? What does it have to do with that? Jiang Mo was puzzled. Amon smiled and said, a weak 100,000-year soul beast. I'm afraid no one will not be interested. It's not difficult to kill it, but the reward is very rich. A 100,000 soul ring, and a good soul bone. I once tracked it all the way to the depths of the Stardao forest. There, I encountered something very terrifying. Some terrifying soul beast that transcended the level of 100,000 years. I just took a quick look and left. It was unwise to fight with such a being in the middle of the forest. But that thing made me very curious. I wanted to find some good soul skills, to explore that guy's background. In addition, due to the activities of that ferocious beast, some changes occurred in the entire Douluo forest, which made the Soul Master's hunting of soul rings even more dangerous. Whether it's for my personal reasons, or for the safety of our Soul Master friends, I think it's necessary to eliminate this danger. Guan said with some doubt. A soul beast that has surpassed 100,000 years. How is it possible? If the soul beast has not transformed, wouldn't it only live for 1,000 years? What you are talking about is probably the taboo existence in the Douluo forest. I have encountered similar monsters in other places. Douluo touched his shoulder, and the burn there was still aching. After a pause, he continued, there are also records of these monsters in ancient books, calling them back ferocious beasts. It is actually not accurate to say that soul beasts can only live for 1,000 years after 100,000 years. They will face a natural disaster in 1,000 years. If they don't survive it, they will die naturally. But if they survive it, they can survive for 200,000 years and become even more terrifying ferocious beasts. Ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts correspond to the strength of ordinary titled Douluo, while ferocious beasts can rival super Douluo. That is the level of the worshippers. There is no doubt that they are the enemies of mankind. In the distant past, countless human kingdoms were destroyed by the hands of ferocious beasts. With Douluo's confirmation, the elders present finally no longer had any doubts. You mean there are ferocious beasts in the Douluo forest? Bibi Dong had a questioning look in his eyes. She didn't explain the situation clearly to her. When she blamed Amon for the transaction, she knew how terrifying that monster was. When she wanted to hunt the red lotus snake that appeared in the Ironheart Mountains, Douluo showed the injuries she sustained from fighting with it. That is indeed a soul beast that is more than 100,000 years old. Amon shrugged, indicating that he had not deceived her, seemingly sensing Bibi Dong's thoughts. Douluo reminded, you don't have to think of the ferocious beasts as being so powerful. The red lotus serpent is also the top existence among the ferocious beasts. Ordinary ferocious beasts, equivalent to level 96 or 97 super Douluo, can still try to hunt. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. Since the ferocious beast is a soul beast that has transcended 100,000 years, the soul rings provided must be better than those provided by 100,000-year soul beast. Walter suddenly said, the Douluo forest has indeed become much more dangerous in recent times. Many soul masters have said that in the original outer area, they encountered soul beasts of a higher age, and some were more than 10,000 years old. They should be hostile, but now they joined forces to attack humans. Douluo said to Amon, Marshal Soul Hall has the responsibility to safeguard the development and interests of soul masters. Since the existence of that vicious beast affects the normal hunting of soul rings by soul masters, then we must get rid of it. Have you chosen the soul skills you need? Amon nodded. They are all high-speed movement, stealth, and hiding skills, which are helpful for me to detect the situation in the Star Forest. Douluo said calmly, then I'll leave it to you to locate the ferocious beast. Then he turned his head and looked at Bibi Dong. You happen to be missing a soul ring, so you can lead people to hunt that guy. But remember, ferocious beasts are capable of launching a beast tide, so you must be absolutely sure before you do it. Otherwise there will be a backlash. Bibi Dong looked at Douluo and asked, will the worshippers take action? Douluo nodded. As I said, Wuhan Palace has the responsibility to defend the interests of the soul masters. Since that ferocious beast disrupted the order of the Douluo forest and affected the soul master's hunting of soul rings, then naturally I won't let it go. After receiving the affirmation, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with joy. Although he failed to meet his initial expectations and failed to get the worshippers to help him strangle Amon, it seemed good to get them to promise to help him hunt down the powerful existence deep in the Douluo forest. Bibi Dong looked at Amon and said, whose soul skills have you stolen? Explain the situation to the original owner, obtain their consent, and take it without telling them. This is not what a gentleman does, and is not worth advocating. Amon chuckled, raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, and said softly, I will do it. Bibi Dong looked at the elders again. Everyone, originally the incident in the Star Forest was the second topic of the elders meeting, but since it was mentioned in advance, I won't repeat it again. The meeting is adjourned. Chapter 164. Let me use your body for 3 years. After a month of delay, Duke Amon finally arrived at his loyal Blue Dragon territory. Also arriving with him were Earl Romy, Yan Jin, and Lei Yin. Thunder Dragon City is the capital of the Blue Dragon territory. Here, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has great influence, and can even be called the uncrowned king. Since the Xiandao Empire and the Star Luo Empire have always had disputes over the ownership of this place, and have never sent a manager, the city has always been under the actual control of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Amon arrived at the city lord's mansion, and found that it had become the office of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Duke. What Duke? Go where you came from. This is the property of our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. The guard looked impatient, and waved at them, like he was driving away beggars. Amon, can I beat him? Yan Jin's eyes revealed a dangerous light. Don't worry, although we came with a certain amount of hostility, there is no need to specifically target a guard with hostility. I'm here to say hello to the owner of this place. As for whether he can survive, it depends on him. Amon smiled slightly, and a terrifying aura as vast as the abyss rose up. Others may not know his situation, but it is impossible that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family did not receive information about him. I'm afraid that on the day he became the Duke of the Blue Dragon territory, everything in his past had been put on Yu Yunson's table, including his performance in the Soul Master Competition Championship. But they seemed not to take it seriously, or they took it seriously but deliberately failed to notify this office to test Amon. No matter what the situation was, Amon didn't care. He was short of a chicken to fear the monkeys. In order to establish his prestige as quickly as possible, this chicken had to be strong enough. The largest local force, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, is a good target. The sudden rise of breath oppressed the guard's nerves, and he fell to the ground with bleeding from all his orifices. The soul masters belonging to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family noticed the situation at the door, and gathered around one by one, trying to expel this uninvited guest. However, they rolled their eyes, and fell down, before they even got close. Some people with weak willpower and low soul power levels even lost their lives due to the sudden pressure. Let's go, Amon said calmly. Yan Jin, Lei Yin, and Rommel followed his steps, and walked towards the city lord's mansion. Amon went straight to the living room, sat on the main seat, and said calmly, anyone who can speak well, come and see me. No one came over, because Amon's pressure had spread to the entire city lord's palace, and no one without a title Douluo could move freely under this pressure. I was negligent. Amon chuckled and restrained his pressure. A few minutes later, a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50 came to Amon with a trembling body. It's our fault that we didn't welcome our distinguished guest at a distance when we arrived. I'm Yu Zinfeng, the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family here, Yu Zinfeng said in a low voice with a stiff smile on his face. Amon glanced at him and said calmly, dignified guest? Who is the guest? This Thunder Dragon City, this city lord's palace, was built by the Xiandao Empire, although, in the past, the Blue Dragon territory was occupied by the Star Luo Empire for a period of time, resulting in sovereignty disputes. But now, after I come, this place belongs to the Xiandao Empire. There is no doubt about this. And Xiandao has never publicly acknowledged your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's ownership of this place. Seeing Amon's attitude, Yu Zinfeng's face also darkened, and he said with a bit of anger, Your Excellency, please don't go too far. First, you leaked your soul pressure without any reason and hurt our disciples. Now you are still aggressive. Do you really think that our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is made of mud? Isn't it? Amon asked in surprise. This sentence made Yu Zinfeng silent. He did not expect that some people would think that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was easy to handle, nor did he expect that the newly promoted Duke would be so ruthless. Tell your people to get out of here quickly, and ask Yu Yunzin to come and tell me if you have anything to do. As for the trash, who can't even stand in front of me, don't be an eyesore. Amon said softly. Yu Zinfeng led the people away in humiliation, which was the first time for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan in decades. Many forces in the city are watching secretly. Who is this new duke? It is said that he is the captain of the championship team in this elite competition of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy, TSK. TSK, what a genius. But a mere youth competition champion dares to challenge the majesty of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family here. Is he an idiot? The championship of the Soul Master competition is relatively confidential. After all, apart from the two participating teams, Zuking, Ningfengzi, and Shenzhen, the only people left to watch the competition are the personnel of Wuhan Palace, and these people from Wuhan Palace you have to have a certain status yourself. Therefore, the news spread very slowly, and most of the small forces were not aware of the power Amon showed in the finals. That's not entirely true. There may be some force behind him. Isn't the Elephant Armor sect very restless? It has never been satisfied with the position of the lower force X and wants to seek promotion. Anyway, I've seen something good. I hope it won't affect my industry. The rest doesn't matter. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family will not remain silent. The majesty of the Shangsun sect cannot be challenged. After occupying the city lord's palace, Amon did not do anything, but quietly waited for Yu Yuanzhen's arrival. Wuhan Palace secretly collects information on Shangsun Zhang, Xingluo, Chai and our royal family and other major forces, to prepare for the subsequent soul hunting plan. Amon learned from Walter that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is currently in a period of weakness. There is only one titled Douluo in the sect. There are quite a few contrasts, but they have not been titled, and cannot even set foot in Amon's home. There is no qualification for the battlefield. Lei Yan, I have something to tell you. Amon asked Yan Jin and Rommel to leave, leaving him alone. When there were only two people left in the room, Lei Yan asked in confusion, Mr. Amon, do you have anything to tell me? Amon raised his right hand, touched the bottom edge of his monocle with his index finger, and asked softly, I want to make a deal with you. Lei Yan showed a puzzled look, and waited quietly for the next step. How about I exchange a set of soul bones for the right to use your body for 3 years? Lei Yan looked serious. A set of soul bones? Yes, I will prepare a complete set of soul bones for you, including skull, torso bones, and limb bones, and the quality shall not be less than 1,000 years. Well, I will try my best to give you 10,000 years. As a price, I will use your body for 3 years. During this period, I will do some dangerous things. You may die. You should think about it carefully. Lei Yan's breathing quickened. He knew how precious soul bones were. Even a titled Douluo might only have 2 or 3 soul bones in his body. Lei Yan smiled. Do you still need to consider this? A 10,000-year-old soul bone is enough for me to work hard for. A complete set. The conditions given by Mr. Amon are really generous. Amon chuckled and said, this can be regarded as a small reward for you following me for so many years. Of course, it is not entirely based on our friendship over these years, because you need to use your body to fight against strong enemies. You yourself, the stronger the strength, the better. He moved his fingers slightly, and a right arm bone appeared in his palm. This soul bone emitted a blue halo, and there was a faint sound of thunder. This soul bone comes from a 30,000-year-old thunder beast. Go and absorb it. Amon handed the soul bone to Lei Yan. Lei Yan took it, and looked at the soul bone in his hand, with a look of joy on his face. He bowed respectfully and said, thank you, Mr. Amon. Then, he sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb the soul bones. Lei Yan had already broken through to level 42 after the Soul Master competition. Later, Walter took him to Hunter Sword Thunderat, and broke through to level 42. The absorption of soul bones is not limited by the Soul Master's level. Even if you only have 1 level of soul power, you can easily absorb soul bones that are 100,000 years old. About an hour later, Lei Yan finished absorbing it, and the soul power fluctuations escaping from his body also showed that his soul power level had reached level 45. Lei Yan immediately reported his new ability to Amon. Mr. Amon, this right arm bone has given me a skill called Thunder Gun. I can consume the power of lightning to give certain metal objects special power and move them at extremely high speeds. Launched, the speed at which the object is shot depends on how much lightning power I consume. The disadvantage is that it must be made of metal with sufficient strength, otherwise it will not be able to carry the power and will collapse directly. Very Good attack ability. This is exactly what I need. Amon smiled and took out another soul bone. Absorb this again. Lei. Yan's eyes were a little dull. Anyone who got 2 soul bones in a short period of time would find it difficult to calm down. And judging from its completeness, it is a piece of 10,000 year quality. Yan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Amon smiled. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and absorb it. I carefully selected these 2 pieces. I haven't found the right one for the other 4 pieces yet. I will give them to you after a while. Yan suddenly knelt down and said seriously, Mr. Amon, no, your lord, my life belongs to you. Although he didn't care very much, Amon was also satisfied with Yan's attitude and said with a smile, you cooperate with me to do things well in the next 3 years, which is better than anything else. Yan absorbed the soul bone again, and his soul power level reached level 47. This time, he has an additional space ability, soul bone space. In fact, its function is similar to that of a storage soul guide. You can store and take out items with just a thought. However, the speed is much faster than ordinary space rings, with almost no delay, and it is very stable. It can also be used in fierce battles without having to worry about being affected by chaotic soul power, making it difficult to store or retrieve items. What's the use of this skill? Why do I feel like I have more convenient space ring? Yan scratched his head, feeling a little confused. But Amon showed a satisfied look and said gently, no, this is a very powerful ability, and it plays an important role in my plan. Chapter 165 Yu and Zen. On Jialang Mountain, not far from Lilang City, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is located. The main peak, the beating hall. An old man with grey hair, a resolute face, a tall stature, and bright eyes stood in the hall. In front of him, Yu Zinfeng knelt on his knees, wiping tears and complaining, Master, you have to make a decision for us. That bastard is too arrogant. He broke into our territory recklessly and killed people. My nephew died in his hands. Yu Zinfeng's story made the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family indignant. This must not be tolerated. We must kill him. Otherwise, where is the dignity of our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? A mere newly promoted duke dared to provoke our family. He simply doesn't know how to live or die. Yu Xiangxin, who had almost recovered from his injuries and returned home from the academy, looked solemn. Are they those guys from the Northland Academy? I met them in the promotion match. Xiangxin, are they the ones who hurt you? Yes, a red-haired girl. Yu Xiangxin nodded. Although the tribesmen were talking about it, Yu Yuanzhen showed a solemn look on his face. After checking the bodies of the tribesmen brought back by Yu Zinfeng, Zinfeng, are you saying that Duke Amon didn't do anything, and these people fell to the ground and died after approaching him? Yu Zinfeng hesitated. Yes, at that time I felt like a mountain was pressing on me, and I couldn't move at all. It's a bit like the feeling you give people when you exude momentum, but it's stronger. This shouldn't just be momentum, right? Otherwise, how strong would it be? Yu Yuanzhen shook his head and sighed. According to the intelligence I received, he might be a strong man close to the limit Douluo, so this might really be just momentum, but it's a little hard to believe. It was my negligence not to let you pay attention in advance, but no matter what, since he dared to do this, we can't back down. Lead the way, I'll go meet him. Yu Yuanzhen came to Thunder Dragon City with several Soul Douluo elders the moment they appeared at the gate of the city. All the forces in the city, big and small, felt a breath of impending storm. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is here. That old man is Yu Yuanzhen, right? It turned out that their clan leader came directly. I don't know what confidence that Duke Amon has to face a title Douluo. Many people talked about it, some with worried faces, and some with solemn expressions. Amon, get out. Yu Yuanzhen mobilized his soul power and shouted directly at the gate of the city. Since Amon treated the people who stayed in the Thunder Dragon City office in the toughest way, Yu Yuanzhen also planned to fight back in the toughest way. He did not care about Amon's strength. After the other party came to the door, this battle was inevitable. Yu Yuanzhen slowly rose into the air, and the pressure of the title Douluo was released unscrupulously. The sky was rolling with dark clouds, and lightning point. The terrible momentum made the people in the entire Thunder Dragon City feel depressed, as if they would suffocate at any time. Is this the pressure of the title Douluo? It's terrible. Some people looked horrified, and some soul masters looked yearning. A young man with dark blue hair appeared on the city wall at some point. He wore a monocle on his right eye, his black eyes were deep, and there was a faint smile on his face, giving people a feeling of both mystery and evil. The soul Douluos brought by Yu Yuanzhen were shocked when they saw this person who suddenly appeared beside them. Yu Yuanming, the second elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, shouted, "Who are you?" After merging with the Lion martial spirit, Amon said in a joking tone, "Didn't you ask me to come out? Why, are you scared again?" His voice sounded like two people speaking at the same time, with two different voice lines. "Ah, you Duke Amon." Yu Yuanzhen cast his eyes down from the air and asked condescendingly, "It's me. It seems that you are the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family." Yu Yuanzhen was shocked. Amon raised his right hand and adjusted the position of his monocle. "Why did you offend my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and harm my people? You don't cooperate with me, the newly appointed duke, which makes it difficult for me to deal with it, so I decided to show a little force. The best sacrifice to establish my prestige is your life." As soon as the voice fell, Amon's figure disappeared, leaving only a series of subtle electric currents in the original place. Elementalization. Lei Yin's third soul skill allows him to assimilate himself with his martial soul and transform into lightning to move, but he is not immune to attacks and cannot collide with other objects when moving, otherwise he will be injured. This is also a very powerful ability, but due to the high consumption, Lei Yin himself cannot use it well, but in Amon's hands, this small limitation is dispensable. He instantly appeared behind Yu Yuanzhen, stretched out his hand and grabbed, stealing all the soul skills of the opponent from 1 to 6 rings. Yu Yuanzhen's face changed, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. This is the first time he has encountered such a strange skill. Amon covered the surface of his body with a layer of materialized soul power membrane, and then kicked the opponent. In the state of martial soul fusion, his qualities in all aspects have been greatly improved, basically reaching the level of Soul Emperor, plus the quality of the external soul bone has been improved to 100,000 years. The defense of the soul power membrane has been greatly improved, and he has the qualifications to fight Yu Yuanzhen in hand-to-hand combat. Yu Yuanzhen raised his hand to block the kick, and realized that the opponent's strength was not strong, so he shook his soul power and shook it away. His arms turned into dragon claws, and he snorted coldly, "Don't you know that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is the strongest beast martial spirit in the world today? How dare you fight me in close combat? In terms of martial spirit, it may be, but not in terms of people." Amon chuckled, raised his right hand, and stretched out his index finger. Silver light flashed, and an extremely condensed blue-white beam burst out from his fingertips. The light was dazzling, and difficult to look directly at. Laser. Lei Yin's fourth soul skill. The effect is to concentrate lightning, and compress it to the extreme, forming a more powerful attack. The more soul power is consumed, the stronger the attack power. This attack has extremely strong single-point destructive power. With the support of Amon's soul power, the attack power even exceeds eternal creation. Yu Yuanzhen sensed the danger, and used his martial spirit true body at the first time. His snout protruded forward, his head turned into a huge dragon head. Sharp dragon horns grew on his forehead, and scales grew on his body. In an instant, he turned into a huge thunder dragon with wings on his back, and a body length of nearly 100 meters. The laser shot hit the dragon claw, leaving a charred hole. Although it looked inconspicuous, it made Yu Yuanzhen's eyes condensed. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex itself is a dragon that controls thunder. It has a high resistance to thunder. It can be said that it is almost not injured by thunder, but the opponent's thunder attribute attack left a wound on his hardest dragon claw, which is quite amazing. Since the 1st to 6th soul skills were stolen, he couldn't use some soul skills with low consumption to test, so he used the 8th soul skill right away. As a black soul ring lit up, dense thunder and lightning surrounded the huge thunder dragon. The blue dragon roared to the sky, Countless thunder rays flashed, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be thicker lightning bolts echoed the roar of the thunder dragon, falling from the sky and gathering around him. Dragon. Soaring. Thunder explodes. Countless lightning bolts surged towards Amon like a tide. He chuckled, and his figure flashed and disappeared in the sea of thunder. After fusing with the Lion martial soul, Amon's resistance to lightning was also very high, but Yu Yuanzhen's move was obviously beyond his limit point. However, no matter how strong the attack is, it is useless if it can't hit anyone. Amon's third soul skill can predict the soul skill that the opponent is about to launch point, although the information that can be predicted is extremely limited due to the huge difference in mental power. Under the premise that the opponent's low-level soul skills have been stolen, only the 8th and 9th ring skills or soul bone skills can be used. Point after predicting that it is not a soul bone skill, it is understood that the opponent is going to use a big move. As long as you are prepared in advance, you can almost dodge any attack with the bug-like movement skill of elementization. Point at the moment when Yu Yuanzhen launched the attack, Amon had moved 20 kilometers away. Point in the crowd of people watching the battle in Thunder Dragon City, a black-haired young man squeezed his monocle and transmitted the scene he saw to Amon in the distance through a mental connection to provide him with vision. Point. When the thunder gathered by the dragon soaring sky thunder explosion disappeared, a trace of doubt appeared in Yu Yuanzhen's huge dragon eyes. In his perception, he could not find Amon. Point. He didn't let him wonder for too long. With bursts of thunder roars, Amon appeared above his head. Point. Amon took out a metal projectile, which was just made of ordinary fine iron. He weighed it and threw it down, as if casually. Point at the moment when the projectile left his palm, it suddenly burst out at a very high speed. With only a low muffled sound, the dragon head sank violently, as if it was hit by a punch. Point. Yu Yuanzhen's head was bleeding, and the injury on his head made him furious, and he let out a deafening roar with a black halo lighting up. He finally used the 9th soul skill. Point. The 9th soul skill of every title Douluo should not be underestimated, and Yu Yuanzhen, as the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and a level 96 Super Douluo, has an even more powerful soul skill. Sound shocks the 9 heavens. Layer after layer of sound waves spread out like ripples. At this moment, the world was quiet and all the horses were silent. Point. All the sounds disappeared, leaving only the dragon roars that seemed to explode in the soul. Point. Each layer of sound waves is an attack. One layer is more than another. The more times it is superimposed, the greater the damage. Even the first layer of sound waves can cause ordinary soul Douluos to be seriously injured and killed. Point. But after a while, Yu Yuanzhen was shocked to find that Amon's figure disappeared again. Point. Sound cannot catch up with thunder. Amon did not receive a single layer of sound waves. He was more than 20 kilometers away, quietly waiting for the end of this attack. Point. Yu Yuanzhen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had a very uncomfortable battle. Point. At the beginning of the game, the first 6 soul skills were stolen and could not be used. After that, every time I used the 8th and 9th soul skills, the opponent would use the super speed skill to run far away, and I couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes. Chapter 166 Tudor Territory. Yu Yuanzhen maintained the sound shocking the 9 heavens for 1 minute, and finally stopped. Because of the excessive consumption of soul power at the moment he stopped, thunder flashed, and Amon appeared in front of him. Point. Yu Yuanzhen's face was more solemn than ever. He realized that the other party was extremely far away, and could still sense his situation. Otherwise he would not appear so timely. Point. Such an enemy made him helpless. Hit, but couldn't hit. Run, but couldn't escape. Point. The power currently displayed by the other party was not too strong, and the attack power seemed to barely break his defense, but this speed and perception were really disgusting. Point. Amon raised his right hand and stroked his monocle. For someone like him who fought through a special mechanism, intelligence information was very important. Point. Although this battle was different from the previous ones, and seemed to be more inclined to a head-on confrontation, it was also important to have a clone who could provide him with the situation on Yu Yuanzhen's side at any time, which was related to whether he could choose the right time to return. Point. Otherwise, if he came back and found that Yu Yuanzhen happened to be still using soul skills, then he was finished. His clone did not bring the invincible golden body with him. Point. Amon looked calm, but he was actually dancing on the edge of a knife. If he was hit by Yu Yuanson's skills, the battle would basically be over. Master, I'll help you. Seeing that Yu Yuanson seemed to be at a disadvantage, a Soul Douluo elder attacked Amon regardless of the danger. Danger, retreat. Yu Yuanson shouted. Amon said softly, heh, and smiled faintly. You don't know whether to live or die. A terrifying aura as vast as the abyss rose up. The Soul Douluo warrior who showed his martial soul body was pressed to the ground. Before he flew far, the dragon head lowered deeply into the soil. Although he felt endless shame in his heart and wanted to resist, his body seemed to be out of control at this moment. The terrifying pressure shocked his mind and body, making him unable to move. Amon turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared on the spot. Yu Yuanson's face changed drastically. Even for him, it took him a while to adapt to this earth-shattering might. He wanted to rescue the elder, but was surprised to find that there was another figure beside him. Oh no, his target is me. As soon as this thought came up, a fatal sense of crisis suddenly emerged. A metal spear wrapped in a trace of electric arc appeared in Amon's hand. This spear was found in the city lord's mansion, and he put it into Yan's soulbone space point. Since the beginning of the battle, he has been using the soul skill thunder magnetic gun of his right arm bone to accumulate energy for it. At this moment, the accumulated power on it burst out, enough to give the title Douluo a fatal blow. Thunder exploded, and the turbid waves emptied. The spear came in an instant with an irresistible and terrible force. Yu Yuanson only had time to twist his body slightly, and the fine iron spear had already pierced the dragon's body and pierced into the earth without slowing down. At this time, the explosion sound caused by the long spear cutting through the air came from the front, followed by the loud noise caused by it piercing the ground. Boom. The earth shook, and the whole Thunder Dragon city trembled slightly. Yu Yuanson's dragon body continued to bleed, and a huge round hole appeared on his body. If he hadn't dodged at the last moment, this shot could have directly broken him into two sections. Amon didn't stop there. He appeared at the wound of the Thunder Dragon and threw a thunder spear into its body. The thunder burst out, and even the powerful body of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex could not withstand the impact from the body. The body of the huge Thunder Dragon collapsed inch by inch, and the brilliance in the dragon's eyes gradually disappeared, becoming dim and soulless. Run quickly. A weak voice sounded, which was the last order issued by Yu Yuanson before his death. After death, the effect of the martial soul true body was lifted, and Yu Yuanson's scattered body turned into human flesh again. Amon scanned the ground and found 3 soul bones in a pile of meat. Not bad, Amon said softly. He raised his right hand and stroked his monocle, looking at the elders of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family who transformed into dragon wings and fled quickly. His eyes were deep. He did not chase and kill, and did not want to remove the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family from the list. The purpose of establishing prestige has been achieved. As long as no one in the territory dares to question his authority, no one dares to disobey his orders, and no one dares to resist the decrees he issued, that's enough. In the eyes of the leaders of the big and small forces in Thunder Dragon City, who were either in awe or fear, Amon slowly walked back to the city lord's mansion. Rommel, no, Yan Jin, Lion. You go, Amon. Released the martial soul fusion and said lightly, go and call some people with good influence in the city. I need to convey my will to them. At this time, Amon felt the lack of his men. Only Lion was useful. As for letting Rommel and Yan Jin deal with others, the former would cause complaints from the whole city, while the latter would most likely bring him back a pile of ashes. As for going there in person, running from house to house, it would be a bit cheap and not conducive to building prestige. The leaders of the forces in the city were all shocked. After receiving Amon's invitation, the newly promoted duke used the life of a lord of the 3 sects to show them his unmatched power. No one dared to ignore the call of a lord who had the righteous name of the Xiandao Empire and was extremely powerful. When Amon convened a meeting to announce his governance philosophy, Rommel also publicly recruited soldiers under his instructions. Since there was no thought of launching a war for the time being, Amon gave this newly formed team a name that perfectly matched its function. City Management Brigade. It Maybe that people flock together, but the people recruited by Romir all have his own style, and they are all guys who are hated by people in the city. The first order Amon announced was to rename the Blue Dragon territory to the Tudor territory and the Thunder Dragon city to the City of Night. At the same time, a decree was issued to significantly reduce the penalties for the crime of theft, and to raise the conditions for the crime of theft to a very stringent level. If the owner wants to prove that the stolen property was stolen from him, he must provide sufficient evidence, otherwise it will not be supported. In this era, where the means of proof are quite limited, this makes it almost impossible to recover it after it is lost. All in all, the several decrees promulgated by Amon will lead to one result, that is, the number of thieves in the territory will greatly increase. He was almost openly encouraging theft. This puzzled Lei Yin. Mr. Amon, why do you do this? This will make the territory chaotic and not conducive to your rule. Amon smiled and replied softly, I'm very happy that you can think about me like this, but what I need is not governance. Just being able to make me happy is enough. Lei Yin didn't persuade him much, and he didn't care about this. He just reminded him, because he found that this would affect Amon's interests. Since Amon already knew it, and still decided to do so, there was no need for him to comment further. These inexplicable laws left many people in Tudor territory confused. Some knowledgeable people even nicknamed Amon the Duke of Thieves. Of course, they didn't dare to say these words openly. After all, the power of killing the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family still existed, and no one dared to touch Amon when he was in the spotlight. Wuhan City, Pope's Palace. As the force with the largest number of soul masters and the best informed information, Wuhan Palace received the news about the Blue Dragon territory immediately. Ever since her soul skills were stolen, Bibi Dong has been paying close attention to Amon's information. As soon as the Wuhan Palace receives information about his movements, it will be presented to her desk. He killed Yu Yuansen. This is good news, but it also confirms that he has strength far beyond that of ordinary Super Douluo. Bibi Dong said solemnly. She became even more afraid of Amon. By the way, he still hasn't shown his martial spirit. No, he should have a skill that can cover up his martial soul and the fluctuations in his soul power. Guan shook his head and continued, currently, the only information about his martial soul recorded in Frostleaf City is the worm when he first awakened, and what Walter said was a worm with a star-like color. My people have gone through the information and haven't found any soul beast that matches this description. It may be a mutated martial spirit. Bibi Dong sighed. Well, it would be great if Xiaogang was here. With his knowledge, he must be able to analyze more things. As she thought about it, Bibi Dong lost consciousness for a while. Yu Guan silently exited the hall. Since the Soul Master competition, the Pope has shown this expression more and more frequently. Walter looked at the decree issued by Amon and frowned. What is that guy doing? He had more contact with Amon than anyone else in the spirit hall, and he knew Amon better, and he knew that the other person was a person who had nothing to gain, and was unwilling to do anything. When I saw this strange decree, the first thing I thought about was not whether the other party's mental state was normal, but whether it would bring him benefits, or what kind of trap it contained. However, no matter how many times he read it, Walter could only see that these laws were encouraging theft. As for the benefits or traps, even he could not see it all. Walter murmured in a low voice, is it possible that that guy is really not mentally normal? Only Sendao Liu and Furumubo had a slight look of astonishment on their faces. He stared at the information for a while and said with some disbelief, has he already reached this level? Or does he know this information through some inheritance, so he made preparations early? Believe in becoming a god. You are so ambitious. You are so courageous. Young people today are really scary. Being born in the same era as such a monster, I don't know whether you are lucky or unlucky. Zui sighed, ignited a golden flame in his hand, burned the information, and then knelt again in front of the angel statue that exuded a sacred aura, praying attentively, just like an ascetic monk. Chapter 167 Respective Reactions. In Qiandao City, Emperor Zui looked at the letter submitted by the guard with a solemn expression. Father, what happened? Zuking asked suspiciously, when he saw that Zui looked not right. Look. by yourself. After receiving the letter, Zuking also took a breath, with a look of horror on his face. Duke Amon killed Yu Yuansun, the patriarch of the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. She also remembered that in the championship of the Soul Master competition, Amon killed Xiaoshan Douluo while blocking Yan Jin and Jiang Mo's combined attack skills. Although Tang Xiao himself said that he had left the Haoshan sect, not many people would take this statement seriously. So in total, 2 of the sect masters among the last 3 sects had died at the hands of Amon. Zhu King couldn't help but look at his teacher, Ning Fengzi, the master of Kibeo Glazed Sect. The latter coughed awkwardly and said softly, "Our Kibeo Glazed Sect has no conflict with him." Well, probably. He suddenly remembered the interaction between his daughter and Shrek Academy, and he felt a little unsure. He felt a sudden panic in his heart. Since Ning Rangrang dared to defend Xiao Wuhan Beast after her identity was exposed for the sake of their so-called friendship with the 7 monsters, he might not stand against Duke Amon for the same reason. When he thought of this, he had a headache inside. It's so unpredictable. During the qualifying and promotion rounds, I just regarded him as a talented junior, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would transform into a big man who stirred up the situation. Even our upper 3 sects were not allowed to don't avoid its edge. The territory blueprint of Duke Amon may really have a chance to be realized, but this is a good thing for us in Xiandao, because the first one to bear the brunt will be the Star Luo Empire. Zuking analyzed. Zuyi nodded and said calmly, "King is right. At least in the short term, he will not be a threat to us." Then he looked at Ning Fengzi and said, "Sect Master Ning, let the Kibeo Glazed Sect stay as far away from Duke Amon for the time being. He is an unpredictable guy." After being shocked by the news that Amon had killed Yu Yuansun, Zuking began to be confused by the few decrees he issued. Although she also knew a lot about becoming a god at level 100, because she didn't know about Amon's massive theft in Wuhan City, she didn't take these measures to encourage theft in the direction of faith. In the end, I came to the conclusion that maybe I was too ignorant and did not understand the deep meaning behind these measures. If I have the opportunity to ask him for advice in the future, if it is good, I will implement it nationwide. After I ascend the throne. Shrek Academy. Uzayada Gang stared at the letter in his hand, looking confused and in disbelief. This was what Yu Xianheng handed over to Uzayada Gang after receiving the news from his family. As for himself, he had already packed his luggage and left to return to his family. No way, it's not true. He shed tears and slumped on the chair. "Zao Gang, what happened?" Flanders took the letter and his pupils shrank. He screamed strangely, "How is this possible? That is one of the sect leaders of the 3 upper sects." Although it seemed unbelievable at first, after careful consideration, I found that it was indeed possible. With the strength shown by Amon in the Soul Master Competition Championship, it seems that it would not be too difficult to kill Yu Yuansun. He looked at the tearful Uzayada Gang and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Liu Erlang also had a sad look on his face and shook his head at Flender. "Boss Fu, please leave Uzayada Gang alone for a while, Dad," Uzayada Gang murmured, recalling every bit of his childhood. He suddenly covered his face and started sobbing. After a long time, he whispered softly, "Erlang, you know, before I was 6 years old, I was always the pride of my father because of my intelligence. On the day when the martial soul awakened, when he saw that my soul power was only half level, he had a disappointed look on his face. I will never forget that look. After that, other people in the family laughed at me and ridiculed me. Only my father always encouraged and comforted me. I was not kicked out of the family or left on my own, because my existence made my father, the patriarch, very embarrassed. I made him ashamed. Although he didn't think so, I couldn't bear it, so I took the initiative to leave the family. In fact, I encountered many difficulties on my journey alone. Sometimes I was in trouble and couldn't do anything, but things were solved inexplicably. I know that my father sent people to do that. He has always cared about me and paid attention to me. I want to prove to my family that I'm not a loser. I want my father to be proud of me again. However, I have not yet proven myself, but he died. Uzayada Gang looked tired and helpless, Liu Erlang just listened quietly, hugged him and stroked his back. I want revenge. For such irreconcilable hatred, I must avenge. Ameng, Duke, Ju. Yu Xiao Gang said every word, gritting his teeth. Zhao Gang, I will accompany you. No matter what you do, I will always be with you. Liu Erlang said softly. After losing Yu Yuansun, the only titled Douluo in the family, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family has experienced a huge change. The clan elders waited and watched for a while, and after realizing that Amon had no intention of killing them all, they began to fight for power. There are many people with soul Douluo cultivation, and none of them are willing to give in to the other. They quarrel every day for the right to speak and the allocation of resources. This makes Yu Xianheng, who has returned to the family, feel tired. He stood on the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. The sky and the earth were vast, and the white clouds were faint. He just felt that he was so small and powerless. Du Guyang followed behind him. Xianheng, the two looked at each other and saw the bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. Yu Xianheng suddenly said, the leader of Haoshan sect was killed by Amon. My grandfather was killed by Amon, and your grandfather also had conflicts with Amon. Do you think he did it too? Only then did they know what Amon did in the championship. After a little association, they found that Amon was very suspicious of killing Du Gubo. I don't know. Du Guyan said with some confusion. She didn't know what to do next. The powerful enemy who could kill the title Douluo was not something she could fight against. There was still a glimmer of hope to seek revenge with the help of the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, but now they can't protect themselves. The two hugged and leaned against each other, feeling the warmth from each other's body, and then they felt a little relieved. In the meeting hall of the main peak of Jialan Mountain. A Soul Douluo elder suddenly said, although Duke Amon did not take further action against us, is he waiting for us to come and apologize? What? Third brother, are you crazy? That bastard killed our clan leader and asked us to apologize. Another person said angrily. What else? Without the clan leader and the title Douluo in the family, can our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family still maintain the reputation of the top 3 sects? The third elder looked ugly. An old man with white hair and a long beard said. What the third brother said makes sense. If that Duke Amon wants to do something, we can't resist it at all. My father's body is not cold yet, and you are thinking about how to wag your tail and beg for mercy from the murderer. Yu Xiao Gang's eldest brother, Yu Yuansun's eldest son said angrily. We are also considering the family. If we don't bow to Duke Amon, then our various functional industries in Douluo territory will not be preserved at all. How will the family solve the problem of food, clothing and daily expenses in the future? The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is mainly divided into 2 factions. The Deheads headed by Yu Yuansun's lineage would rather move the clanland and flee thousands of miles away than bow to Amon. The other faction is the Surrender faction, hoping to retain the industry in Douluo territory by apologizing to Amon and expressing obedience. They are mainly concerned about future interests, not the feelings of the clan members and the pride of the family. Neither of the 2 factions can convince the other, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is in a crisis of division. Amon brought a soul master out of the execution room and asked him to absorb the 3 soul bones peeled off from Yu Yuansun. After confirming the skills carried by these soul bones, he killed the soul master and called Lei Yin. Lei Yin fell silent as he looked at the 2 soul bones in front of him. He was a little dizzy and didn't know what to say. He had just absorbed 2 pieces not long ago, and now there are 2 more. When did soul bones become so common? Don't ask too much, don't think too much, just absorb it. The stronger you are, the more help you will give me. This is my little investment. As long as it succeeds, it is worth paying more soul bones. Amon smiled. Yu Yuansun has 2 soul bones that are adapted to Lei Yin. One is a trunk bone and the other is a left leg bone. As for the other, it overlaps with the left arm bone with the soul bone space. The trunk bone provides a thunder pull skill, which has the same effect as Lei Yin's second soul skill, both of which store electrical energy, but the storage capacity is very different. The second soul skill can only store electrical energy equivalent to Lei Yin's full soul power at level 35, while the capacity of the thunder pool is quite Considerable for a title Douluo. The other left leg bone provides thunder speed, of course, not real thunder speed, otherwise Yu Yunsen would not be so passive when fighting with Amon. The effect of this soul bone is to increase speed, which is a good supplement for Lei Yin. His elemental movement is very effective when moving over long distances, but it is not so satisfactory in close combat. Because it is too fast, it is difficult for him to control it, and cannot be used continuously. The thunder speed of this left leg bone just makes up for this. After absorbing the soul bone, Lei Yin's soul power level reached level 50. Feeling the fluctuations of his soul power, Lei Yin looked dazed and confused. It has only been a short time since he was promoted to Soul Sect, and he has reached level 50, and he has a hunch that he is definitely not just an ordinary level 50 now. There is still a lot of soul power that cannot be expressed, because he does not have a 5th soul ring. If he can get a soul ring, he will have a significant improvement. Chapter 168. The 3-year period has expired. 3 years passed quickly. During these 3 years, Lei Yin was fully trained by Amon. After absorbing the soul bone left by Yu Yunsen, his level reached 50, and with the help of Amon, he absorbed a 60,000 year soul ring. With the accumulation of the remaining soul power level of the soul bone and the influence of the absorption, Lei Yin directly rose to level 55. After that, Amon provided him with the head soul bone and the right leg soul bone, raising his level to level 60. He absorbed the soul ring of 70,000 years again. Lei Yin's soul power reached an astonishing level of 64. In the following days, Amon asked him to practice in seclusion, and provided him with soul refining grass to assist in his practice. At this moment, Lei Yin was already a soul saint of level 75. He was only 17 years old. If such news of a 17-year-old soul saint spread out, I'm afraid that countless geniuses would be ashamed. With Amon's full support, it is not an exaggeration to go from level 42 to level 75 in 3 years, because more than 20 levels were raised by absorbing soul bones and soul rings above the level. Only about 10 levels were obtained by Li Yin's own hard work. Yan Jin also rose from level 54 to level 68. Although her level is not as high as Li Yin's, in fact, her potential will only be more terrifying, because there are still 5 parts of her body that can absorb soul bones. Of course, the premise is that she can find so many high quality soul bones during these 3 years. Amon was not idle. He sent his clones to hunt soul beasts in all directions of the Xingdao Great Forest, so that those fierce beasts had to disperse to various places, each responsible for an area, to deal with Amon's hunting of soul beasts during this period. They also killed a lot of Amon, but found that this ghost thing seemed to be endless and inexhaustible. As time went on, the frequency of appearance became higher and higher, and the number also increased. Deep in the Xingdao Great Forest, near the Lake of Life. Dishan said gloomily, "How many times have we killed this guy in the past 3 years? 796 times. Bridget, dressed in green, answered softly. Dishan took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. Lucky beast, the fate you saw is probably not wrong. This bastard is really capable of putting the Stardao Great Forest in crisis. Can't you lock his body?" The 3-eyed golden lion shook his head and looked helpless. "Sorry, Dishan, I'm useless." "No, it's not your fault. This guy's too tricky." Dishan shook his head and said, "I really have an impulse to launch a beast tide regardless of everything." The 3-eyed golden lion thought for a while and said in a somewhat uncertain tone, "A few days ago, the fate of destruction I saw was brought forward again, and fate shows that there is a huge crisis coming. The revelation that the lucky beast got from fate seems to be quietly fulfilled. The guy named Amon made all the fierce beasts helpless this time," it warned again. Dishan did not dare to be careless and asked solemnly, "Is it the same human as last time?" The 3-eyed golden lion shook his head. "The revelation of fate has always been vague, and I can only vaguely sense good and bad, but cannot accurately judge." Cheyenne expression was solemn. The space around him was distorted, darkness surged, and the air around him seemed to be almost solidified. Even if he had powerful strength, he could do nothing about such an unknown and untraceable fate. Xiao Wu sat on a blue stone far away from the auspicious beast, with a sad face. "It's been 3 years, third brother, I miss you." The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python looked at Dishan, who was faintly emitting pressure in the distance, and then looked at Xiao Wu beside him, and looked at each other. Damning, the beast god seems to be very irritable, and is about to get angry. The Titan giant ape said in a muffled voice, yeah. The sky blue bull python shook its body, and used its huge body to cover Xiao Wu to prevent Dishan from seeing her appearance point during this period. The azure bull python and the Titan giant ape were very nervous. The beast god Emperor Shan and a group of fierce beasts were working hard for the future of the Stardao Great Forest and guarding against humans, but Xiao Wu was missing a human under the eyes of the beast god. And sometimes she would mutter to herself. They were really afraid that Emperor Shan would get angry and throw Xiao Wu to feed the three-eyed golden lion. In the north of the Stardao Great Forest, a newly split Amon killed a 1,000-year-old death spider. He calmly absorbed the soul ring, emitting a purple halo. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at a middle-aged man not far away. The middle-aged man was not handsome. His face was blue, and his eyes were also green, giving people a creepy feeling. In the dark green, there was a strange glow, which was completely different from the gorgeous green of Bridget. He was not tall, but very slender, and his dark green robe fluttered backwards without wind. 10-meter long hair spread out behind him like a carpet. Fierce beast, demon tree, the king of 10,000 demons. We meet again. Amon greeted warmly. The king of 10,000 demons had a gloomy face and said coldly, I don't want to see you. Amon laughed, without any hostility on his face. Why didn't you just do it this time? The king of 10,000 demons' eyes flickered slightly, and he said in a deep voice, what is your purpose? The auspicious beast said, that you will cut off the luck of the Xingdao Great Forest and let the soul beasts face extinction. Amon shrugged, do you believe it? What's the benefit for me to do this? I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it a little. How many soul beasts have you killed in the past 3 years? The king of 10,000 demons stared at Amon. Amon raised his right hand, straightened his monocle, and said softly, this is just a strategy. Hunting soul beasts everywhere is to make you tired, and absorbing soul rings is to replenish consumption. I have only one goal from beginning to end, that is to obtain a good soul ring. The little rabbit that escaped from the soul master competition is a good target, as you can see, I'm not too strong, and I can't hunt more powerful soul beasts. At least the normal 100,000-year soul beasts are not something I can fight against. That rabbit is my best choice. But you are too vigilant. For an illusory prophecy, you mobilize the power of the entire Stardao Great Forest to deal with me, so I have to take some measures. Let you understand that insisting on protecting that rabbit has a price. The 10,000 demon king sneered. Are you only allowed to allow your soul masters to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, and we soul beasts are not allowed to resist? Amon shook his head and said softly, I don't mean that. Hunters and prey are always relative, but are you soul beasts really that united? Preying on each other and fighting is the norm, right? Is it really worth paying such a high price for a rabbit? This was originally just a matter between me and that rabbit, but Dishan's behavior turned it into a hostile situation between the human duke and the Stardao Great Forest. The 10,000 demon king pondered for a moment, turned around and walked into the depths of the Stardao Great Forest. Go away, I won't kill you this time. Amon smiled. Interesting. The original form of the 10,000 demon king is a demon tree. He killed a fairy grass next to him, swallowed it and merged it, and then he grew to this point. Compared with other fierce beasts, he is more vicious and cruel, and does not care about the lives of other soul beasts, and he was forcibly subdued by Emperor Shan. Emperor Shan was very afraid of him, and usually took him with him to keep a close watch, not allowing him to control other plant soul beasts. Therefore, he was not loyal to Emperor Shan. And even a little dissatisfied. 10,000 years later, in the era of the Peerless Tang sect, due to the great development of human beings, the living space of soul beasts was constantly suppressed. Even if the king of 10,000 demons was dissatisfied, he could only keep it to himself. Because the soul beasts at that time needed the protection of the king, Emperor Shan, otherwise they would only become prey to humans. But now is not that era. And the survival pressure brought to soul beasts by humans is not that great. When the external pressure is not great, the king of 10,000 demons will naturally have more ideas. He has the idea of replacing Emperor Shan. Douluo territory. Duke's mansion. A man in white came to the door and showed the elder token of the spirit hall to the guard. He said lightly, "I want to see Duke Amon. You go and inform him." A guard stared at the token for a long time, then looked at his colleague next to him. "Do you know him?" "No." The guard on the other side picked his nose and said, "The security work of Night City and the Duke's mansion is managed by Rommel, and most of his subordinates are of the same character as him." Yu Guan resisted the urge to slap the two idiots to death and reasoned with them. "Go and report it. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize the token. What if I'm a distinguished guest?" "Well, makes sense." A guard looked up and down at Yu Guan's clothes and felt that the old man was either rich or noble, so he nodded. "I'll report it. You watch here." As he said, he walked in. After a long time, just when Yu Guan was about to feel impatient, Rommel, who had purple hair and a hedgehog-like hairstyle, yawned and walked out. He glanced at Yu Guan and felt that he looked a little familiar. "It's me, Douluo." Yu Guan twitched his face. "Ah, it's you. Please come in." Rommel greeted him warmly. The person who was in charge of receiving him was Lian. Looking at Lian, who still looked childish, but exuded powerful soul power fluctuations, Yu Guan was shocked and couldn't help asking, "What level are you?" "Level 75. I just broke through, so my soul power control is not very good. Please forgive me." Lian laughed. "Level 75. Yu Guan stood up from the chair in a flash, opened his mouth wide, and looked incredible. It's not that he is not calm enough, but Lian's level is too scary. For Yan Jin, Lian, and Rommel, the three followers of Amon, the spirit hall naturally also investigated and knew their actual ages compared with them. The golden generation that the spirit hall regarded as a treasure seemed so mediocre. Yu Guan took a deep breath to calm down the excitement in his heart. After a while, he calmed down and asked, "Where is the Duke?" "His Majesty the Pope asked me to remind him that the 3-year period has expired." Chapter 169. 10 titles. Lian smiled and said, "I don't know where Mr. Amon went. Please tell His Holiness the Pope that the Duke will go as promised." Yu Guan couldn't help asking, "What level is your sister Yan Jin now?" If it's not convenient to answer, then don't answer. In fact, I have a good relationship with her teacher Walter. He knew that Yan Jin's strength has always been stronger than Lian. Even Lian has reached level 75, so what level will Yan Jin reach? Lian laughed and said, "This is not a secret. She is now level 68. My sister's talent is better than mine. If Mr. Amon didn't want to use me and forcibly improve my strength, I would not be able to reach the current height. Is that so?" Yu Guan's face showed a look of understanding and a little regret. Before, Lian's talent made him feel that there might be something wrong with his cognition and he couldn't keep up with the times, but he said that he forced his strength to improve, which was reasonable. This also made Yu Guan feel sorry for him. A genius who was expected to be a titled Douluo in the future, but because of the short-sightedness of the person he was loyal to, he ruined his bright future. He thought that Lian's forced improvement of strength was to use certain drugs to increase the level of soul power by consuming future potential. What Lian meant was that Amon gave him too many soul bones, which helped him to level up too quickly. He didn't have time to get familiar with them, and it was beyond his control, so that the soul power was still dissipating uncontrollably. Whether it was absorbing soul rings beyond the age limit, or fusing soul bones, it would only raise the potential of the soul master without causing any damage. If Yu Guan understood Lian's true meaning, he would definitely shed sad tears. He and Gui Mei worked hard for Bibidan for so many years, and the two of them together did not have such a big gain. After getting Lian's guarantee, Yu Guan left the Night City. "Is Amon really not here?" Yan Jin held a charred corpse in his hand. "This was a spy sent by the Crossing Luo Empire. He's really not here. Sister should know his movements better than me, right?" Lian smiled faintly. "Don't give me that." Yan Jin rolled his eyes. "That was in the past. He hasn't cared about me much in the past 3 years. What are you two doing in secret?" "You have to ask Mr. Amon. I dare not disclose it casually." You and Rommel just need to handle the affairs in the territory. Since Mr. Amon didn't tell you, you don't have to worry too much about other things." Lei Yan responded. Yan Jin looked at him deeply. "You have changed." Looking at Yan Jin, who was walking away, Lei Yan pinched his eyes. "People always change, whether it is strength, emotion, ambition, or other." He put down his right hand belatedly and said to himself in some confusion, "Strange. When did I develop this habit? Am I imitating Mr. Amon? That seems not bad." The corners of Lei Yan's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a smile. In the southern part of Douluo territory, in a desolate town point on the dark yellow sand grow withered and curled plants, and the strangely shaped bushes with knots are like the claws of demons. The wind blows through the walls that are corroded with holes, making a woohoo sound, as if the devil of hell is whispering. This is a dead town with almost no residents. And there are very few people in the town. Only occasionally people with different destinations come here. These people are either wanted by the Empire and can't make it in other places, or they are attracted by the bizarre legends here and come here to find the crazy city full of depravity and blasphemy. The criminals come and go, and the few stone houses that have not been completely eroded by the wind and sand have never been filled. A young man wearing a black robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye came to the town. He casually killed 2 robbers who blocked him and wanted to rob him, and came to the only intact building in the town. An inn. The bloody headless corpse reminded everyone that the young man in front of them was not a lamb to be slaughtered, but a beast that devoured people. In the eyes of others who were afraid, contemptuous, or nervous, Amon said in an unquestionable tone, "Take me to the city of killing." Looking at his deep, evil, and extremely mysterious dark pupils, the guide from hell was shocked by his momentum and nodded, without even asking for the test. Following the guide to the basement of the inn, watching him lift a square stone slab to reveal the entrance to the deep and dark passage. The cold wind came from below, with a chill that penetrated the soul. The dark entrance seemed to connect to hell, which was terrifying, but there was a strange magic that attracted people to enter it regardless of everything. The guide glanced at Amon and slowly walked down the stone steps. Amon followed closely. A small oil lamp, emitting unstable, flickering firelight, was the only light in the dark corridor. The sound of footsteps echoed in the small and silent space. In addition to the overlapping and echoing footsteps, the breathing of the 2 people could also be heard. At the end of the corridor, there was an ancient stone door with reliefs of skulls, birds of the underworld, sickles, etc. with symbols of death and ominous meanings. The guide placed his right hand on the stone door, leaned forward slightly, and began to exert force. As he exerted force, the heavy stone door rubbed against the ground, making a low sound, which seemed extremely harsh in this quiet corridor. When Amon walked behind the door, his eyes suddenly opened up. This was a blue-purple world. The dark moon in the sky was emitting a cold light. The light seemed to carry strange power. If he stared at it for a long time, he would unconsciously feel in his heart. Being seduced arouses the desire to kill, and bloodthirsty. He is not the first clone to come to the killing city, but since the clone that enters this place cannot pass on the message, every time a new Amon comes, he will be attracted by this strange underground city and have similar novelties, sense and desire to discover. Looking back at Mingyu, Amon, led by the terrifying night, came to the gate of the killing city. The girl in black gauze greeted with a smile. "Welcome to the city of killing, where you will be reborn and where you will die." A crow with a white mark around its eyes stayed on the battlement, staring at the newly arrived Amon quietly. The invisible spiritual field opens. In this city of blood, violence, and death, souls of different strengths and weaknesses are connected together, communicating through thoughts. What has happened in the 3 years since their separation? In a luxurious villa in the inner city, German Sparrow pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and there was a wave in his eyes like ancient wells, but his expression remained as cold as ever. Hulina wore a small leather armor, stretched her waist, and sat on the sofa without any image, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. She noticed Herman's mood swings, and said in a slightly charming voice, "Mr. Herman, what's wrong? If you have anything interesting, please tell me and share it." "It's okay," German Sparrow said in his usual calm tone. Then he glanced at Ulina and asked, "How many consecutive victories do you have now?" 83 games. I have to thank Mr. Sparrow for this. If it weren't for your protection, I would have died somewhere. Hulina said sincerely. In the past 3 years, she had narrowly escaped death many times, all because of the protection of the cold man in front of her. It was he who repeatedly rescued her in time when she came out of the killing fields of hell and was besieged and in danger. Either they drink away the men who have seduced their brains, or they hold sharp blades and slaughter all the stubborn ones. She finally couldn't help but asked her doubts. Mr. Sparrow, why don't you go to the hell killing fields? With your strength, it shouldn't be too difficult. Who? Lena, who has won 83 games in a row, believes that she is no longer the reckless little girl she was before, and has grown tremendously. However, she is still immature and powerless in front of this mysterious and cold man. The god of death is watered by blood and killing. This city of killing cannot support the birth of too many gods of death at the same time. German replied coldly. After a pause, he continued, you have to speed up the progress. The killing city is not a kind place. There are subtle toxins in the air and moonlight here. They will hide in your body, erode your will, and corrode your soul. Get out quickly. Where are you, German? Aren't you leaving? Hulina's eyes flashed with inexplicable emotions. Idiot, you have to go first if you want to leave. Now I'm going to the hell killing fields, and there's a high chance I'll run into you. Do you think you can survive in my hands? Although German looks cold, he is really a gentle person. Hulina thought to herself. On the roof that no one noticed, an Amon was lying on the tiles with his legs crossed, his hands behind his head. He looked at the cold moonlight in the sky, smiled, and whispered to himself, is the main body ready to take action? Then the progress on my side is a little slow, so I have to speed up. The sun shines through the gaps between the clouds and onto the earth. The already magnificent papal palace is even more dazzling under the light. Amon, who was wearing a black robe, walked up the stairs slowly and came to the gate of the Pope's palace. The guard was about to stop drinking when he saw Pope Bibidong, wearing a gorgeous robe and a purple gold crown, walking out. She looked at the smiling Amon, her red lips parted slightly. I thought you had forgotten our agreement. How is it possible? I haven't achieved my goal yet, and I don't want to be the target of Wuhan Palace. No matter how you look at it, breaking the promise is not a wise choice for me. Amon raised his right hand and stroked the single chip glasses. You ready? We can leave at any time. Yiguan, Gui Mei, Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, Tuobazi, Walter, Kanjun, Jiang Mo and Guangling will all take action. Bibidong said with a faint smile. Although the worshippers repeatedly put her in trouble, they made Bibidong feel extremely at ease when they helped her 10 titled Douluo. This is enough to wipe out every force on the mainland except Wuhan Palace. Maybe it was possible to resist the Haotian sect during its heyday, but now, there is simply no force that can match it. With such a powerful force assembled, it is more than enough to hunt a ferocious beast that is as powerful as a super Douluo. Looking at the confident Bibidong, the corners of Amon's lips slowly raised. The Linup is really beyond imagination. It seems that we are sure to win. I hope we can all achieve our goals. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. The Wolf is Coming. Amon couldn't tell Bibidong the truth, but the spirit hall would not rely entirely on Amon's intelligence. They also sent people to verify it. However, although the number of people they sent was large, their general level was not high, so it was difficult to obtain truly valuable intelligence. The intelligence personnel of the spirit hall could not reach Emperor Shan, Biji, and Rushao in the deep forest. At most, they judged that there was more than one fierce beast that caused the riot of soul beasts in the Stardao Great Forest. After verifying the intelligence sent by Amon, they found that they all matched, and then they came to a conclusion. Amon did not lie, and everything he said was true. Of course, Amon did not lie. He told the spirit hall a lot of truth, such as Yan Jin, Wanyao Wang and Zg Point, but the most important Emperor Shen, Rushao, and Biji were hidden point. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would not dare to take action against the Stardao Great Forest Point. Even Kai and Douluo would never touch this Soul Beast King who is comparable to the extreme Douluo, unless it is necessary. Point on a sunny morning, Amon sat on the wall of Wuhan City without any image. Watching the sun rising slowly from the east sky. Point the sun dispelled the slight chill in the morning, and the green grass in the distant wilderness swayed gently in the breeze. Point the clouds in the sky were thin, and a large area of blue could be seen at a glance. Point guarding at the city gate, the Soul Master in bright silver armor stood upright, revealing excellent qualities and good appearance that were completely different from ordinary city guards there. Messy footsteps sounded, and Amon looked back and saw Bibidong and his group slowly approaching. Point Bibidong stood in the middle. At this time, she changed out of the gorgeous long dress and did not wear a crown. She wore a simple and capable black outfit, and her beautiful eyes revealed a different look. Point behind her, Yu Guan in white and Gui Mei, who were shrouded in shadows, followed on the left and right. After that, it was the rest of the people. Point the two sides met at the city gate. Point Walter nodded to Amon as a greeting. Point Amon chuckled and said, "Good morning, His Holiness the Pope, and all his majesties." Bibi Dong said lightly, "Lead the way, let's go." The group rushed to the Xingdao Great Forest. At the edge of the Xingdao Great Forest, Amon's body stood in an open space, carrying a large black wooden barrel behind him. Point the barrel was made of solid ironwood and fixed with an iron ring made of fine iron. It contained a secret weapon that Amon had prepared. Point a young man with dark blue hair, blue eyes, and a bit of delicateness stood beside Amon. "Mr. Amon, can the Wuhan Hall really be trusted? Under the temptation of 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones, can this fragile alliance be maintained?" Lei Yin had some confusion in his eyes. Amon smiled lightly. "It's okay, I don't care about soul bones. You should understand this deeply. The soul rings I need are not in conflict with this, and I have never trusted them. Cooperation does not require both parties to be sincere, and partners with ulterior motives also have their value." Lei Yin nodded thoughtfully. Point when the clone following Bibidong approached the main body to a certain distance, the spirits of both sides were connected. Point Amon's main body raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, looked at Lei Yin beside him and said, "Let's fuse the martial souls, and the action begins." Lei Yin nodded, emptied his mind, and left everything to Amon. Point a burst of dazzling starlight lit up, and silver white lightning with blue light shone, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder, and Amon and Lei Yin's bodies gradually disappeared in the light. Point then, a man with sea blue hair and a monocle on his right eye appeared in the light. He had a handsome face and deep eyes, with the characteristics of both Amon and Lei Yin. Point Lei Yin cooperated with Amon, and took the initiative to reduce his will to the weakest state. At this time, he could sense everything in the outside world, but would not make any reaction, which could minimize the interference of his will with Amon's judgment. Point Lei Yin Amon carried a large wooden barrel on his back, and first activated a stolen permanent soul skill color change to make himself blend into the surrounding environment. Point he used another soul skill silence to eliminate all his own sounds. These two skills were obtained when he stole a lot in the spirit hall in the past. He returned some useless soul skills, and only kept a few auxiliary skills with outstanding effects. Then he used his first soul skill to steal all the fluctuations caused by soul power. After doing all this, Amon rushed into the forest like a ghost. Point although soul beasts have many special perceptions different from humans, and can still find Amon, doing so can avoid the detection of most soul beasts, which is enough. Point Amon is not a sneaker, and he must not be discovered. He did this just to reduce some trouble. If it really doesn't work, killing directly is also an option. Point Bibidong and others have come to the middle of the forest. The eyes that are peeking at them between the trees keep them in a highly nervous state. Is this the Xingdao Great Forest dominated by fierce beasts? It is indeed very dangerous. Yan Jin's face was solemn. Point just now, he had released his aura, trying to scare away those 10,000-year soul beasts that were spying on them, but he didn't expect that the soul beasts only made a commotion for a while, retreated a little, but were still unwilling to leave. Point moreover, due to the release of his aura, he attracted soul beasts from farther away, and more people were spying on them. What should we do? Bibidong looked at Amon. If we are surrounded by them, and fall into a battle, our soul power and physical strength will be wasted. There are endless soul beasts in the Stardew forest, and we cannot kill them all. Amon analyzed softly, paused briefly, and continued, it's better to take a little risk, and fly directly over. Anyway, the goal of our trip is to get rid of a certain ferocious beast. Although they will unite in the face of us humans, in normal times, ferocious beasts will not gather together. As long as we are fast enough, we can kill the first one we encounter before the other to react. Bibi Dong nodded and said, just do as you say, you Guan, Gui Mei. When you see the ferocious beast in a while, you will use the martial soul fusion skill Liang Yi still domain to control each other. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo, please use your strongest combined attack skills. Walter, you are responsible for guarding the surroundings, and the others will also take action together. Yes. Yiguan, Gui Mei, and the other ordinary elders all answered respectfully. The three worshippers Yan Jin, Jiang Mo, and Guangling nodded and approved Bibi Dong's arrangement. Although the worshippers usually have checks and balances with Bidangdo on some matters, they are ultimately in the same camp, and will work together after deciding to complete something. In this case, they would not go against Bibi Dong. The operational commander Amon's clone smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and returned the eternal creation to Bibi Dong. After Lian grew up, it was enough to make up for Amon's lack of attack power, so the eternal creation move was not so important. Before dealing with the ferocious beast, returning it to Bibi Dong and letting it regain its strength can improve the combat effectiveness of the Wuhan Palace side, and allow them to help share more pressure. What are you? Bibi Dong looked at Amon with a hint of doubt in his eyes. If necessary, I will take it away, but before that, I will return it to you. To deal with those terrible soul beasts, we need sincere cooperation. Amon smiled at her. Bibi Dong nodded, her inner hostility towards Amon weakening a bit. Deeper in the forest, and Amon had already encountered a vicious beast. This is a giant bear that is 15 meters tall, covered with thick dark golden hair, and has extremely long arms. Dark gold hair or claw bear. Mr. Bear, it's you again, human. Mr. Xiang's eyes flashed with fierceness. Over the years, they have met Amon every 3 days, and they have almost become accustomed to his presence. Most of the time, Mr. Xiang would slap him to death without saying a word. Occasionally, he would chat for a while, and then slap him to death. Amon didn't resist, or run away at all. On rare occasions, he would turn around and run away, and then, he would be slapped to death by Mr. Xiang who was chasing him. How long will you continue to cause trouble, Mr. Xiang seemed to be in a bad mood today. He was particularly irritable and roared deafeningly at Amon. Amon showed a mysterious smile to it. Today is different. You will die. You have said this to me more than 100 times. Mr. Xiang raised the huge bear paw high, and then dropped it with a crash, smashing Amon into a pulp. In the past, when Amon met Mr. Xiang, he would pretend to be mysterious, and say similar things, such as you will die today. I brought people here. I'm not the only one here today. Be careful at the beginning. Mr. Xiang would still be on guard, cautiously calling the other ferocious beasts, and preparing for them. But after being tricked by Amon over and over again, and after being looked at several times by the king of 10,000 demons and the Red King called by it like a fool, it no longer believed in Amon's lies, although every time he called, the Demon King, Red King, and even Dishan would rush to it as fast as possible without any hesitation, and there was no wolf coming incident, but Mr. Xiang's pride could not accept it. He was fooled by the other party as a fool. After being fooled for the 8th time, it never summoned other ferocious beasts. After this Amon clone encountered Mr. Xiang, he immediately passed the news to the clone with Bibi Dong through spiritual contact. After confirming the location of Mr. Xiang, Amon used the stolen flying soul skill, and at the same time, used his soul power to cover the entire group, stole the soul power wave, and rushed here at full speed. Is this the reason why you don't reveal your martial soul rings, or even soul power fluctuations in battle? It's such a convenient ability, and it has great value at certain times. Bibi Dong admired when she saw that she and others, enveloped by Amon's soul power, could move at high speeds without leaking any fluctuations. Amon smiled and said, be careful, we will be here soon. It's Mr. Xiang. Chapter 171 The Dying Bear. Most of Amon's body, which was beaten to death by Yan Jin, turned into a ball of meat, leaving only a head with a neck and a small part of the chest point. The pointed soft hat on his head had flown away, but there was no fear on the bloody face, only a faint, slightly sarcastic smile. The monocle hung stubbornly on his right eye, and did not break, because of the death of his master. Amon's words flashed through Yan Jin's mind, and he suddenly became suspicious. What if what he said was true? Should he call Deshian and the others over? This emotion was not the first time it had risen. Every time it killed Amon, the other party would leave such words, which would make it hesitate for a while. Damn. It messed up my mind. Yan Jin slapped the remaining half of his body with another palm, and then he felt relieved. It licked the fleshy and bloody bear paw, and stared at the bloody thing on the ground for a long time. Watching them gradually become illusory and finally disappear. Yan Jin looked at his clean claws, as if he had never killed anyone, and shook his head in disappointment. Another clone. It scratched its butt, got on all fours, and slowly walked into the depths of the forest. At this moment, a chill suddenly rose from his heart. It hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. It was the feeling of being targeted by a more powerful predator when it was weak. The last time it felt this sense of crisis was when it was Deshian. It turned around suddenly and saw a dozen people rushing towards it at lightning speed. They were so fast, and the powerful soul power on their bodies made the surrounding air seem a little distorted, but the soul power seemed to be restricted by something and only stayed around them without leaking a bit. That guy is telling the truth this time. Yan Jin had such a thought in his mind, and immediately activated his soul power, and prepared to leave. The other party was obviously well prepared, and brought him such a great sense of danger. If he stayed and fought hard, he would only die. But when it was about to move, it found itself trapped in a quagmire and unable to move. The figures of Yuguan and Gimli had disappeared, replaced by a golden and silver halo formed by their 18 soul rings. The world seemed to have turned into gold and silver, and everything around was still. A huge halo fell from the sky, and a layer of light appeared on Yan Jin's body. With gold and silver intertwined, flowing like a stream. This was the martial soul fusion skill of Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the Liangai stillness field. Yan Jin's body was frozen, and he could only watch the attacks of the other 8 title Douluos falling from the air. Zhu, Z-Gun, Walters. Attack was as vicious as ever, heading straight for Yan Jin's heart. He knew that these soul beasts had strong vitality, and even if they pierced their hearts directly, they would not die immediately, and Bibidong had enough time to make up for the last blow. But when the attack landed on Yan Jin, he was shocked to find that his strongest attack, which came from the 9th soul skill of the 90,000-year-old soul beast, did not completely penetrate the opponent's body. He frowned slightly, surprised at Yan Jin's defense. Other people's attacks more or less encountered such problems. The ghost leopard's claws left 3 deep scars on Yan Jin's body that were not fatal but visible to the bone. The attacks of the demon bear and Tuobazi seemed even worse, because both of their 9th soul skills were defensive, and the attack effect of the 8th soul skill was naturally much worse. Guangling was worthy of his strength as a 97 level super Douluo. He pierced Yan Jin's abdomen with one move, leaving a huge penetrating wound on it. Then, Qianjin and Jiang Mo's martial soul combined attack skills fell. Their 8th soul rings lit up, and the 2 pan long sticks, with golden and red lights and unstoppable terrifying power, smashed down, hitting Yan Jin's shoulders respectively. The shock caused by the soul power hit the body of the Bear King. His bones were broken. His internal organs were shattered, his muscles were torn, a lot of blood flowed out of the Bear King's mouth, and the fierce light in his eyes gradually dimmed. A emerald green forked light wave fell, ignoring the powerful physical defense of the Bear King's fur, leaving a huge wound on it. Eternal wound. This 100,000-year-old single attack skill, under the blessing of Bibidong's title Douluo's soul power, finally revealed its true power. Amon made a TSK sound, which was almost 2 different soul skills from the one he used. After enduring a series of attacks, the Bear King looked miserable at the moment. It was covered in blood, with a large round hole with a burnt edge, left by the light feathers on its abdomen, and its heart was eroded. I don't know how many bones were broken in its body, and a lot of internal bleeding. What's more fatal is that the injuries caused by the eternal wound continued to expand and had eroded most of its body. The overall situation has been decided. The huge golden and silver halo in the sky disappeared and Yugwen Gimli released his martial soul fusion technique. Yugwen's face was pale. It was a huge drain on him to control such a powerful opponent as Xiang Jun. Gimli was also panting, and even his steps seemed a little shaky. Xiang Jun suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a huge roar. The rolling sound waves spread around, conveying a message to other beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest. Danger! Humans are attacking! I'm dead. In the north of Xingdao Great Forest, a middle-aged man with dark green hair and dark green eyes heard Xiang Jun's dying cry and his face changed slightly. He was about to go over when he saw Amon coming out of the woods. You did it? The king of 10,000 demons re-examined Amon and had a new understanding of this human who had been harassing the Stardao Great Forest. I don't have such a strong power, but since you have gathered the soul beasts of the entire Stardao Great Forest to deal with me, I can naturally find a strong human. Amon had a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. The king of 10,000 demons was silent for a moment and slowly said, I don't approve of Emperor Xian's behavior of protecting the rabbit, but the bear king cannot die. If you want to fight with the human over there, you can pay attention to the human who uses silk thread. I believe you will have a common language. Amon reminded. The king of 10,000 demons ignored him, and it was unknown whether he listened or not. He turned into a green light and soared into the sky, quickly rushing towards the place where the Bear King was in trouble. In the south of the Stardao Great Forest, a woman covered with black and purple scales, with a curvy figure, dark purple eyes, bright purple lips, and a charming face turned her head to the west. On the inky black scales on her forehead, there were layers of purple halos, and her long purple black hair was scattered behind her, naturally swinging to both sides. Bear Lord, she murmured to herself. A pair of purple black wings spread out from behind her, and on the wings, the gorgeous purple scales shone with charming luster. Some darker, nearly black scales formed complex patterns, which looked particularly mysterious. She flapped her wings, and with the blessing of soul power, she suddenly raised a gust of wind, and her body quickly came on stage. The strong airflow pushed her forward quickly. The king of the Hell Dragon clan, ZG, a fierce beast with a cultivation of more than 200,000 years in the deepest part of the Stardao Great Forest, around the Lake of Life. Dishan's face changed, and he quickly walked to BG's side. BG, who had lived with Emperor Xian for hundreds of thousands of years, understood what he meant at the first time, nodded, and said in a gentle voice, I'm ready, Emperor. Xian ordered. Red King, take good care of the auspicious beast. You two, follow me. He waved his hand, and the space in front of him gradually distorted. Watching Emperor Xian leave with Biji, the Azure Bull Python, and the Titan Giant Ape, the golden little beast with a lion-like body and 4 dragon-like claws shook its tail a little uneasily. It felt a malicious force approaching, and fate once again gave it enlightenment. The end of the Xingdao Great Forest was getting closer and closer. What's wrong, auspicious beast? A 3-headed red demon mastiff with a body length of more than 5 meters, extremely majestic, and 3 identical big heads looked at the little beast beside him and asked, the fate of destruction is approaching again, very close, almost in front of us. The voice of the 3-eyed golden lion was filled with extreme panic and uneasiness. The Red King looked solemn, but he didn't know what to do. This was a problem that even Emperor Xian was helpless. It shook its 3 big heads and decided not to think about these complicated problems. It just needed to listen to Dishan's orders and protect the auspicious beast. As for other troublesome things, Dishan was smart. With him, there was no need to worry. Damning, worming. Xiao Wu looked into the distance with a worried look on her face, looking at the gradually weakening breath of the Bear King. Bibi Dong showed excitement on her face. A dark gold fear claw bear with a cultivation base far exceeding 100,000 years. I wonder what kind of soul ring and soul bone it will bring. The first soul skill of her soul devouring spider Emperor martial soul lit up, and the black soul ring emitted a dark halo. A strong dark green light suddenly rose. She waved her arms in the shape of spider spears, and 8 dark green crescent-shaped light blades flew towards the dying Bear King. Soul devouring spider emperor is Bibi Dong's second martial soul. Even the first soul skill is a powerful soul skill of more than 50,000 years. Coupled with her cultivation base of Super Douluo, this attack is extremely sharp. The extremely weak Bear King roared and roared with unwillingness at this moment. What it hated most was not the murderer who was about to take its life, but the despicable Amon. If he hadn't used such excuses to tease it again and again, it would not have been so careless and so easily attacked. With a resentful and fierce look, it stared at Amon, who was smiling beside it, as if it wanted to deeply engrave the image of the culprit who caused it to fall into such a situation into its soul. Just when the crescent-shaped light blade was about to touch the Bear King, the space in front of it twisted, and the extremely dense darkness emerged. The light blade sank into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. When the darkness dissipated, a handsome man with long hair stood in front of the Bear King. Following closely behind was a stunning woman in a green dress. The Titan giant ape and the azure bull python emerged from the ripples in space, stood behind the two men, and roared at the people from the spirit hall. Chapter 172. The terrifying Emperor Yan. Looking at the man who easily destroyed her attack, Bibi Dong's expression changed drastically. Yan Jin, Jiangmo, and Guangling all showed solemn expressions on their faces. Although the other party had a human appearance, it was more likely a transformed soul beast. They didn't know much about fierce beasts, and didn't know that they could transform into human appearance. This kind of transformation is different from transformation, and it does not change the nature of their soul beasts in essence. Who are you? Bibi Dong said in a deep voice. Me. Ha. Dishan sneered. You broke into my house, hurt my subordinates, and asked who I am. The terrifying soul power like the abyss and the sea emanated, accompanied by the murderous intention like from the ancient demon god. Even masters like Yan Jin and Jiangmo felt a suffocating sense of oppression. After feeling this pressure, they looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. This pressure was even faintly above the great worshipper. I am the god of beasts. You can also call me Emperor Yan. I'm the ruler of this Xingdao great forest and the king of soul beasts. Emperor Yan recklessly radiated his soul power. The overwhelming, terrifying power like the power of heaven and earth turned into invisible fear, eroding the will of everyone. Bibi Dong's forehead was sweating. She could never have imagined that there was such a thing in the Xingdao Great Forest. She also did not expect that a hunting that was sure to win would turn out to be a life and death crisis. While Emperor Yan was oppressing the people of the spirit hall, Biji also treated Xiangjun as soon as possible. Her white jade arms were slightly raised, and a burst of emerald green light shone. The soft light was bright but not dazzling, carrying the vitality of life, like the spring rain that revived all things bathed in such light. Xiangjun's constantly weakening vitality stopped flowing, and its breath gradually stabilized. The eroded heart slowly recovered, the broken bones regenerated, the torn muscles healed, the damage to the internal organs, and the penetrating wounds in the abdomen gradually disappeared. After a while, Xiangjun returned to his original state, except for a weak breath. He was almost the same as before. Biji's body is an emerald swan with a cultivation of nearly 600,000 years. She has a very huge vitality. Her terrible thing is that, even if the target is still breathing, she can save it. After saving Xiangjun, Biji's face was not red and breathless, as if the skills just now did not consume much of her. She said in a gentle voice, Xiangjun, don't be so anxious to make a conclusion. You are not dead yet. I think you can be rescued. Looking at Biji's smile, Xiangjun seemed to have been healed even in his heart. He said in a gentle voice, thank you, Biji, I owe you a life. Seeing Xiangjun returned to his original state, the hearts of the people in the Wuhan hall sank. They also thought about interrupting, but Dishan's aura locked them firmly. Once they made a move, they would inevitably be hit by thunder. Bibi Dong's face was livid. She glanced at Amon. She felt that she might have been cheated, but she had no evidence, because the information Amon gave was verified by the spirit hall. She took a deep breath and said submissively, respect the king of soul beasts. We have no intention of offending you. We didn't know it was your subordinate. We will leave the Stardao Great Forest and make compensation. No intention? Humph, it's too late to leave now. Have you thought about how to die? Dishan stared at Bibi Dong, his eyes revealing undisguised murderous intent. Yan Jin took a deep breath to calm his inner shock, and said in a deep voice, it seems that we can't negotiate, so we can only fight. Jiang. Emo stood beside him, and the two of them were connected by their auras, like a whole. Leave. The dark gold fear claw bear to Yan Jin and me. Jiang Emo said. Bibi Dong nodded and looked at Ishan. She switched her martial soul to the Death Spider Emperor martial soul with 9 soul rings attached. Only when she was immortal could she face Ishan with confidence. Ishan did not rush to take action, but looked at Amon and said coldly, "You have caused a lot of trouble to us in our great forest in the past 3 years. Now, it is time for you humans to pay a price." "Pay? A price?" Amon said, and a terrifying aura that was exactly the same as Dishan's rushed into the sky. Xiangjun and Baji changed their faces, and they looked at Amon in surprise. Dishan's eyes condensed slightly. "So you also have such a powerful force?" "That's right. If you don't have such a power, how can you destroy the Xingdao Great Forest?" The extremely dense darkness and weirdness with a little crazy aura intertwined and entangled, confronting each other. The collision of two terrible auras changed the color of the world. The powerful pressure seemed to have turned into substance, and under the collision, a strong wind was set off. Various natural element danced chaotically between the two auras, forming lightning and flames. The sky was covered by clouds, and the dark clouds were very low, as if they could be touched by hand. Thunder roared, and silver-white lightning slithered through the clouds like giant snakes. Rain fell. It got heavier and heavier, and soon it turned into a heavy downpour. The dark clouds and rainstorms darkened the sky and earth, blurring the vision. The rain gathered into trickles, and flowed on the ground. Amid the rumbling thunder, the sky and earth trembled again and again. This place was already deep in the forest, surrounded by thousands of years old soul beasts, but none of them dared to spy on the owner of the two terrifying auras. The soul beasts fled in panic, trying their best to stay away from this existence that frightened them. This was the first time that Amon showed his might in front of Emperor Shan, making him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. Emperor Shan was not in a hurry to act. He was waiting for the arrival of the 10,000 Demon King and ZG. Now, he, BG, the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, and 200,000 year soul beasts were not sure to keep all these humans. He wanted to kill all those who dared to invade the Stardao Great Forest here, so that humans would remember the horror of the Stardao Great Forest and dare not invade it. Well, again. Amon did not act either. He could not act at all. The clones left here only had momentum. If the influence of momentum was not considered, any soul saint could kill him with one palm. Bibi Dong and others did not act either. Before Amon and Emperor Shan acted, no one dared to act rashly. Such a mighty force. It seems that this is your body. Humans are really a race with a unique advantage. 10 or 100 years of practice can be equivalent to the thousands or tens of thousands of years of hard work of our soul beasts. Emperor Shan sighed from the bottom of his heart. Amon raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, and chuckled. "But you soul beasts also have a lifespan that we humans can't even dream of. If possible, I believe many people are willing to trade their cultivation speed for a longer lifespan. It seems to make sense. This is a matter of gain and loss." Dishan also laughed. The king of 10,000 monsters and ZG both felt a terrifying momentum that was competing with Dishan. The former slowed down slightly, while the latter looked worried, flapped her wings, and flew forward at a faster speed. Dishan also noticed their approach, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. A thunder exploded, making a deafening sound, and a silver-white light filled the world. Dishan moved, and he changed into his angry and ferocious true form. A huge black dragon was entrenched in the sky. Dark scales, ferocious bone spurs, sharp dragon claws, sharp fangs, and layers of darkness surrounded him. It was a darkness that was extremely dense, with boundless fear and ominousness. Even the darkest night was not as dark as this. In the darkness, two golden lights lit up. They were his eyes looking at the extremely huge black dragon. Even Super Douluo like Yan Jin, Jiangmo, and Guangling couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. They thought they were definitely not the opponent of Dishan, and they didn't think Bibi Dong could compete with him. Now the only hope was Amon, who might have the strength of an extreme Douluo. The black dragon's huge dragon wings stretched out, darkness rose, and the big mouth full of fangs opened, and a huge black flame attacked Amon. In the eyes of Yan Jin, Jiangmo, and Bibi Dong, the invincible Duke Amon, who held up the clear sky hammer with one hand, repelled Yan Jin Jiangmo with one hand, and later killed Yu Yuansen in public. was burned to ashes so easily. A trace of doubt and surprise flashed in the huge eyes of the black dragon. He flapped his wings and flew higher, circling and searching around, but he still couldn't find Amon. This made him sure that this was not the real body, but just a clone. Okay, very good. Then I will take the lives of these people. The voice of the black dragon spread all over the place, but Amon still did not appear. The pressure came to Bibi Dong and others. Damn bastard. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth. She completely understood that she was fooled by Amon, but she didn't know what his purpose was. Could it be that he wanted to overthrow the spirit hall, so he deliberately led us here and used the power of the beast to get rid of us? Bibi Dong was full of thoughts, but soon she didn't have the energy to think about anything else. The huge black dragon with wings covering the sky and the sun had swooped down and locked onto her. She didn't hesitate and immediately activated the 9th soul skill immortality point, facing the dragon claws of Emperor Shan that were gleaming with dim light. Bibi Dong felt a fatal threat. She had a premonition that if she didn't use the immortal body, she wouldn't be able to withstand even one blow. Under the huge dragon claws, Bibi Dong's body was slapped and shattered like a rag doll, and a large amount of blood flowed out, staining the ground red. Under the wash of rain, the blood quickly spread like a blood-colored flower blooming in the mud. Your Majesty the Pope. You Guan and Gui Mei exclaimed. Walter quietly hid his figure while no one was paying attention, leaving a silk puppet in the original place. His body, pulled by the silk threads, quickly moved away along the ground. Bibi Dong, Yan Jin and Jiang Mo looked even gloomier in the attack on Jiang Jin just now. Bibi Dong showed no less power than them, but because of the difference in martial spirits, the attack power was slightly weaker. But such a powerful super Douluo was actually powerless in front of this Soul Beast King. Chapter 173 Curse. After a successful attack, Shan showed no joy on his face. He looked at Bibi Dong's broken body with a slightly condensed look. In order to keep all these people, he used his strongest move, Dragon God Claw. But the effect seemed to be unsatisfactory. The opponent's breath did not weaken. The broken body still exuded strong soul power fluctuations and vitality. Bibi Dong's body seemed to have self-awareness in every piece of meat and every drop of blood, squirming and converging to the main body. The broken bones were reset, the broken flesh healed, the blood returned to the blood vessels, the heartbeat slowly began to beat, and Bibi Dong, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. The beautiful face was a little weird, and her eyebrows were full of solemnity. She is not the Empress of the Wuhan Empire in the original book, and her soul power is far from reaching its peak. She is only level 96 now. Although she relies on her immortal body and twin martial spirits, ordinary level 97 or even level 98 Super Douluo may not be her opponent, but facing Shan, who has reached the limit of the human world, there is still a big gap. PS1, HMPH, very interesting ability, but how many times can you use it? Shan stared at Bibi Dong coldly, his golden dragon eyes filled with tyranny and disdain. Jiang Jin has already fought with Yan Jin and Jiang Mo. Its attack is extremely violent and fierce. In the sneak attack just now, it was these two who hurt it the most. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo did not dare to be careless. The two of them joined forces, and the pan long stick flew up and down, waving tightly, and for a time they actually suppressed Jiang Jin. Mo Jiang, Gui Bao, and Tuobazi entangled the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Guangling, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei stood beside Bibi Dong, and faced Shan with her Walter, controlled the silk puppets and constantly harassed the Azure Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape and Bear King. His attack power was not strong, but every time he attacked, it was at a very critical moment, which caused great trouble to the three soul beasts. The Azure Bull Python was entangled by the silk thread and stopped for a moment, and was almost cut off by the ghost leopard's claws. Although Biji was kind and peace-loving, she would not hold back at this moment. The other party came to harm the soul beasts, so naturally she had to be prepared to be killed. Her kindness and mercy were principled. A pair of emerald green wings spread behind Biji, and each feather was as gorgeous as the most magnificent gem. There were dots of fluorescence on the wings, and the light formed a phantom of the wings. This phantom suddenly spread and covered a large area around. The injuries on the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Bear King smiled grimly, and his attack became more fierce. He did not defend himself at all, because under Bidge's treatment, any wound would disappear quickly. Not good. What kind of soul beast is that? Jiang Mo glanced at Bidge, with murderous intent in his eyes. It might be the emerald swan. It's really surprising that an emerald swan can grow to this extent without being eaten by other soul beasts. If I can go back this time, tell the great priest and the young lady that she is very suitable to be the young lady's soul ring. Yan Jin responded, sensing their malice towards Bidge. The Bear King became more violent. You two bastards, don't think about Bidge. I want you to die. Condensed and dazzling light gathered, adding a touch of edge to the dark golden bear claws. Yan Jin's ninth soul skill lit up, and bursts of dragon roars sounded on the pan long stick, and dark golden light patterns wandered on the stick. He swung the stick from bottom to top, and collided with the bear paw that was slapped. Boom. Soul power collided, and the airwaves surged. He was defeated and flew backwards, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Evil. Rope spear. Walter used his fifth soul skill, and the spear formed by silk thread stabbed towards the eye socket of the Bear King. Annoying guy. The Bear King smashed the spear with one palm point. If it was directly stabbed into the eye socket and penetrated the head, the Bear King was not sure whether Bidge's treatment could cover it, so it did not dare to ignore it. An arc-shaped light blade suddenly flew over and cut Walter into two sections. This was Bidge's attack. Although the Emerald Swan was not good at fighting, it was impossible for Bidge to have no attack power at all. When she reached Bidge's level of cultivation, Walter turned into silk thread and disintegrated. Then, under the injection of the soul power of the original body in the distance, the disintegrated silk thread quickly condensed and reformed a puppet clone. Bidge stared at the silk threads connecting the puppets from all directions. After looking for a while, she gave up the idea of following the complex silk threads like tangles to find the source point on the other side. Bibidon relied on her immortal body and the assistance of Guangling, Yuguan, and Gui Mei to barely hold back Dishan, but it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. Beside the Lake of Life, the three-eyed golden lion circled and paced back and forth anxiously. The Red King was guarding it closely, no more than 10 meters away. Lucky beast, you don't have to be so nervous. I believe that Dishan and the others can handle it. The Red King comforted dryly. The three-eyed golden lion glanced at the Red King and shook his head. You don't understand. This time, fate has given me the revelation that the future of the Xingdao Great Forest will be cut off, almost in front of us, within 10 years. Hey, rabbit, don't think about your sweetheart all day long. Come and talk to me about the human named Amon. Think about it carefully. Is there anything you don't want to say? The three-eyed golden lion said to Xiao Wu, who looked melancholy. Xiao Wu shook her head. I really don't know. That person gives people a very scary feeling. By the way, my soul skills were probably stolen by him. He told my godmother before that he would steal my important things. My soul skills were lost in the championship. The three-eyed golden lion suddenly pricked up his ears and looked aside vigilantly. A thin young man wearing a black robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye walked out of the woods slowly and walked towards them slowly. The Red King slowly climbed up and glanced at Amon with his left head. Auspicious beast, don't worry. No less than 50 of these things have died in my mouth in the past 3 years. The three-eyed golden lion's expression changed drastically, and his eyes revealed extreme fear and terror. Run, run, Red King, called Dishan back. Its voice was shrill, as if it had seen something terrible. The Red King was stunned, then laughed. Auspicious beast, just look at me. Don't be so nervous. Amon put down the wooden barrel behind him, and a wisp of ominous black mist emerged from the wooden barrel behind him. The lid of the wooden barrel was opened, revealing what was inside. A comatose person. His name is Javid Pez, the last member of a destroyed noble family in the Xingluo Empire. Javid's martial soul is similar to Ghost Douluo, a ghost. His family was slaughtered by a soul master, and he was the only survivor. But that soul master surrendered to a larger noble, and with the support of the other party, he occupied their family's territory and became the new lord there. Therefore, Javid also became an avenger. He spent more than 10 years to improve his soul power to more than 50 levels, but his talent also stopped there, and his soul power grew more and more slowly. But his enemy, the soul master who had become a new noble, was a soul saint. More than 10 years did not make his hatred fade, but became more intense. After Amon found him, he made a deal with him. Amon avenged him and made his enemy die in the most painful way, on the condition that he needed to sacrifice his life and pledge allegiance to Amon. Javid agreed to the deal without much thought. Amon gave him 2 soul bones to help him reach level 60 and then asked him to obtain the designated soul skills. Fortunately, he succeeded and obtained the soul skills Amon wanted. Afterwards, Amon fulfilled his promise and killed the family members of the Soul Saint who had established a family one by one in front of Javid. And broke the Soul Saint's limbs, abolished his cultivation, and let Javid deal with him. In fact, Javid was not the only candidate. Before him, Amon had found several people, but they all failed to obtain the soul skills he expected. This soul skill is also one of the key preparations Amon made for this hunt. Javid's 6th soul skill is called Curse. The activation condition is to sacrifice one's own life, and the effect is to bring damage to the designated target. The damage to the target is related to the cultivation and distance between the 2 parties. If the other party's cultivation is higher than yours, the more it exceeds, the less damage it will suffer. When it is launched, the farther the distance between the 2 parties, the less damage the target will suffer. And for strong people above the Soul Emperor level, the damage will be greatly reduced. The effect of sacrifice is also related to the state of the sacrificer himself. The more sufficient and good the soul power, physical strength, and physical condition are, the greater the damage caused by the sacrifice. The grudge is extremely restricted, and relatively speaking, it also has very terrible characteristics. The damage caused by the grudge cannot be defended, evaded, or cured within a day. It is a rule-based skill like the law of cause and effect. If this is used against low-level targets, it can almost assassinate the opponent without leaving any trace. At certain specific moments in political struggles, it can play a good effect. Javid also thought that Amon wanted him to kill an important imperial official who Amon himself was not convenient to take action. But Amon has his own way of using it. If the damage is not enough, the number will make up for it. When the Red King showed his killing intent, Amon smiled lightly and snapped his fingers. Thousands of time worms in the barrel stole soul skills one by one and sacrificed themselves. The activation condition of grudge curse is to sacrifice oneself. After the sacrifice, the clone dies and the soul skill will immediately return to the original owner. Amon cannot steal this skill from the clone who has used the grudge curse. He must bring Javid with him to be able to use it continuously. A large amount of black mist emerged, with a strange and ominous breath, slowly rising, and then disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a faint black mist appeared on the body of the Red King. Blood overflowed from the corners of its mouth, and its vitality was rapidly lost. Although there was no change in its appearance, its internal organs had all failed. The Red King was terrified and wanted to call for Shine to come, but in almost the blink of an eye, it was so weak that it could hardly mobilize a trace of soul power. Without the blessing of soul power, it could not roar loud enough to remind Shine what happened here, and regret and unwillingness appeared in its eyes. It regretted not listening to the reminder of the 3-eyed golden lion and asking Shine for help at the first time, but it was unwilling to die in such an unclear way. The Red King still didn't know what Amon had done. He didn't even start a battle, but he directly caused it fatal injuries. Amon raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb, and said in a deep voice, "Sacrificing more than 5,000 time worms is an unprecedented loss for me. You should be proud of yourself. I can guarantee that, even if I want to kill Shine in the future, I won't have to make such a big sacrifice." PS1. In the original work, when Bibidan faced Tang Heo in the Soul Master competition, the narrator described that she had always targeted him and was not as powerful as him. Later, when she became a Rakshasa god and faced Tang San, she claimed that she had already reached the peak, but she could not exert her full strength because of the inheritance. The two conflict, so I use the description in the Soul Master competition. The credibility of the information in the article should be narration explanation /U003E psychological activities /U003E character language and actions. However, it is likely that the original author swallowed the setting here. Chapter 174 Ring of Destiny. The bright starlight lit up, and a bright light ball composed of more than 3,000 time worms flew out of Amon's hand. The light ball quickly grew larger, revealing the figure inside. It was Yan Jin. Yan's soul bone space cannot accommodate living people, but time worms can survive in it. They carry the characteristics of star worms, and have certain spatial power. Amon used time worms to build a star ball, to isolate the influence of the outside space. After people enter the star ball, they can be stored in the soul bone space. However, the consumption of the star ball is very large. After all, he does not have any space related soul skills, and uses the space characteristics of the time worms itself without any improvement. He originally did not plan to bring Yan Jin here, but later found that the prerequisites for the plan to unfold almost met the optimal solution he imagined. Considering that the Red King is an excellent soul ring for Yan Jin, he temporarily told Yan Jin about the matter and let her choose whether to come or not. Of course, he told Lei Yin about the dangers and uncertainties in front of her, and said that if something unexpected happened, he would prioritize the implementation of the plan. The time worm used to maintain the star ball might be withdrawn for battle, and her safety could not be guaranteed. Yan Jin would naturally not miss such a good opportunity, and she agreed almost without thinking. She had confidence in Amon, and had never seen Amon make a major mistake. Since he would bring it up, it meant that he was quite confident. In order to absorb the soul ring, Yan Jin absorbed another soul bone, and raised his level to level 70. Amon passed the information from the outside world to Yan Jin in the soul bone space through the time worm parasitic on her body. As soon as she came out, she attacked the Red King, who was already on his deathbed big fire spray. With the blessing of the second soul skill soul power ejection, the magma erupted at a very high speed. Unfortunately, it failed to break the Red King's skin. Yan Jin scratched his head and looked at Amon at a loss. Amon smiled lightly and used the soul skill thunder magnetic gun of Li Yin's right arm bone to accurately cut 3 holes on the head of the Red King. Yan Jin had an opportunity to give the Red King the final blow. After she killed the Red King, she did not dare to delay and immediately used her soul power to pull the soul ring and began to absorb it. More than 3,000 time worms built the star ball, protected Yan Jin in it, and put it into the soul bone space. At the same time, some time worms have started to sacrifice again, and the target of this curse is the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion, who is not much different from Amon in level and far weaker than the Red King, only used 300 time worms to curse him. Although Amon also has other means with less loss to deal with the Red King and the three-eyed golden lion, it will change if he delays. For the sake of the Destiny Soul Ring, he does not mind the time worm suffering a certain loss. Amon's main body immediately released the state of martial soul fusion with Li Yin, and instead merged with it through a clone. The dying three-eyed golden lion vomited blood, and used his last strength to say to the bewildered Xiao Wu, "Tell Di Shine to run away, the farther the better, don't worry about the Stardao Great Forest. And don't worry about the future of any soul beast, it's a monster. This world is hopeless." When it was about to become Amon's soul ring, the fate of the three-eyed golden lion became more closely tied to the fate of Amon, which allowed it to see the fate of this world outside the Stardao Great Forest under the influence of Amon. In a glimpse, it glimpsed an extremely terrifying and horrifying future. I saw a soul master pinching his right eye socket on the battlefield, and both sides of the war did the same. I saw circles of different colors appearing on the right eyes of soul beasts that did not match their original fur color. I saw Amons walking on the street, adjusting the monocle on their right eyes in different postures. They were either chatting about family matters or trading goods, doing all the daily activities of normal people. But the scary thing is that they all have the same face, wear monocles, and have the same habits and movements. The three-eyed golden lion completely swallowed its last breath, and a dazzling rose gold soul ring appeared on its body, and Amon's face showed a sincere smile. This is the goal he has been planning for 3 years, the soul ring of destiny. During these 3 years, Amon's original body has been hiding in the wilderness not far from Wuhan City because of the threat from the auspicious beast and Emperor Shan. His clones are distributed in all directions of the Xingdao Great Forest, constantly harassing the soul beasts, forcing several fierce beasts to garrison in various areas separately. to prevent him from wantonly hunting the soul beasts at the bottom point. He deliberately let his clones go to the Bear King to die, just to paralyze it, let it be careless, and create opportunities for the spirit hall to seriously injure it. Amon knew that Emperor Shan had spatial ability and could descend remotely, and he also knew Bidge's healing ability. When the Bear King was dying and asking for help, Emperor Shan would definitely bring Bidge and descend directly to the Bear King. This gave him the opportunity to bypass Dishan and kill the auspicious beast. The reason why he disclosed some information about the fierce beast to the spirit hall was to let them send enough forces to severely injure a fierce beast in the first place and temporarily delay Dishan, who arrived later. Amon chose the direction of Xiangjun intentionally because only it has strong defense and is the least likely to be killed. Facing the sudden attack of the Spirit Hall Masters, he has time to ask Dishan for help. Of course, even if the Bear King couldn't hold on, Amon would find a way to make it hold on. For its soul ring, the final blow could only be made by Bibidong, and Bibidong's attack skills were all in the first 6 soul rings. Amon could steal her soul skills at a critical moment to create an opportunity for the Bear King to ask for help. Fortunately, the Bear King's vitality was strong enough to prevent Amon from making such a move that would deepen the conflict with the Spirit Hall. Everything went smoothly. The Bear King was severely injured. Dishan and BG descended. The power to protect the auspicious beast was empty, leaving only the Red King. Xiao Wu's existence allowed Amon to accurately locate their positions. Then he used the skills he had carefully prepared for 3 years and paid a huge price to kill the Red King and the auspicious beast in seconds. In addition, he helped Yan Jin get a soul ring that was nearly 300,000 years old. After the magnificent rose gold soul ring appeared, Amon immediately pulled it and absorbed it. Dishan would sense it at the first time and could come back at any time. Now is the critical moment to race against time. The bright starlight lit up again, and Amon used the star ball made of time worms to send the body into Layan's soulbone space. He casually killed Javid, who was no longer valuable and knew some of his information, with a thunder magnetic gun, and put the bodies of Javid, the Red King, and the auspicious beast into the soulbone space. In the end, before leaving, Amon showed a meaningful smile to Xiao Wu, and then turned into a lightning and disappeared in the sky. From the appearance of Amon to his taking away the bodies of the Red King and the auspicious beast, it was only a little over a minute. A set of processes was as smooth as flowing water, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Xiao Wu was already confused, blinking her beautiful big eyes, but her mind had not turned around yet. At the moment when the auspicious beast's vitality began to fade, Dishan sensed it at the first time through the connection between them. His face changed, and he said to Bridget, "The auspicious beast is in trouble. We have to go back." "What?" Bridget's face changed drastically. Hearing this, Xiangjun defeated Jiang Mo and Kanjun with one move, then stared at his opponent cautiously, ready to evacuate at any time. Sure enough, after Dishan defeated Bibidong and Guangling with a breath of dragon breath, he took BG and used descent to leave directly. Xiangjun ran away. His foreclaws were so fast that after images appeared, and his huge body kept jumping up and down, shaking the earth. Giant King Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, who had just met the beasts and were not familiar with their behavior, did not react at the first time. When they found that there were only 2 of them left on their side on the battlefield, it was too late. Ming, retreat quickly. Giant King Bull Python roared quickly. Titan Giant Ape showed a trace of doubt on his gorilla face and realized the urgency of the situation belatedly. He was about to escape, but was stopped by Demon Bear and Tuobazi. Bibidong keenly noticed the change in the situation. Dishan left in a hurry. It must be that something happened in the Xingdao Great Forest, which required him to deal with urgently. When Xiangjun left, she did not stop him, because the opponent was very strong and had amazing defense. At the beginning, it was because of the sneak attack that they took the initiative and were able to seriously injure him instantly. But once the opponent is prepared, even if so many of them join forces, they cannot kill him in a short time. They can't spend too much time in the Xingdao Great Forest. If Dishan handles things and returns, it will be difficult for them to leave. Want to run? Bibidong showed a sneer on her face. The anger of being calculated by Amon and the anger of being beaten by Dishan and having to rely on the immortal body to support them, all poured into the remaining 200,000 year soul beasts at this moment point. Since they are here, how can they not gain anything? And these two are not as powerful as Yan Jin. Under the joint efforts of their 10 titled Douluo, they can't hold on for long. Realizing that he could not leave, the Titan giant ape roared, urged all his strength, used the gravity control field, and dragged the people from the Wuhan hall tightly, damning, "Run, I can't leave, run, Xiao needs your protection. Tell her, I have always liked her." The Titan giant ape shouted. The azure ball python hesitated for a moment, then twisted its snake-like body and swam towards the depths of the forest. It knew that it had no ability to save the Titan giant ape, and staying would only kill Erming in vain. Bibidong was about to intercept the azure ball python, but heard the Titan giant ape roar, "Human, don't you want my soul ring? Come and kill me, otherwise I will commit suicide immediately and die rather than leave the soul ring to you. This is the Xingdao Great Forest. The beast god may come back at any time. Are you sure you want to take the risk to chase Damning, Bibi?" Dong's eyes flashed coldly, and her arms turned into sickles crossed, and she sent out eternal wound to the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape did not resist, and let the attack fall on him, and take his life away. Since Bibidong wanted to absorb the spirit ring, she couldn't delay too long, and when absorbing, there couldn't be too much interference around, and she needed someone to protect her. She decided to use her life to turn into a spirit ring to give Damning a chance to escape. Eternal wound left a huge wound on the Titan giant ape, and its life came to an end. At the last moment, it stared at the depths of the Xingdao Great Forest and murmured, "Sister Xiao, you must live well." Chapter 175. You should shut up. The process of Amon killing the three-eyed golden lion, absorbing the soul ring, and leaving the scene took a very short time. Even though Dishan rushed back with Bridget immediately after noticing the accident of the auspicious beast, he did not have time to stop it. He saw the scene of Amon turning into a flash of lightning and disappearing into the sky. With endless anger and sadness in his golden eyes, the huge black dragon roared, shaking the entire Xingdao Great Forest. "Human, you can't run away." The auspicious beast was dead, and Dishan was sure of this. The three-eyed golden lion was not only closely related to the fate of the Xingdao Great Forest, but also his friend. Dishan flapped his wings and flew high. Ripples appeared in the space, and he drilled into the layers of ripples. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Amon. When Lei Yin transformed into lightning and moved, he was not immune to damage. If he hit an object, he would also be injured. Amon noticed the changes in space in advance through the insight of the decryption scholar, and immediately launched the invincible golden body to respond. The lightning scattered, passed around Dishan's body, and then gathered again behind him. Amon wanted to move forward, but found that the space around him became sticky. Even if he shuttled through it in the form of lightning, his speed was pitifully slow. "Die, human." Dishan spit out a mouthful of black flames. The dragon breath with dark power covered it, and the terrible attack with high temperature and strong corrosiveness seemed to shake even the space. Amon stopped. Under the power of invincible golden body, even in the black sea of fire, his face remained unchanged, and he was not injured at all. It must be said that Xiao Wu is really a treasure girl. Invincible golden body and teleportation are very useful. Even in the battle of extreme Douluo level, they are very powerful and effective skills. He stared at Dishan, his dark eyes calm and deep. "Long time no see." Dishan, raising his right hand and adjusting his monocle, Amon smiled. "Human, you dare to hurt the auspicious beast, you will pay the price for what you did." The huge black dragon raised his terrifying claws, and above the claws, a dark deep light emanated. The light seemed like an eternal night, as if even the soul would sink in it. In the darkness, there was a faint group of colorful light flickering, and the world was filled with an unspeakable majestic atmosphere. Dragon God Claw. Dishan's claws turned golden little by little, and the claws were covered with colorful light. This was the favor of the dragon god, and it was a legacy of the ancient power countless years ago. Amon found that the sticky space around him suddenly returned to normal, but he still couldn't leave. The terrifying claws had fallen, and the space was completely blocked. He couldn't resist or dodge, and he could only bear such an attack head on. Invincible golden body. This time, He was surprised to find that the invincible golden body was not invincible. There were cracks and blood oozing out. Deshian's power was about to reach the limit of this skill point, but that was all. Although Emperor Shian was strong, he had not broken through the limits of the human world. Without the power of the gods, he could not break the rules of the Douluo world. Amon flew backwards. He seized the opportunity and used teleportation for hundreds of times in a row, leaving the space solidified by Emperor Shian. He turned into lightning again and flew away. HMPH. Emperor Shian snorted coldly, "Don't you understand yet? You can't escape. I will hunt you down endlessly." Feel the despair and fear. The space was rippling, and the huge black dragon flapped its wings and flew into the space channel. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a long distance and came to the outside of the Xingdao Great Forest. What came into view was not the despicable, annoying, and hateful human being, but a majestic city. The city was not large in area, but the 80-meter high and 30-meter thick city wall was completely repaired by granite. The whole city was hexagonal, and 6 reliefs were engraved on the 6 faces of the city wall, which was consistent with the pattern on the Pope's order. The city was built around a hill. Halfway up the hill, there was a magnificent, golden dome-shaped building. On the top of the hill was a jade-white palace. Amon had disappeared, apparently blending into the crowd in the city. Deshian stared at the city with his golden eyes, revealing a sneer. He whispered to himself, "Heh, stupid, do you think I will carefully distinguish which one is you, and slowly find it? Kill them all, and destroy the entire city together." A little bit of fluorescence appeared on the dead body of the Titan giant ape, condensing into a red soul ring. The red halo was not bright, but gorgeous and eye-catching. It was so charming that the eyes of the 10 titled Douluo present were attracted by it. Bibi Dang, Yan Jin has stopped moving. He merged with the other 2 auras, quickly absorbed the soul ring, and then evacuated according to the plan. When the 3 of them come, it will be difficult to use teleportation again. Jiang Mo said lightly, "I understand." Bibi Dang adjusted her somewhat disordered breath, not caring that her own condition was not at its best, and released soul power, pulling the soul ring produced by the Titan giant ape closer to herself. The soul ring shrank and was put on her second martial soul, the soul devouring spider emperor martial soul. The surging energy came from the martial soul like a wave, impacting her meridians. Her face changed, and she sat cross-legged to absorb it quietly. After surviving the first wave of soul power, she opened her eyes and said, "It's okay, Elder Guangling, take us to evacuate." It takes a long time to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. The Xingdao Great Forest, which may be threatened by ferocious beasts at any time, is obviously not a suitable place. Even under the protection of 3 priests and 6 soul Douluos, it is not safe. According to their plan, after absorbing the soul ring and controlling the energy for a short time, they will immediately use the arrangements that have been made long ago to teleport back to Wuhan City. Guangling nodded, raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and a silver white light emerged from his hand. A silver magic circle with a diameter of 10 meters was generated under their feet. The magic circle covered everyone, and a mysterious and complex pattern was outlined in the middle. Then, the silver light was strong, and the dazzling light shot up into the sky. When the light faded, Bibi Dang and his group had disappeared into the forest. In the flickering light and shadow, they returned to Wuhan City and appeared on the city wall. Bibi Dang didn't dare to delay. Even she couldn't suppress the power brought by the 100,000-year soul ring for too long. She immediately sorted out the energy in the meridians and began to formally absorb the soul ring. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo suddenly changed their expressions. They saw a huge black dragon in the sky outside the city wall, staring at the direction where they were. The golden eyes were filled with uncontrollable murderous intent. The dark power emanating from his body slowly rose and merged with the dark clouds that had gathered in the sky at some point, making the whole world dark. Guangling looked a little dazed. He looked around and confirmed that it was Wuhan City without a doubt. But how could this ghost thing come here? Walter acted immediately. After leaving behind the puppet clone, the main body quietly retreated to the city. Yuguan and Gimli looked at each other with a hint of bitterness on their faces. The 2 of them first used the Wuhan fusion technique to forcibly control Yan Jin, and then assisted Bibi Dang and Guangling Douluo to fight against Deshian. At this time, they were almost exhausted. Is it you? Dishan's majestic and low voice came. Like a muffled thunder, Bibi Dong had to interrupt the absorption of the martial soul, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Dishan, you dare to come to the martial soul city? I'm not interested in you. I just want the human who killed the auspicious beast. Hand him over. Amon is Dishan's only target now, not only because he killed the auspicious beast, but also because he is the culprit of the destruction of the Xingdao Great Forest that the auspicious beast saw from Fate Point, the only time he encountered his true body in 3 years. He can't let him run away. Bibi Dong's strength is not worth mentioning in Dishan's eyes, but the immortal body is quite difficult to deal with, so he doesn't want to entangle with her. Dispels the idea of directly attacking the city, and makes certain compromises. Although Bibi Dong and others are also accomplices in killing the auspicious beast, it is more important to find Amon, whose whereabouts are mysterious. As for other accounts, it is not too late to settle them later. Killed the auspicious beast. What is the auspicious beast? Bibi Dong looked puzzled. What is a lucky beast? Dishan suddenly laughed, and everyone could hear the anger in his laughter. That is the dulling of our entire Xingdao Great Forest, and the fate of countless soul beasts. If you don't hand over that human today, all soul beasts will not give up. I don't mind launching a beast tide. Bibi Dong's face was solemn, and she whispered, we were also fooled by that bastard Amon. I hate him a lot. Yan Jin had guessed what Bibi Dong was going to say, and said coldly, Bibi Dong, no, shut up, Jiang. Emo stared at her with his eyes and said sternly, do you know what you are doing? I said, shut up. Bibi Dong, who tried her best to curb the surging energy in her body, had anger in her eyes. I'm the Pope. You will regret it. Yan Jin said lightly, but his tone revealed extreme indifference. Bibi Dong ignored him, but looked at Dishan and said softly, I will give the order now, let the whole city search for him. After finding him, we will take him down, and hand him over to you for disposal. Is this okay, King of Soul Beasts? Cheyenne pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, but I won't wait too long. 1 hour, at most 1 hour. If I don't see him, I will attack immediately, in order to prevent Amon from using teleportation and lightning speed to escape. Dishan completely blocked and solidified the space around Wuhan City. This is also a big burden for him, but in order to catch Amon, who has many means and strange actions, he can only do so. Amon, hiding in the crowd and staring at the city wall. TSK, ready to play a game of hide and seek in the city. You should shut up. A plain, old, and majestic voice sounded. Douluo appeared in the sky at some point. He looked at Bibi Dong coldly, with a hint of anger in his always calm eyes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.